Welcome back to Kart Chasers live coverage of the 2025 NWKA Burly Product Super Cup for weekend number 5, rounds number 9 and 10 here on this beautiful Saturday afternoon. As always, my name is Caleb Bieska. Alongside me here in the booth, Mr. Jackson Lambros, as we get set to get going with our racing action. Pre-final time, 7 minutes plus 1 lap, and it all gets started with the Northwest 100 senior class. You have the X100s, the VLRs, the KA 100s, but it's the X100 that is shown to be the fastest so far. At the helm with Blake Nash on the Kart in partnership with Nash Motorsports here this weekend at SEMA. It's a pleasure to be here. We're right smack dab in the middle of the mountains in Canada and a whole lot, right? It's really a pleasure to be out here and to see the scenery as well. I mean, we'll try and do this place a little bit of justice, Jackson, but beautiful, beautiful place here in Washington that we're at, right? Great.
Couldn't have lucked out more with weather. Phenomenal. Just a couple of clouds here overlooking some of the Cascade Mountains as we get set for action. But, I mean, as you mentioned here, Caleb, we could not get closer to the Canadian border. Just literally a 5-minute walk, maybe, to customs here, and plenty coming in from British Columbia. A lot of Canadians call this track home.
And that's super cool, right? A lot of drivers, like you were saying, right, out of British Columbia, out of Vancouver, the likes of the Catalyst driver development team, the Kart team, coming down, you know, every morning, working their way through customs and getting themselves out here to race. And this is their home track, right? And they obviously live up in the Vancouver area, right, British Columbia. And they drive down here pretty much every weekend or a couple of times a week to come out here and race. And so often that people in customs, right, they're familiar with the track.
Right,
They know what's going on. And, again, only a 5-minute walk down to customs here in between the U.S. and the Canada border that you can hear that as well, right? You can hear the engines roar under the grid, and honestly, super, super cool to see as we have issues for Blake Nash to get fired here.
Still new equipment he's gotten used to. Very rarely do we see him outside of that kind of reflective Baja blue metallic colors in the Kart. Deep red, white, and black. Cameras don't fully do it justice in person. Got such a cool little glimmer shine to all of these karts in what is, as we've mentioned, Italian engines, Kart, their home race, their factory right here. So very, very good chunk of our field today throughout all of our classes being Kart.
Yeah, it's exciting, right? The home track of Kart, Italian Motors, the home track of the Catalyst driver development team as well. So great to see, and a huge thank you for having us out here this weekend as a very short warm-up lap. We get set to take the green flag. Blake Nash up at the front with Jonathan Ports. Jesus Vasquez Jr. starting on that second row. And we await the green flag this time by. This will be the starting zone for our classes this weekend as we get going. Green flag in the air. We go racing.
Blake
in
Nash,
senior 100cc.
And Nash holds on to the inside and will arrowhead everybody else. Good moves from one of the GFC karts in the mid-pack. Already pressure from the 77. Jesus Vasquez gaining 2 spots in the whole shot. Then it's 2 of the Burly ART karts as there's some major shuffles at the start. Going past the standing start line. Now it's Blake Nash that'll lead him there for the first time.
Blake Nash works his way through. Jesus Vasquez Jr. gets himself up into the second spot. Pass further back for third. Jonathan Ports having a look. He's going to get clear.
Able to get that move done. Was a little bit of commitment issues as he was working his way to the apex. Back out of it. He's turning in, but was able to make that stick in some very, very good coexistence on track right now in the battle for the podium. Still some heavy pressure right now on Blake Nash out in front for the lead.
Yeah, Timothy Clark, the driver who finds himself in third in the 87. And here we have a couple of changes. Again, Blake Nash to Vasquez, to Ports, to Chin. My mistake there in the 989. Then you go back to Timothy Clark. Sydney Castles has worked her way up into the 6th spot. Jack Grote. Owen Luther has lost a couple from the start in the 979. Grayson Schobert and Phoenix Walsh, 3 drivers inside of the top 10. And here we see the difference, and we'll keep a close eye on it as well. The little bit of difference in nuances in between the KA100 Senior package that Jesus Vasquez Jr. is aboard, and the X100 as well by Italian Motors that Blake Nash is at the helm of, and at the helm of the field. Right, a little bit of differences in between the two, and again, it seems to be suiting that X100 package just a little bit more in the early stage of this race here, Jackson.
Absolutely, as we see this kind of two-kart breakaway. But further back, Jonathan Potts, Connor Chin, and Timothy Clark still forming this larger freight train just behind our battle for first and second. And you got to kind of ask yourself, Caleb, if we're starting to see maybe some teamwork for the pre-final for everybody behind first and second to kind of freight train their way, move their way up into this battle for the win.
Yeah, we'll take a look at it here as well. Again, you see Nash very good out of the last couple of corners, or I should say the first couple of corners. Where we see the start boxes here this weekend, kind of keep us on our toes, right? The first couple of corners are going to be different for 206 Senior and as well for your 100cc Senior drivers here. But even then, those first couple of corners, you see that Blake Nash is a little bit quicker, and then throughout these lower speed corners, you see Jesus Vasquez Jr. start to close in that gap, and we'll keep an eye here, right? This is that faster portion of the racetrack, and this is where we've seen Blake Nash be that little bit quicker, Jackson.
Again, it's all about choosing the engine that's been right for the track with these open development or open engine selections, and this being one of the more technical circuits that the Burly Product Super Cup goes to. A lot of guys have been preferring the lower end engines where that power kind of goes at the early revs of the power band, and that has paid off major for Blake Nash and for Jesus Velasquez. Jonathan Ports now puts in the purple lap. He's been looking racy, has put on a little bit of a gap between himself and Connor Chin, not fully to the bumper of Jesus Vasquez quite yet, but leading this pack strongly.
Yeah, Jonathan Ports holds the fastest lap of the race, a 53.734. Showing some good pace here out of the 915. Connor Chin in the 989 has now found a little bit of breathing room and has gotten himself back on the I guess if you want to say back on the wick and getting himself a little bit closer, no pun intended.
Right.
I know Chin racing for Wicked Racing here this weekend, but even then we'll see Chin start to try and close down his gap. It looks like he's also on the K100 package, maybe on the VLR. We'll take a closer look at it next time he works his way on by. But even then, you see Nash able to hold on to his gap here, Jackson, throughout those first couple of corners, if you will, where he's able to keep Jesus Vasquez at bay. Jonathan Ports as well, who's now starting to close in to the rear bumper of Jesus Vasquez.
So now starting to evolve into a three-car breakaway right now. Connor Chin wants to be there, but is too busy right now defending from Timothy Clark, Sidney Castles, Jack Grote, as now we have a look to the inside. The 917 of Jack Grote going on the inside of Sidney Castles, takes P7.
Yeah, Sidney going to lose a spot there. And like you said, I think they may have been fighting for that sixth spot. So Jack Grote was the driver who was able to get himself up to six. Sidney Castles dropped back to the seventh spot. And the driver right behind him, just about a second at bay, is Grayson Schobert, Phoenix Walsh, Enzo Noel. The drivers in the top 10. And again, 25 drivers total in this 100cc class here, Jackson. So Sydney, a good couple of rounds and a good start to the year, it must be said, out of Sydney to put herself high up in the championship standings. But again, as the years progressed, she said she just struggled with power, picking the right engine package for her. I believe they were on the KA for a little bit, and they opted to go back. It looks like she's actually on a VLR, maybe. Or it could be the X100.
Hard to tell from a distance.
I think it's the X100 that she's on with Catalyst Driver Development. So yeah, indeed, the X100.
So some very interesting championship positions here as we head into this final weekend of the season, because Grayson Thorpe Doble, who's leading this championship, is a no-show. Same for Ariv Kapita Basu. So a lot of our guys who are, potentially looking for the championship win, not able to make it out to the Sumas this weekend.
Here we go.
As here we see another move.
One driver there able to make a move, one of the Wicked Racing GFCs that looked to have been on Enzo Noel, maybe. And that was down in the 10th spot, it looks like. So that could have been the 979 of Owen Luther. Making the move there on Enzo Noel. We'll take a better look at it here. And indeed, it was Owen Luther able to get himself inside of the top 10 here, Jackson.
Good move for Owen in the 979 as again, we're looking at what kind of moves have to be made here. They've got to be quick. You've got to kind of catch the guy in front of you by surprise. It looks like it's so gripped in, running side by side. We don't really have a multi-groove kind of layout like we've seen in past races. So it's going to be, you got to catch someone by surprise here.
Yeah, you talk about the sweeping right-hander. That's one of the corners where we've seen a lot of moves being made as well. I mean, a couple of other corners, you know, you kind of talk about the hairpins. Those are the slowest corners on the racetrack, where you see in this class, you'll see more braking than you would in your 206 class. So, again, that'll be one of the classes where you expect to see a lot of passing. But one thing that I didn't expect was not to see any passing up at the front, right? Blake Nash has been able to hold on to his gap with Jesus Vasquez in second. With the white flag in the air this time by, we just got done with the 7 minutes. So 1 lap to go here for Blake Nash, for Jesus Vasquez Jr., who's been better in some parts of the racetrack compared to the Ital Kart of Nash, but Nash just hasn't put a foot wrong all race long. Has been able to keep Vasquez at bay, who drops the tire out of the sweeper and loses a good chunk of time. And if there would have been an opportunity to make the move for JVJ, it just went away for the 77, and that should give the 64 of Nash the breathing room, the time, the space that he would have needed to stay out in front. Blake Nash, first weekend here in Washington. The same for Vasquez, but Blake Nash holds on to the win here in the pre-final in senior 100cc. Jesus Vasquez across the line second. Jonathan Ports third, to Chin, to Clark, your top 5.
A little bit of a scary moment there for Jesus Vasquez. You got to ask yourself if there's a little bit of conservation there from Jesus, because, again, it's only Saturday afternoon. We have so much time remaining this weekend, you know, and a whole nother pre-final and final tomorrow. So much you got to save. And
I tell you what, Jesus Vasquez Jr. is a race winner. He's a champion in his own right, and he's not going to save anything, especially in a pre-final, right? So he's going to go out there and try and win every single session. I think that just showed the little bit differences that we see in the X100 package, the K100 senior package, on how it's different, how the X100 is stronger in some portions of the racetrack compared to the K100. So that being said, I think it shows Blake Nash has his track dialed in, they're dialed in, and I think Vasquez is going to look for a little bit more, especially heading into the main event with an extra 3 minutes, right, to try and take the lead away.
So we jump from an open-engined regulation back to the ever-faithful Briggs and Stratton 206. We kick things off with the Cadet class, as we are currently on the outlap for their pre-final.
They haven't gone out yet.
Oh.
We're about to be on
there
their
we go.
outlap. Here we go now. These drivers working their way out onto the racetrack, and the driver who put it on the pole position was the 100 of Maddox Carlucci. Wait for our timing update to run you down the rest of your starting order here in your 206 Cadet class, presented by NRC. It's Carlucci to Maverick Thompson in the 95 that shared the rights to row number 1. Sebastian Oki, Ashton Croft on row number 2 to Riley Smith, Jensen Mayer, Jax Hohagen, Harper Nooksal, Worley to Wentworth, to Harley, to Powers, to Dove, to Uburn. We wait for the green flag, and I forget we have different starting zones here as well, Jackson.
Yep.
This is usually where we start our 2 cycle. We're going to start our 4 cycle
so confusing.
On the other side. And confusing for us.
Right.
Our first time here, but not confusing for these drivers that, again, keeping us on our toes here.
Absolutely. Again, so much variety, whether it's in how we're doing our standing or rolling starts, where we're doing our standing and rolling starts. Again, standing starts for the 206 seniors coming up, something very unique to anything Briggs powered, frankly, and lot of unique things we're having here at SEMA. So been fun so far, getting to learn all of the intricacies of this series, this racetrack. Been fun.
Yeah, well, here we go into the tram lines, if you will, into the start boxes for your 206 Cadet class. As I believe they're going to come to a complete stop, and indeed, so they're going to grid up. And here we go.
This is going to be awesome.
Starts. This is again, one of the biggest things that we've been waiting to see, right, all weekend long. Characteristic here to NWKA. So we await the green flag, and how about this shot here?
Love it.
At the back of the grid.
A little bit of a pushback, I believe, there for the 70 Auto Powers.
Oh, there you go. How about the officials making sure everybody's cameras are turned on? We wait for the green flags. We'll see who gets the whole shot. Green flag in the air, and we go racing into 06 Cadet around the outside. How about Thompson to the lead of the race? And not the best of starts here for Carlucci, falling back to third. No
immediate losses there. Goes from second to third, trying to see who was able to weasel their way into second. But already, great start from Maverick as he holds that lead going into the inner loop for the first time. A little bit of a look again, but holds on to that lead for the time being.
There we go, first couple of corners, and again, speaking to a couple of drivers, Asad Nikarambayev, one of them, he took me around and explained a lap around this place, right? He said it's very technical in the sense that you need to know how much brake to apply throughout the corners, and that same translates into the Cadet Briggs 206 class, where it's almost a tap on the brakes, right? Just to try and get the car pointed in the direction that you want to go, but even then, it's all about momentum. Momentum was the biggest word that Asad used here when it came down to going fast around SEMA.
And that's not a shocker in the 206 class. We were talking about this during qualifying, not only the pack racing elements that this engine brings, but the kind of requirement to bring out that momentum to carry it from corner to corner, because there's so little power on tap compared to the tag and GP powered brothers. So again, I think my big question to you then is, does it make sense to have a corner where you maybe just back out a little bit, as we see Maddox Carlucci try to get to work? Now looks to the inside, trying to get past Sebastian Ochi.
Yeah, Ochi, the first driver on the chopping block for your pole sitter. Look at Carlucci on the inside. Into the final corner, he's able to get through and up to second. Riley Smith, the driver of the 44, finds herself in fourth. Then you go further back for Jensen Mayer, Ashton Croft, and even then, right, whenever you get in a racing action, Jackson, it must be said, it's full gas, right? You're focused on one thing, and that's to making moves and getting yourself closer to the driver up front. In this case, it's the 95 of Thompson, right? So that's a driver everybody's going to be chasing. So when it comes down to it, you're making moves. You're wanting to make moves every single time throughout every single corner here. So that's the name of the game.
And it looks like Sebastian Ochi trying to get that P3 back, but here comes Maddox Carlucci right on the bumper of Maverick Thompson, the red 95 with the black helmet, not able to get there. And now Ochi with another opportunity as we head into the second hairpin, starting to become a little bit of a three-car breakaway. Riley Schmidt not quite able to get there. Then further back, it's Meyer and Croft still fighting.
I tell you what, Carlucci has a little bit of a tighter line, especially throughout those hairpins. You see Maverick Thompson take a wide approach where he opens up the corner a whole lot, which is why you see that kind of bottleneck happen a little bit in between Carlucci and Thompson heading onto the front straight, if you will, here, the start-finish line. But even then, just a little bit of difference in lines, right? You see Thompson open up for the corner, kind of be one with the slight banking that you have out there, and you see that gap open up a little bit. Just 3 car lengths is now a move, looking on the inside. Ochi able to get up to second.
Didn't look like it was done yet, as Carlucci actually tried to stick it side by side here, coming through the super difficult right-left combo past the pit entry, and still hanging on. Great battle right now for second and third.
Again, you just got to be careful with how much you fight, right? Especially in that second and third spot, because this is pretty much allowing Maverick Thompson to run away with this race here at this stage. You see that gap? It was about 2 car lengths. Now it's probably going to open up a little more. Carlucci on the inside, back up to second.
Italkart's battling for these bottom 2 spots on the pre-final podium. It goes down to a lot of the coaching I got in sim racing growing up, and it's don't make expensive mistakes. If you're going to try and stick a bold move that's going to give up some delta, do it with the confidence in knowing that you have that pace to potentially break away. Further back, Schmidt and Croft side by side across the stripe. Riley still holding on to P4 over Croft.
Yeah, we'll get a number on that corner as well, but it seems like that's been one of the best passing zones for Carlucci so far here as we work our way through turn number 7. But again, he's lost very little time. I believe that should be turn number 11, I think, there where Carlucci's able to make those moves. The second time we've seen him make that move there on Ochi, right? So, again, and it shows that he doesn't lose all too much time now, but he's going to have to, get back on it, try and close down that gap to the 95 of Maverick Thompson, and it's just a matter of hitting your marks, being consistent from this point forward. Already
doing a really good job of breaking away now, finally, from Sebastian Ochi. Looking further back now, Riley Schmidt holding off Ashton Croft. These two have been going at it for the past couple of laps in the rearview mirror of the two Italicards. And some great defense there from Riley Schmidt, going middle of the track into the second hairpin, trying to defend onto the long sweeping left-hander as we go across the pits. Croft still looking for moves right now, but Schmidt making that 44 as wide as possible. And the pink helmet right on the bumper. A little bit of a look to the inside to the hairpin of turn number 6, gets back in line.
There we go. We're 5 minutes into this race, just over a minute and a half to go. And again, Maverick Thompson, and that shows you as well, right? The reaction time when that green flag flies up in the air, that's going to be super important as well heading into the main event later on today, because we've seen that, right? Not fall into the hands of Carlucci, where he's arguably been the fastest driver over one lap, as thinking for a move. Ashton Croft thought about it in a turn 11, the final corner here on the circuit. And again, just that door was open for a second, and it quickly closed.
Big counter steer from Croft, had to flick some counter steer into it to kind of correct and back out of it. But again, some very, very fangs out driving right now from Ashton Croft. Riley Schmidt doing some phenomenal defense back across the stripe. We'll try it again. Now Croft looking to the outside, still can't get there. Wow.
Yeah, very close, those two drivers very close together on the racetrack. And again, this is a very quick tap of the brakes. And you see Croft just kind of got tripped up there a little bit. And that gap now opens up to about 2 car lengths in between himself and the 44 of young lady Riley Schmidt. So that gap opens up. The rest of your top 10 sits with Jensen Mayer, Jax Hohagen, Benson Hurley, Maggie Worley, and Harper Nuxal. As we look for the front, change in the lead. Carlucci to the front, the 100. Lap by lap, hit his marks, close down the gap to Maverick Thompson. White flag in the air. It's an all-out brawl for the pole position in the main event here. Carlucci to the bottom of the racetrack. Now Thompson looking to set up a crossover. And we continue to race. Look at Thompson on the inside in a turn number 6. What a move. Thompson, Carlucci looking to go right back.
Tries to swing back, commits to the inside somehow, some way. Maverick Thompson able to let it loose and hang on in the marbles. Here comes Sebastian Ogi now to the inside, but Thompson able to carry that momentum into turn number 6. He's sandwiched now in the middle of these two Italicards as we work through the inner loop for the final time in the pre-final. Still Carlucci out in front. He had to clear himself from dueling with his teammate Sebastian Ochi and was able to get all the way to the front and pass Maverick Thompson in the final lap. Now Thompson will try the over-under all the way to the line. It's a drag race, but the pre-final in a phenomenal drive to the front belongs to Maddox Carducci.
Yeah, you talk about the race he had, right? Started on the pole, started on the inside, lost the whole shot to main rival Maverick Thompson, and again, kept his head down, kept his foot in it as well, and slowly but surely got himself back up to the front. And when it mattered most, was able to strike. Maddox Carlucci, your winner of the pre-final. Maverick Thompson to Sebastian Ochi, Riley Schmidt, and Ashton Croft, your top 5.
Yeah, and some phenomenal driving from the 44 of Riley Schmidt. Ashton Croft was looking incredibly pacey in the closing stanzas of that race, but Schmidt able to fend them off for a phenomenal 3 all-out laps. We'll step away for just a moment here with shifter lights coming up.
It's time to go racing in shifter light. It was the 92 of Quarantine Rousseau on the pole position. He was slated to start alongside Cooper Becklin. Again, we'll see if we can get an eye on Quarantine Rousseau here as well. So it looks like he won't start up at the front. Looks like it's going to be Remo Ruschetti. And I think Rousseau may have opted to start at the back of the field.
Very interesting.
And indeed, probably just, again, wanted to make some passes here in this pre-final. So we'll see him race from the back. We'll keep an eye on Quarantine as well, see how far up he can get. But that being said, it's Cooper Becklin on the inside. He's starting alongside Remo Ruschetti with Massimo Valiente on row number 2 alongside Connor Wick.
Becklin also doing some double duty this weekend, driving in the
fastest and the slowest of the senior class.
There you go. As well in the 206 seniors. So Becklin, 1 win in Spokane and then a pair of wins in the final round. So make no mistake, this guy is fast in the Helmet Hound shifter class. Shares that row with the 695, or excuse me, 656 of Mario Gill, I believe.
That is indeed Remo Ruschetti, who starts there alongside Cooper Becklin. We've seen Remo have some great success on the shifter package. Help build this shifter package as well to the powerhouse it is now with the Tau Kart. And we'll take a look at Remo. Opted not to go out for the warm-up session, but the main man for Catalyst Driver Development now. As we wait for the green flag, everybody lined up. Cooper Becklin, Remo Ruschetti on row number 1. Green flag in the air, and it's a good start off the line for Remo Ruschetti, able to get the whole shot.
Immediately clears Becklin, and everybody lining up immediately as we head into turn number 6 for the first time. Big tussle further back, a major dive. Who is that?
Connor Wick.
Connor Wick trying to put the pressure as Becklin immediately.
Pressure applied to him from Massimo Valiente, who's the driver in 4th.
As now it looks like Becklin immediately getting to work, trying that later apex and launching out of turn 10.
We'll take a look at Quarantine Rousseau, already gained 4 spots. And he's up just on the edge of the top 10, and we'll take a look at it here as well as it progresses. But Cooper Becklin applying pressure early on. It's a Canadian Remo Ruschetti up front.
Ruschetti, Becklin, Wick, Valiente, Madden, Gagnon, Byrne, Miller, and Reynolds, your top 10. 2-car breakaway. Here comes Becklin with a look to the inside. Oh. Boy, I have not been expecting this to be the popular spot for the overtakes, Caleb, but that's been the prime position. I think it's just catching so many people off guard as we now have a 4-car freight train for the lead.
I can't tell you what gear they're in, but looking from the fence line, especially this morning, drivers are downshifting twice throughout that corner. So again, a very relative braking zone through there. And even then, I just don't know, and I don't think Remo was expecting Becklin to go through there in that corner. Now you look further back, Connor Wick still sits in 3rd with Valiente closing down all over the rear bumper of the Wicked Racing GFC. And we'll see Valiente, who had a motor stick as well in the qualifying session. He was still able to have a relatively good qualifying, considering, and even then, applying the pressure to Connor.
Big defense there from Connor Wick. Flicked it to the outside to try and defend from Valiente, who has been all over his bumper in the opening parts of this pre-final. Another bit of a look here into turn number 7, but cannot get there. Purple lap goes to Cooper Becklin, a 51.172. He is making the most of that open air right now, already half a second to Remo Ruschetti.
You see Valiente, a little bit of love taps to the rear bumper there of Connor Wick, letting him know he's there. And again, just applying some pressure, right? Keeping Connor Wick on his toes, letting him know that he's eyeing up a move. And we'll see, it's just a matter of finding space and time. Valiente looking on the inside of the right-hander. That was close, stuck his nose down low. And surprised me, that's for sure there. What a move out of this kid, Massimo. Still looking for that 3rd spot.
How about Connor Wick not cracking under pressure, even though some major commitment from Valiente, sticking that kart where the sun doesn't shine. And those are some very expensive moves. As now, here comes Kieran Madden further back in the 52 as he gets a seat at the table. And now it is an all-out battle. Another bit of a look there for Valiente trying to get by Wick. Haven't quite seen these moves in the long right-hander that we've seen in some of the lower karts. Again, I think the fast corners are where we're going to see these moves, Caleb, but I think that long right-hander maybe just a little bit too much.
Again, we saw it pass for the lead, right, where Cooper Becklin was able to make it sick as this little bus stop chicane that you have here. Again, very fast pace. You see how fast these shifter drivers are working their way through here. And again, being accurate, being precise on when you shift, on when you get back on the gas. Valiente still applying pressure to Connor Wick here for the second spot. Becklin holding on to the lead. Ruschetti hasn't been able to close down his gap, but even then, this battle is one of the closest ones that we have. Update on Quarantine Rousseau finds himself in 8th with the fastest lap of the race of 49.812.
Continues to be your biggest mover with a purple lap now of 49.812. He's the only driver to be sub 50 in the field right now, but we're watching Massimo Valiente continue to study Wick with another peek to the inside, the long right-hander of turn number 3. Now the peek to the inside into turn number 4 gets that move done.
Set that up perfectly right up. Followed Connor right through his line and then surprised him into the hairpin. Massimo, what a move. What a way to set that up as well. Valiente up into the 3rd spot. Now looking to chase down fellow teammate with Catalyst Driver Development in Remo Ruschetti for the 2nd spot. And again, you got to think about what this kid could have done in qualifying as well, considering he did have issues in the qualifying session, but we'll take a look at it as well as he continues to progress. Remo now, Quarantine, looks like he's just right behind the 90 of Byrne. And again, Rousseau showing his pace here, looking for another move.
Again, look to the inside, backs out of it with a
deep on the brakes.
Long arch. Yeah, very, very dicey stuff. Now he tries it again to the inside, still can't get there as he struggles to clear Andrew Byrne. Now gets it done around the outside. Quarantine Rousseau going the long way through turn number 4, gets himself into the top 5.
Yeah, I think more than anything there as well, Byrne probably would have felt the pressure from the Frenchman, right? Kind of looked over his shoulder and didn't contest it too much as well, going into the hairpin. So Rousseau gets himself up into the 6th spot. Next on the chopping block for him would be Madden. And again, we'll see if Rousseau has enough time as this race continues to wind down. He has about a minute and a half to try and get back up there to the front. Update on the lead pack. It's about a second in between Cooper Becklin and Remo Ruschetti. So not too much up front. This is another battle. A couple of the TV karts. That's Byrne, who actually fell down to 8th. Gagnon into 25. Cooper Becklin has issues.
Oh my goodness!
Cooper Becklin in the 28 issues for your race leader. He's out of this race early, and it looks like that airbox is loose.
Absolute heartbreak for the Rollison Performance Group driver. The guy who had everything figured out was in a separate time zone prior to this issue, and that will hand the lead over to Remo Ruschetti. And all of a sudden, this battle we've seen between Wick and Valiente becomes that battle for the final step of the podium. And now Ruschetti versus Valiente. It's game on for the lead.
Yeah, and again, how quickly things can change. Massimo Valiente now looking to take the pole position later on today in the main event. Ruschetti looks to the bottom into turn number 3, looking to defend from Valiente as we head to the sweeping left-hander into the bus stop. Has been one of the favorite passing zones for these shifter drivers, is now Valiente all over the rear bumper of the 695.
Valiente preferring that late apex through the opening corners of this lap. He tries to use it as a launch pad. Now absolutely glued to the bumper of Remo Ruschetti. Here's a look to the inside through turn number 7. Still can't get there, but again, is finding those open lanes, is finding those open opportunities to launch. Haven't seen a move here in the right-hander. He tries to make it work to the outside and potentially carry that momentum as we see the white flag. Here he comes to the outside. Still can't get there.
I tell you what, Remo Ruschetti's going to know how to keep this kid at bay. Going to know how to keep him in second. Massimo is going to have to get creative here to try and get past the driver with the experience, the caliber of Remo Ruschetti in this pre-final. And it's just a matter of where you're going to start in the main event. Ruschetti to the bottom. Valiente to the high side, looking to go over the curb. And again, that door closed very quickly on Valiente there on the exit of the bus stop. And again, you talk about the experience that Ruschetti has, keeping drivers at bay, and he continues to do it with Valiente, is now closing down his gap. Connor Wick looking to give a shot at it. One more corner to go for Massimo to look for a way by. I'm not sure it's going to be enough. Ruschetti looks to go across the line. What a move by Valiente. And I called it too early, and that's what happens. It looked like Ruscetti missed the shift. What a move by Massimo Valiente from a motor sticket in qualifying to winning the pre-final. What a drive for the 68, and here's the issue. It looks like the carburetor just came loose off of the engine on Cooper Becklin's Rawlson Performance Group 28 machine. Unfortunate for Cooper Becklin, but how about Massimo Valiente? What a move, Jackson.
I think it was just so much studying behind the bumper of Connor Wick. He clearly had the pace, and once he got past Wick, he was just able to fully uncork that pace and get all the way there. A phenomenal move there as the two Ital karts go at it for the win in the pre-final. Action continues for the shifters with the heavies coming up here from SEMA.
Wins the Wisconsin Grand Prix. James Overbeck on start number 2 gets win number 1 in OKN Stars.
On track or off, Brandon Jarskrek Racing delivers elite performance. Led by 4-time Pro National Champion Brandon Jarskrek, our team masters driver coaching, data-driven analysis, and mechanical precision at every national event. Contact us today at BrandonJarskrekRacing.com.
Are you looking to take the next step in your racing journey? Well, look no further than PitFit.
With 2 locations in Charlotte, North Carolina and Indianapolis, Indiana, PitFit trains drivers all the way from grassroots level karting to IndyCar and NASCAR with top-of-the-line personalized coaching to improve physical and cognitive fitness.
For more information on programs, check out PitFit on Instagram or Facebook today.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula 1 to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Are you stuck with your kart racing? Not sure the ideal kart setup? Or going to a track for the first time? Well, Kart Class has the answers for you. Our online portal has a wealth of experience and knowledge to help your kart racing. From kart setup advice to track guides that are targeted specifically to your circuit or the driver coaching.
Karts out on track for the shifter heavy, and if it's anything like the absolute show we got for the lights, we are in for a treat as the big guys in the shifters get us set up. Jackson Lambros alongside Caleb Vieska. So glad you could join us here.
So glad you could join us.
Thank you. Thank you. Happy to be here. 2 hours north of Seattle. Could not get closer to the Canadian border, and it has been an absolute show so far. Yellow flags are out, and we are trying to grid up right now for the shifter heavies.
And we'll take a look at how they stack up. This is all presented by Zimmer Motorsports in the shifter heavy class. On the inside for Ryan Hager, Cole Hager on the outside. A couple of CRGs on row number 2 with Matteo Alfano, Jeff Westland, Alex Westland, back to Ricky Worley, Cameron Castles, Aaron Doss, Travis Henson, Lynn to Deaver, to Cotrain, to Solidus, Cheng, Siller, Hall, all getting set to take the green flag here in shifter heavy. We're all set to go, and we look on for the flag here, Jackson.
All Hager, all up front. Which brother can take it? Great start from Ryan to the inside. Defend from the 2 CRGs. We're 3 wide further back, but it's Ryan Hager into the open blue. The other gets major losses. Big trouble for one of the CRGs in the midfield. Drops 3 positions and a major slide. Somehow gathers it back up, and we're all in one piece as we work our way through the inner loop for the first time.
We're going to look at that driver as well who had issues. One of the CRGs in the white helmet further back. That could have been either Alfano or I believe maybe Westland that had issues there as battle up front. Ryan Hager, Cole Hager looking for the inside in turn number 1. not close enough, and indeed, it was a 39 of Westland, whether it was, forgetting the names here now, but it was one of the Westland, one of the Westland brothers there with issues that dropped back to 5th on a CRG machine. So
that was Alex Westland losing 1 position in the whole shot, or actually holds his current position. Jeff Westland up 2, but it's Ryan in the 114 in front of his brother Cole Hager, and it's already a major 2-kart breakaway right now, 1 second separating this duo from Jeff Westland. Already some experimentation from Cole further back, trying that late exit, carrying that momentum from hairpin to hairpin, still unable to fully get that move done.
And again, these two drivers keeping each other on their toes. Just applying the pressure here for Cole Hager, and he's going to look again, maybe in a turn number 1. Has a look at it, thought about it. Ryan was quick to defend it again. And I think, again, with the two Wicked Racing GFCs up at the front battling a little bit, this could give Jeff Westland in the 35 a little bit of time to try and close down the gap. Did we have a change? I couldn't tell you because they look the exact same here, Jackson.
Further back, Ricky Worley getting a radar lock on Jeff Westland, trying to get to that bottom spot on the crates. Great momentum into turn number 6. Just some major braking there from Hager. Backs out of it. Purple lap, unsurprisingly, to brother Ryan out in front. 52.304. And this is where we've continued to see this experiment from Cole, trying these late apexes, hanging on to the inside. And I'll tell you what, Caleb, all these two battling is doing is slowly bringing Jeff Westland into this fight.
Here we go. Indeed, Westland closes down. Fastest lap of the race of 51.985 for Jeff in the 35. Worley currently down in 4th. And again, both of the Hagers continuing to fight for the lead of this race. And this is looking good for Jeff Westland, to close down his gap is a little too wide for Ryan. Cole going side by side.
And somehow, someway, Ryan Hager able to hold on to that position 3, wheeling it, coming out of the switchback. And now Jeff Westland with the purple lap is right there. Ryan over Cole. Another peek to the inside from Cole in the 113. Still cannot fully get there, but the pressure is being felt by the brother.
And if you take a look closely at Ryan Hager, he's just kind of slipping and sliding as well through here. You see him just a little slower on the exit of the corner, kind of conservative as well in the middle of the racetrack. That allows Cole to close down his gap a little bit more. You see him go to the bottom. Cole looking to open up, looking to go on the inside, side by side in between the Hagers once again. And Westland inches his way closer to the two GFCs up front.
I think there was a little bit of contact between the two there, and that's something that Cole's been experimenting with a lot. Stay on the outside of that left-hander. Here comes Cole to the inside of turn number 6 and decides to go sneaky late on the brakes to take the lead.
Nice, but he played it nice there. And you could tell, right, any other driver would have sent it in there, put his foot on the brake, left the other one on the outside, left him out to dry pretty much. But you see the respect, you see the teamwork in between these two. And Westland, I think, more than anything, he's starting to fall under fire as well from Worley in the 4th spot. Here we go. Another move, maybe. Thought about it. Cole stays behind in 2nd.
Is Cole going to try and pull the Uno reverse card? Worley still battling with Westland further back. And again, we're talking about some ethical wheel here between Ryan and Cole Hager, not really using the bumper to move them aside. And again, I think we were seeing that earlier with the experiment, hanging it to the outside of turn number 3. And then when that becomes the inside of the left-hander, kind of jamming it up the inside. Maybe that's borderline unethical and maybe using a little bit of your side pod. But it's definitely not fully shipping someone, I would argue.
Up to interpretation, that's for sure there, Jackson. That being said, again, the battle up front between Cole and Ryan Hager continues. Westland looking to close down still. And this time on the racetrack continuing to dwindle down. We're just about 2 minutes to go. We're at the 5-minute mark now. So we have 2 minutes to go plus a lap. And again, just keeping Ryan Hager on his toes is his brother Cole Hager here. Letting him know he's still there, right? You look at the sweeper, stuck his nose down low. Let him know, I'm still here, and you better get a move on or I'm going to have to make a move at some point.
Cole keeps Ryan honest. He's took the lead of this race about halfway through, but has still not been able to put a gap on his brother. Still about 8/10 separating them from Jeff Westland. as Ricky Burly not entirely able to get into that podium battle either. Another good run here from Ryan. Looks to the inside, now gets back in line. I think there was a little bit of a realization that's too wide going into the final quarter. Probably wasn't going to work.
Yeah, maybe not, right? That's for sure, but even then, tried it, right? And that's the biggest thing, especially being in second and struggling to find a way by is experimenting a little bit, right? Trying different lines, trying different places where you can pass, seeing where you can surprise somebody. And again, I think we're seeing a little bit of that further back here. Deaver and the 03 of Alfano going back and forth with each other here. Alfano now looking for a move, drops a tire into the grass. And you see that was a scary, scary incident out of Alfano there in the 03.
Not the first time we've seen that kind of mistake today, but at speeds well faster than a lot of the fixed gear karts. If you are not a split second early in fixing that mistake, you're ending up in the wall immediately. White flag between Ryan and Cole Hager. Are we going to see the swing back from Cole? He's been studying his brother for the past 3-4 laps and looks once again to try and clear him.
Here we go. Ryan, again, in the lead of this race. He's been up there for the majority of it. Cole still looking for a way by. He tried it here in a turn number 6. Lap ago, he's going to try it again, looking on the inside. And again, couldn't make it stick. Cole able to hold on, or Ryan, able to hold on. Cole still looking for the move, looking for a way by.
Hager able to carry that speed through. Ryan, now another look to the inside from Cole. But again, Ryan can carry that speed on the outside. Are we going to see the same last corner move that we saw a heat ago? It's not enough. Hager wins, but it's Ryan who beats out brother Cole. Jeff Westland with the purple lap brings it home in P3, and it's another show-stopping finish to get things started in the pre-finals.
That was a great display there by our shifter-heavy drivers. That being said, a little break in the action from our side. We'll be right back with more racing action set to come your way live from SEMA.
Onto the tags, getting things started with your Tag Junior Pre-Final. This brought to you by Italian Motors USA, and it's been the Mateus Barokin show all season long. 5 wins this season alone. Only guy to beat him this year has been Kai Dennis, who has been a no-show onto the tram lines, and it is Barokin alongside the 23. Shorter grid, but still major action in the junior tags. Green flag for the pre-finals out.
It's a clean start out of everybody, able to work their way on through. And again, work our way forward. A couple of the Ital karts up at the front. Saad Nikarambayev, the driver qualified on the pole position here in this class. Now we're starting to fall under pressure here. A fellow teammate here, Jackson.
Early duel for the lead right now between Broken and 23 as further backfield starts to dilute. Early on here with Kai Dennis, Eric Hermanson, and Yuka Sonoda following here. All about Brandon Eng right now, trying to put the pressure on Mateus.
Yeah, my mistake there. Got confused. That looked like Asada out there on the racetrack. And again, a lot of these drivers looking like each other. That being said, Matthias Broerken, driver in the lead. Brandon Eng currently second to Oliver Broerken, the driver in third. To Mister currently in fourth. To Moisac currently fifth. To Salzman, to Dennis, to Coy. Your 8 drivers in this tag junior field.
Early breakaway so far, half a second from Broken over Brandon Eng, as now here comes brother Oliver. Looking a little bit further back in your field right now. Purple lap going to Broken, but Eng leading Oliver, and then Mason Burmeister at the back of this field in the 12th.
Again, about 2 car lengths in between these 3 drivers on your screen now. Broerken, the Mister, the Moisac, all finding themselves sharing the same little bit of real estate. And again, we talk about the differences in engine packages as well, right? What drivers are running compared to others. And you're going to see a lot of that, the green X125 as well take place here in the track junior class. You have one Rotax, which looks to be De Moisac in the 233. And as well, having a great conversation earlier on today with Michael Valiente, and saying, right, how making a home for a lot of drivers to come here and race in whatever class you want with whatever engine package, and adjusting the weights is what's really been up to the success of the series of the classes as well throughout the year, and making an affordable engine package for people to come back home and race and have competitive fields to come out here and race and have a good time as well while doing it. And it looks like I believe,
ooh, big off.
Whoa.
Going on the inside, able to gather it back up. Big rally moment there
Looks like
for
a
Mason
12 with
Burmeister.
Mister, yeah.
Big moment, but will rejoin in P5. That's Ellis Salzman, I believe, right on his tail there. Big moment. Oh, goes airborne.
More contact, and I think an issue that went from bad might go to worse here for the number 12. One more driver off.
Big frustration there. It's the 22 of Kai Denuis.
Wow.
So early.
Big issues, yeah, for a couple of drivers. So you have Brandon Eng, I believe, another one of the drivers involved in the 23. But Mr. Denuis. Wow. Brandon Eng found himself inside of the top 5 as well earlier on in this race here, Jackson.
Eng back to full song, but again, he drops now to P4. That'll promote Oliver Broken up. Then Sebastian Demosiak gets that bottom spot in the pre-final podium. And Mateus in another time zone right now, 3.7 seconds up from his brother Oliver. I think there is something to be said, Caleb, about recovering from a mistake like that, trying to shake it and then trying to get back into full focus. You're thinking about so many things after you make an issue, even if you're getting forced off the track by someone else. There's so much your brain is kind of knocking you off focus from.
Well, you have it's a long day, right? You have 2 rounds, and again, I spoke a little bit this morning about the good part about having that reset, hitting that reset button as well at the end of the day. But not only that, right at the end of the pre-finals, you still have a main event. You still have a whole nother race that's 3 minutes longer than the one you have now, plus a lap. And given this class with only 8 drivers here this weekend, gives you a little bit of more leeway to try and work your way through this field, and it gives you more time as well to try and make that move. So it's a matter of holding your head high, right? Not not putting yourself down and looking forward, because you still have one more race. And again, the pre-final is important, right? And I will say this, because I say this very often: you win championships winning pre-finals. You win championships on having good weekends, having consistent weekends. But again, the main event, if you're able to come away and have quote-unquote a championship drive there in that main event, if you're able to win the race or recover in the best way possible, which is putting yourself in the top 3 with the biggest points haul on the weekend, you talk about it, right? That's the best result. That's the best thing you can get. So, again, given you have 10 minutes plus 1 lap later on today in the main event, it's just a matter of keeping your head high, right? Not calling it quits, not throwing in the flag or the towel, if you will, of boxing terms. In the pre-final, still a lot of racing to go, and I will say this, there's not much racing to go in the pre-final. We're just about that 6-minute mark, so we will see that white flag hit the air in a couple of moments, but up front, Matthias Broerken able to hold on to the lead and the fastest lap. Across the line now for Oliver in the 7:15, and Sebastian de Moisac, the first of the Rotax power plants, finding himself 3rd.
I'll tell you what, I think what also stands out to me is being big in the bright moments is one thing. Making that highlight reel pass and overtaking 2 cars in a corner, right? I think it's the dull moments like this where you're in a very diluted pack and able to stay focused, stay consistent, put your head down and turn purple laps. I'd argue that's what wins championships more than the cool passes.
And I would agree. Here we go, we're close to the end. I believe white flag will be out this time by for Matthias Broerken. Indeed, white flag in the air for Matthias. Oliver going to work his way through in the 2nd spot. Looking to hold on, Sebastian de Moisac. Again, it looks like we have Ellis Salzman still out there on the racetrack in the 65. Erickson Kui in the 210. That rounds up your top 5, but a good drive from Matthias. Hasn't had a look over his shoulder at all this race, right? Kept it up front, kept it consistent, hasn't put a foot wrong all race long. And Broerken, about 3 more corners to go, and he takes the pole for the main event later on today, Jackson.
The Canadian pilot for Catalyst Driver Development has absolutely started with the right strides and has kind of let the chaos fall behind him. Has not looked back at all this entire pre-final. Checkered flag is out, and it's Broerken on top.
Quick break in the action. Some pickup getting set to go underway. We'll be right back with more.
So you will finally want to get behind the wheel, huh?
Yeah, I've been shooting for 3 years and I've never got to drive.
Well, you're gonna need some more gear than just your helmet. Why don't you go to shopakr.com. They got their inventory online and they'll ship it the same day if you order before 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
They got shoes?
Yep.
Gloves?
Yep.
Rip protectors?
Got those too.
Can they make me go fast?
No.
Here at Acceleration Kart Racing, we've got everything you need to get on track. What happens next, well, that's on you. Check us out online at shopakr.com.
Kyle, what are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a cart.
Doesn't matter. I have a Greyhound.
Who the f is Kyle Cuthbertson? Doesn't even have a go-kart.
Doesn't matter.
Cuthbertson through on Turney. Turney in the dirt.
Hey guys, it's Lucas Nogueira here from PSL Karting. I'm here to show you guys about the Micron 6. This is the new dash that came from AIM Sports. After 10 years using the Micron 5, now they came up with the Micron 6. We're gonna talk about some of the updates that they did. First things first, they have a larger screen now with a different screen that you can see your delta time in real time. So they have a bar graph now that will show the driver if he's getting better or worse throughout the lap. Like when you're driving in iRacing or something like this and you have that bar graph, we have the same now with the Micron 6. One thing that we really like here at PSL is now it comes with a USB-C port. So you charge the dash through this USB port, and you don't have a battery anymore. So the guys from the shifter that use the lever here, you won't touch your battery. And we can also use this to download the data. So many times when you're using the Wi-Fi and you're having trouble downloading interference, especially in Las Vegas, we have a lot of interference. You just come in with the cable, plug on your computer.
Great to hear from Lucas Nogueira there on the new additions to the Micron 6. Don't forget to order yours today at shopakr.com. You can scan this QR code here and get yours today. Great to hear from Lucas there, the official data analyst of Kart Chaser and PSO Karting Burly. That being said, we get set to go green with your 206 Masters and your 206 Grandmasters. And again, we'll wait for their standing starts.
Some Masters multi-class action coming your way. And as we just heard from Caleb, I think what is something that a lot of these guys who are maybe running in and out of the Super Tour is something that they've had to get used to. Not in a bad way, because it's so unique and so fun, but it's just something entirely new to the series.
I will tell you this, how about one of the Grandmasters drivers able to put himself on the pole position. It was Brian Green in the 451. I'm not sure what has changed here in this one. I'm not sure if we're starting with the Masters first, and I think we are. So we're having split starts here, it looks like. The Masters are going to start up front. The Grandmasters are going to start at the back. So it's the 91 of Jason McDaniel to start the race for the Masters. The Grandmasters are further back. We'll take a look at who it's going to be. We'll wait for the green flag.
Look at that jump.
Daniel with a good start on the inside.
Trying to get all that weight off the rear axle, and now sprint over to try and get the start.
Here we
for
go.
the Grandmasters.
Brian Green on the inside, Hughes on the outside. Green flag in the air for your Grandmasters. And as well, a huge shout out to our very own Hunter Bolton, making sure to get both of the starts there. So a little bit of multi-class racing. And again, we'll try and bring you all the action here as well. That being said, your pre-final is underway. So your Grandmasters there further back, your Masters up front. McDaniel in the lead of the first one. Green in the lead of the Grandmasters race. It's a battle for second in Grandmasters.
Green right there with him going through turn number 1, and it becomes an immediate duel for the win for the back. Danaeus putting the pressure on Yao, excuse me. It's Lom Demis putting it on the 716. Chris Alunas, Dave Elborn not able to be there quite yet.
So here have the differences. Kip Green, the driver in the 33 at Tal Kart, that's fighting for the lead of the race. In Masters and Grandmasters in the lead, it's Brian Green. So a little bit of differences there in between those two drivers. And again, our job tonight to find out if there's any relation in between those two.
Exactly.
Or if Green's just a common name in this neck of the woods here, Jackson.
In what I believe is called the Evergreen State, I would not find that to be entirely surprising. I am about to get grilled in KC Live comments for getting that wrong, but we shall see. Good freight train further back to get things started for the Grandmasters as well, but it's an early breakaway now from Jason McDaniel, who's put about a quarter of a second on Kip Green. And further back we look at Kunyao fending off Lauren Denuis and Chris Alunas.
Oh, wow,
big trouble
what
further
a
back.
battle
Oh my
further
goodness.
back. That looks like Brian Green, the driver who was in the lead of the race, got side by side, up and over the side pod of somebody, got sent into the grass, and now is back and forth as the lead of the race inherited by Hughes now, Timothy Hughes that is, in the lead of the Grandmasters race, side by side, looking to change again. Hermanson now was looking for the lead there for a second. He's going to look for it again at the bus stop. Hermanson on the inside. He's able to get through to the front.
Big wiggle there from Hughes, as I think there might have been a little bumper-to-bumper contact there, and all of a sudden Hughes gets thrown to the wolves as Jeff Janders and Harjit Singh trying to get by as well. Over to Masters, McDaniel still leading, and here's Kip Green and Kunyao. I believe that is Kunyao in the 716. Chris Alunas right behind. 3-kart battle right now for that bottom spot on the podium. Dave Elborn slowly chipping away to try and join that party as well.
So So Leotis, the driver in fourth there, that we saw think about a move. Again, thought better. Danus, the driver in fifth. It's Eburn. And then further back, Shorn, I think maybe the last of the Masters drivers with the fastest lap of the race in the 111. A 101.312. And I think that may be further back in Grandmasters. Indeed it is. Actually, it's Michael Shorn with the fastest lap of the race. My apologies. In the 111. So 6 in Masters. And about 11, it looks like, in the Grandmasters class. That being said, we keep an eye on it here.
Soliotis still looking for a way around Kun Yao. Has had some phenomenal momentum on some of these exits and has just not had any real estate where he could put it. And Caleb, I think this is a phenomenal time to mention kind of the difference of the bigger kids when they get in these go-karts. When you are a kid, you are truly driving the kart, but when you have all of that extra weight as a full adult, you are riding the kart, and you have so much different weight that you can use to throw your body around, throw the kart around corners, put it in the right spots. It's paramount in the bigger classes like this.
I will say this, these are the biggest kids we have here this weekend. Right? They come out here and have a good time and race. Even then, right? Kids at heart coming out here doing what they've done for so many years. But that being said, it does react a little bit different, right? Hearing from a couple of drivers with the less weight, if you will. I believe the weight here in Grandmasters and Masters is probably at the 390 range. And then you have your senior class, which is standard at 360 or 365 in some places, around that ballpark, right? 360 to 365 is pretty standard from what you see out of senior racing. But even then, you will see it be a little bit different, right? You're obviously going to see that less weight play into effect. That 30-pound difference, that's huge, especially in karting, right? You're going to see those senior drivers go a little bit faster, but even then, these guys, some of them haven't add lead onto the carts to try and get up to weight. And you'd see them run right up at the front with any of the other senior drivers, right? It's all about experience and having the know-how. Even then, if you will, the senior driver is a little bit more wow than your Masters or Grandmasters here this weekend. These guys got jobs, kids to get to, maybe even grandkids in some cases, maybe a wife to get back home to, right? So if you want to come out and play, you got to make sure you come out of here unscathed and again, not spending too much money junking up some go-karts.
So Leotis still right there, putting the pressure on Kun Yao in that red 716, the black helmet. Here comes a little bit of a look there from Lauren Dennis further back, and now Soliotis finally gets that move done. Could be 2 spots lost here for Yao. Is able to sandwich himself between both of them, and all of a sudden Chris Soliotis gets himself onto the podium in Masters, excuse me.
Yeah, Shorn in the Grandmasters class in the 111 still holds on to the lead of that race. With actually, he's extended his gap over David Hermansen. Singh currently sits in the 10th spot, 3rd in that Grandmasters field, or 4th, I should say, my apologies. But Timothy Hughes, with the fastest lap of the race, looks to close down. The gap further back is about half a second.
Looked like a little bit of contact there going into turn number 7. A little bit of bumper being used there from Yao to try and get back Chris Soliotis. Now it's kind of split into 2 by 2 here as Danus finds Dave Eborn, who joins this battle as well.
And now we have our Grandmasters working their way through for a second, but we have a battle further back. And again, you see Yao falling under pressure. Danus, as well, was the driver to get by Yao. Or Eburn, sorry.
So Lauren finally gets a spot up as well in the 318. Gets promoted to P4. And Soliotis starting to break away.
And these drivers single file, and again, very characteristic to what you see in 206 racing, right? It's all about keeping those, it's all about momentum-based game. As one driver dropping a tire off the racetrack.
I think that's Yao making that mistake again.
That's Eburn there in the number 6, making that mistake in the 6th spot. And again, he's going to fall back to what looks to be 5th. Denus currently sits 4th with Soliotis, sorry. Gotta remind me how to say his name here as well.
Bending off from Lauren Denus in the 318. That finally starts to spread out piece by piece. Dave Eburn is there with Michael Scorn. As a look to the inside now, here comes Eburn to the inside, gets that move done, a little bit of a wiggle.
No, they hooked bumpers
there was contact,
there.
yeah.
Yeah, they hooked bumpers. That rear bumper of Eburn got stuck onto the front bumper of Denus. And again, that's going to bring them right into the Grandmaster. Shorn, Hughes starting to close in. The battle for the lead of their race closing in. But that being said, checkered flag in the air. And McDaniel runs away from the Masters further back. You have a battle for Shorn and Hughes. It's Shorn able to hold on to the win in Grandmasters. Tag Senior rolls out onto the racetrack now. Jackson, and again, the qualifying session was very tight-knit in between these drivers. And we're expecting to see the exact same when it comes down to the racing action. Massimo Valiente running 3 classes here this weekend. He finds himself on the X125 power plant. Moving to his outside, one of the Wicked Racing GFCs. Green flag in the air. We go racing in Tag Senior.
Clean start side by side as now one of the Ital karts tries to hang it around the outside. More movement big time further back, but it appears to be Valiente still out front. 3 wide further back. Cannot stick all the way there as we work our way through the switchback of turn 5 for the first time. Still Valiente out in front.
It's just a matter of keeping it on the racetrack, ladies and gents, and looks like everybody's able to do just that here, Jackson, as we work our way through.
Early 3-kart breakaway right now. It's an Ital kart 1-2 with one of the...
That's a GFC in second. It's a Ital kart 1-3.
Excuse me. And then back and forth there you have one of the NRC machines. But it's Messino Valiente, Gudetta Gardner, Evan Arnold, and Jonathan Ports as your first 4 across the line. Dylan Alinder in fifth. A little bit of a move here.
Arnold starting to apply pressure here for second on Gardner, who's able to hold the outside, able to get a better run. Here comes Jonathan Ports. Arnold knows it, goes to the bottom, going to start to defend from the 915.
That kills all of his momentum coming out of turn number 5. You can see him jerking, trying to get as much exit momentum there. Still not able to get that move done. Valiente absolutely taking off right now, a third of a second apart from the remainder of the field. And Gardner fending off Arnold versus Potts for P3.
Indeed, we continue. Valiente in the lead of this one, extending his gap. As we look for this battle for the back, Jonathan Ports, more working their way through. And again, I'm keeping an eye out on championship points leader of Sydney Cassell. She finds herself in a 12 spot, or sorry, in the 7th spot in the number 12. And again, she's fighting for the championship with Valiente as a move further back.
Kieran Rogers giving that spot up to Cameron Blakesky, who goes through on the inside going into turn number 5. So good battles throughout the pack here.
Yeah, Blakesley, Rogers fighting there for the 8th spot, one of the Ital Karts on another one of the, and then again, fighting with one of the OTKs in the field. And they continue to work their way forward, this time by. We're just at 2.5 minutes. And again, this is one of the closest battles that we have. Gap up front at about just under a second, 8/10 to Arnold, to Ports, to Eulander, Parada, Castles. I change it every time I say it. Cassell's, Castles.
Right.
Gotta pick one at some point.
In her Instagram bio, it says Castles. Like,
here we go.
Castles has another move here to the inside. That was bold.
That's a good move. And surprisingly enough, that's been one of the biggest passing zones that we've seen, right? And I mean, again, you see these drivers lose some time, especially making the move there, being such a slow corner, and again, a right-hander. But that being said, right, they kind of get on with it quick, and that's one of the Rotax machines there further back. We'll get a number on that when they work their way by our camera station here. Looks like the 60 there, so that's Morris. Like he was going back and forth with Ryan maybe in the 75, or it could have been Rogers in the number 10 as we have more
big
moves.
dive. Tries the over-under there.
That's Parada.
Yep.
That was Parada on Eulander there for the 5th spot.
Parada been moving big time. Already overtook Sydney Castles for P6 and getting to work here for P5. Good stuff. Another bit of a look here going into turn number 6, side by side, and a major send-in around.
Championship points leader into the side of a couple of her teammates. Sydney Castles is stuck currently on the exit of turn number 6, and this is the best case scenario for Massimo Valiente to fight for a championship here in Tag
Can't get it
Senior.
going again.
That's unfortunate for Sydney Castles, who was looking to set up an over-under on 2 drivers that were fighting in Eulander, Parada. And then again, unfortunate for Sydney there. But this is best case scenario as far as championship goes for the 269 of Valiente.
Just trying to stop the bleeding was Castles in P7, was hoping to at least be on equal ground with Massimo by the end of the day. And all of a sudden, this is a lot of work in store for the 12th crew to try and fight for that title. So big moment of stress there for Sydney Castles. Still a second up for Valiente over Gudetta Gardner.
These are the battles for the back. Jonathan Ports still working on the 497 of Arnold. And again, it looks like Jonathan on the Rotax package. Arnold on the X125, it looks like. So again, the 2 of them going back and forth. Looks like the majority of the field, either Rotax or either X125. Not many on the X30 Miami engine.
For the back, Timothy Clark continues to battle with Cameron Blakesky. After that monster move going into turn number 5, Clark not able to get that move back quite yet. Very wide there goes the Ital Kart. I believe That is still Timothy Clark, who we are following. Evan Arnold and Jonathan Potts now we look to in the battle for that bottom spot of the podium.
Look where Sydney ended up. She's down in 19th. So it looks like she was not able to get back going. She 3 laps down at this stage. So unfortunate for Sydney. And again, take a look at the championship points here, Jackson. Of what we have here.
Between the Ital carts side by side. Major Fangs out driving. Still another switchback. One of the carts further back trying to pounce on one of these mistakes. Major moment. One cart around. And I believe it's the number
Parada.
2. It
That's
is
the 24 of Parada, who dropped the tire there. He was fighting, and Jonathan Ports, it looks like, was probably the biggest beneficiary out of it all. Able to get through. But man, what a race so far up to this point. That's the 88, it looks like, of McLean maybe. So that could even been even further back than that.
So Boulder goes back to the bottom of the hill for Parada, who has been such a big mover here in the pre-finals. He's worked his way up from 8th to 5th and has to re-rack it and try again. Kieran Rogers improves up into P6. As a result, no change here, but some great momentum still for the 87. Timothy Clark still trying to put that move on Kieran Rogers.
Work our way through time expiring now. White flag in the air for Massimo in the 269. He gets it. Massimo works his way on by. Again, this battle further back.
This is
That's
Harrison
McLean there
McNair
in the
and Ryder McLean.
88. So we're down
Way
in
back.
the 15th right now.
Way back battle for 15th and 16th here.
But again, Massimo has been consistent. Hasn't put a foot wrong so far this race. And this would be 2 for 2 in pre-final victories in the class that he's running. Again, I called it too soon and shifter, right? Don't want to do it again here to Massimo. But that being said, this one looks good. Valiente put his hand over the airbox, choking that engine a little bit. Checkered flag in the air. Massimo sweeps the classes he's been a part of so far today. Takes the win in TAC Senior.
Had to do it in far less dramatic fashion this time. Took the lead in turn 3 and did not look back. Gudetta Gardner in P2. Evan Arnold in 3rd. Potts, Parada rounding out your top 5. Gonna step away here for just a moment with Northwest 60cc coming up.
All the way up to the finish line. Who is it going to be? And it's Sean Perez who wins in Crescent.
Ty Fisher wins $1,000 in KA 100 Junior.
I'm Bob John Bird for TV Kart USA on home soil. They take the win in Amarillo.
Amarillo Kart Complex is now the official distributor for TV Kart in the continental U.S. Become a dealer today.
Champions aren't just born on the kart track. At SimShop, we deliver professional-grade simulators with the best performance-to-price ratio in the industry. Founded by racers who understand what you need, our SimMagic and Moza equipment is powerful enough for the pros, yet affordable for everyone. With unmatched customer support and a thriving community, we're your racing partner. Visit simshop.com today.
Come on, man.
Time for the 60cc's to get going here for pre-finals in the small but strong grid here as we are already rolling.
Tiny but mighty, if you will.
There we
for these
go.
Drivers, right?
Side by side to the quote-unquote tram lines, and green flag for the pre-finals.
Carlucci able to get ahead, extends his gap with battles further back for the second spot.
Work and Ochi side by side going into turn number 3. Ochi not able to get there, and Wark going to take the lead side by side. Ochi trying the over-under. Here comes Carpentier in that Italicart. Big wave of Italicarts further behind. Wark trying to defend all of them, and now a big push from Ochi as we head through turn number 5 for the first time. Carlucci already in his own zip code.
Yeah, he's able to extend his gap. Looks to be about half a second. That might close down. Again, we talked about the importance of the draft. One driver, looks like we have one straggler further back. Maybe didn't get the best of starts.
Ashton Croft, I believe.
Yeah, maybe there with issues. With that being said, that kind of looks like Maverick Thompson, if I'm not mistaken here. It's about to work his way through. And indeed, that is Maverick Thompson. So I'm not sure if he made it out on track late, but Maverick Thompson, who we saw challenge Carlucci for the race win in the 206 side of things earlier on today, finds himself at the back of the grid, and he was out late, out of the pits late. Just getting confirmation here. And again, on the brink of getting lapped here as Carlucci now falling under fire.
Here
to
comes
Wark.
Wark to the outside, tried to make it stick through turn number 5, but has to check up. And now you got to ask yourself how much Thompson is going to potentially bottleneck this field. He doesn't have any drafting help and has been struggling to get those tires up to pace, has one less lap practically of temperature, of time to heat those tires up, and immediately the freight train starts to come. Carlucci, Wark, Carpentier, Ochi right there as well.
Yeah, Carlucci going to have to use Maverick Thompson as a pick here. You see that term used a lot, especially on the IMSA side of things, the endurance racing side of things. It's working your way by a driver and using them, right, to kind of hold the drivers behind you back, make it a little bit harder for them. Carlucci now looking for a way by in the sweeper. Look at Wark on the inside of Carlucci, able to get by into the sweeper.
Watch Wark try and make that fight back. And Croft still able to hold on, now going to lift off.
Thompson
letting everybody by except just stops it. I believe that's just before
Carpenter, maybe.
Yep. And we got a 3-kart race for the lead now. Wark, Carlucci in the middle.
So so that was Ochi, sorry, and our timing pylon will update here when they work their way by. It's marking Thompson as the leader at the moment. That currently belongs to Wark, William Wark, that is, the 91 in the Kart Republic. It'll update this time by when they hit the timing loop, and you see it there.
Carpentier right there now in the Italicart. Takes a look to the outside of Carlucci through turn number 3. And again, I think we're going to see a setup maybe for a sneaky move into turn number 3 with a dive to the inside. Only time will tell. Out of 4. Big defense there as Carlucci goes low, then high, trying to defend from the 68 of Carpentier. Are we going to see another move? Here comes Carpentier to the inside, now gets back in line.
Yeah, Carpentier has been pushing, right, with Carlucci, and you see him kind of get a little bit of a better run, especially on the exit of what would be turn number 4, just on the exit of the bus stop as well into left-hander. Get all over the rear bumper of Carlucci now. You have Wark going to the bottom, a little lower, and Carlucci going to have, I think, the upper hand on momentum. The best passing zone for him is going to be turn number 1 on the brakes. Slows down a little bit, little bobble in the last corner. And that slowed him down a little bit. Gives Wark a little bit of breathing room here.
Through turn 2. A little bit of a breakaway now for Wark. Carpentier still trying to clear Carlucci, and it stays status quo out of turn number 4. Carpentier consistently getting good momentum going into turn number 5, just has not found the right route to work his way by.
And it's a matter of what you want to do, right, at this stage of the race. You want to continue to push, or you want to be the first driver up? Looked like he may have wanted to be the first driver to have a shot at Wark. Stayed in line behind a fellow ITAL kart. And here we go. We're just about to hit the 5-minute mark, so 2 minutes to go in this pre-final. And we've seen Carlucci as well, right? He kind of starts to settle in throughout the latter half of the race. Throughout the last 2 minutes of the race, it's where you see him get comfortable, where you see him hit his marks. And again, it was the same story in 206, right? Just being consistent, lap by lap, and getting there in the end, which is when it matters most.
Right.
That time by, he was a little too narrow into the hairpin. And you see him now continue to fall under fire to Carpentier on the inside.
Still can't get there.
Back in the line.
And now major speed lost as Carlucci going to try and get to the bumper of Wark out in front. Look further back, Sebastian Ochi, Leon Lofty rounding out 4th and 5th, Ashton Croft 6th, JJ Tucker 7th, Max Green 8th, Maverick Thompson 1 lap down in 9th. Carlucci still trying to work his way past William Wark. Major furball for the podium right now. Good momentum once more for Carlucci. Very rarely have we seen so far a move into turn 1. Now potentially a look low in turn 2. Radar lock for Carlucci on Wark.
We'll have a look at the bus stop. Carlucci's close enough, and again, just slowly, right? Methodically working his way forward, closing down his gap. Has that a car length now into turn 5. He's going to get close within a good shot. But again, how much time do you want to lose passing here, right? Do you want to give Carpentier another shot at potentially mixing things up, putting you on the back foot? Or do you want to have a mano-a-mano battle, just one-on-one in between yourself and the 91 of Wark?
That's the big risk you're kind of taking here, because if one guy goes off or just slightly off the racing line, Carpentier is going to immediately pounce on that opportunity. White flag next time by, and Wark continues to hold off Carlucci and Carpentier.
It's going to be close. I hear you have Wark quicker in some of the sections. Again, Carlucci gets creative with his line at times as well. And more often than not, it benefits. Sometimes it maybe hurts him a little bit more, but that being said, you see him very strong on the exit of the bus stop, especially through this corner here. And again, it's a matter of when he's going to try and go for the move, when he's going to go on Wark, who I think is now starting to feel the pressure. You see him look over his shoulder here, Jackson, as we get to the white flag.
You've got to feel like Carlucci has been studying Wark, looking for the right moment to pass. He's got a couple of answers, and he's got 1 lap to find out when the right time is. Major gains for Wark, and all of a sudden Carlucci has to defend from Carpentier for P2.
Either that or you may have one driver, and that looks to be Thompson, who just avoided our flagman, as now the battle for the lead picks up. Carlucci applying pressure to Wark, who's looking over the shoulder. We've seen Carlucci be really strong throughout this bus stop chicane. I think he's going to have to try and make a move into turn 6.
Watch the momentum through turn number 5. Is he able to keep it rolling? Yes, he is. Cannot fully get there. Now looks to the outside, and again is just not able to clear. Realistically has 2 or 3 more chances at the maximum.
Here we go. Wark still in the lead, able to keep the 100 at bay. Now Wark to the bottom of the racetrack. Is this an over-under move by Carlucci, looking to set something up? Wark to the bottom. Carlucci looking on the inside in the final corner. What a move by Maddox Carlucci. Waited to the end, waited to the last corner. He gets it done in 60cc. 2 for 2 on the day for Carlucci. He kept us waiting until the last lap both times. What a way to get it done for the 100.
Only led 1 lap in the Northwest 60cc, and it was the one that mattered.
Only led 1 corner. Wow.
Maddox Carlucci on top for the pre-final for 60cc. Junior Briggs coming up.
Well, let's go racing in Junior Briggs 206 with 18 drivers total getting set to take the green flag here today. We just got wrapped up with VECA NW60cc. And again, more set to come your way. Standing starts for your junior drivers. Presented by Augie's Fiberglass. 16 drivers total, and it's Asad Nikarambayev, the driver on the pole position. He's sharing that with the 60, Jack Bodish.
You got the name figured out, and now you're getting to that point where it rolls off the tongue, and it's really, really fun to say.
There you go.
I love it when you figure it out like that.
Ben Corkery, the driver starting on row number 2, alongside Colt Schlotthauer. Levi Carpentier, again, we just saw his brother race earlier on today. As we work our way out onto the grid, Zamboki starting 6th alongside Trevor Clinton, Zoe Allen, Roscoe Smith, Kingston Antoniuk with Herrick, Roberts, Nooksal, Salzman, Kong, and Riska. 16 drivers that are getting set to take the green flag here in Junior Briggs 206, presented by Augie's Fiberglass. Jackson.
Colt Schlotthauer going to try and bring this championship home. He's further back in the mid-pack. It's Jack Bodish alongside Asad Nikarambayev as we are getting set for yet another standing Briggs 206 start. Cars on the grid, and we are standing by. Revs gain, and we're underway. Big jumps there in the seat for Jack Bodish, trying to get his way around the outside in the hole shot. And we are away for the pre-final for the Junior Briggs 206. Great start for Assad, who maintains that lead going into turn number 1 over Bodish. And now a big lunge to the inside as a change further back.
Change for second there. Looks like Ben Corkery, the driver, able to slot himself into the second spot. And now that's going to move Bodish in the 60 back to the 3rd spot. But up front, Nikarambayev opens up his gap here a little bit. And again, speaking to Assad a little bit during the lunch break, said that the draft, something to look out for here, and timing that is going to be oh so important at a track like this.
So the question then is, can King Assad maintain this lead out front all by himself, or is the big train further back going to catch up? Further back, Ben Corky, Jack Bodish, and Colt Schlottinger, your championship leader, trying to get things done and close this gap to the front. Now it becomes a second and third breakaway as Ben Corkery and Jack Bodish start to work together. A big push further back from the 60.
There you go, still single file, and they need to be consistent to catch up to the 230 hometown kid racing at his home track. Just out of the garage here as well, pitting alongside Massimo Valiente as well here this week, and the two of them working together, sharing a little bit of data, seeing where they both can improve a little bit more. But even then, Corkery keeping Assad honest now. They're going to start to close down, and I think that could be the fastest lap of the race going their way, and that's actually not true. The 7 of Zoe Allen in the Black and Pete go-kart goes fastest. Now a change for second. Bodish able to get through for the second spot. Wants to be the first driver to get to the rear bumper of Nikarambayev as well as they continue to make headway. That gap just under half a second here, Jackson.
Levi Carpentier making moves further back, gets moves with Jeremy Sembioski. Major pack further back as everybody battling Rocco Schmidt, Trevor Clinton, and others, but we are paired up for second and for fourth. Corkery versus Bodish, then Schlottinger versus Carpenter. It's 3 wide nearly going through turn number 7 as we have some major reshuffles in the mid-pack here.
Yeah, a lot of drivers there just looking for a little bit of real estate. I'm not sure if they're going to find much of it. That looks like maybe the 47 in there, the number 2 there as well, indeed, of Addison Herrick. And that's a black flag for
Marcus Kong in the 72.
Marcus Kong, who's down in 17th, black flag in the air, not going to finish this session.
Watching the 47 here. Kingston Antoniuk trying to hold on to P10. Couple of karts fanning out further back, trying to get that move done. Now the purple lap goes to Jack Bodish, a 57.884, as he tries to get help with pushing from Ben Corkery. Assad still out in front by over half a second.
And that's actually closed down a whole lot here, Jackson. That gap now about a car length and a half, maybe even less than that. Drops down to a car length as Bodish at the helm of that second group, able to close the gap down on the Ital kart. Assad gonna fall under fire here shortly with our time sitting about halfway through this race. 3.5 minutes in, a little bit more than that. We're about to hit the 4-minute mark. And Assad, I think, finally going to get challenged by one of the Wicked Racing GFCs. Further back, the 44 of Carpentier as well, single file. With Zamboski, Allen, Smith, Clinton, and Dilly, the edge of your top 10.
Couple of freight trains in the mid-pack. Here comes a move into turn number 5 as Bodish able to take that position. Major shuffles here in the mid-pack, and back and forth we go for the lead. Everybody trying to find a line that works, and Assad gives up the lead to Jack Bodish.
We're going to stack them up here, and I think Bodish probably didn't feel too safe with Nick Adambayev right behind him and opted to go to the bottom of the racetrack. He's now going to stay single file, but he's brought a lot of new players into the mix, right? Talk about Carpentier in the 44. He's well into the mix, now within drafting range of the driver in third of Corkery. Schlotthauer as well, the driver in fifth, puts himself just right behind, brought right back up. Zamboski, Allen, young lady in the number 7, finds herself 7th on the racetrack. She's starting to close in. Smith, Dilly, I believe the last driver in that group with about 7 drivers total, so that should be Allen at the rear of this pack up front. Well, we'll see how it plays out.
Nick Adambayev third in the standings as of right now. Bodish 5th. Both are in the spots they want to be to make the move forward and close that gap to Colt Schlotthauer in the lead, but still plenty of points up for grabs after this. Again, the big final coming up later on this evening. A little bit of a breakaway now from Ben Corkery, by the way, who is 4th in the championship, and then just behind Carpentier and Colt right there as well. Nobody walking away with this yet, as we've got just about 3 minutes to go.
But you also see that gap start to open up a little bit now, right? You start to see that separation in between third on back, fourth on back, where they're not able to close down, and that's given to the fact of really the mature driving out of Nick Adambayev at this stage of the race, right? Anybody else, any other class, you'd see drivers, especially in this junior class, go right back, try to go right back for the lead.
That move.
But you're seeing Assad be really patient in this stage of the race, sitting in second, biding his time and learning a little bit, right? It could be learning where his move's going to be, where he can make that move, and where he can improve. The move's going to be here, into the hairpin, looking on the inside on Bodish, side by side. Here comes with a push from Corkery, looking on the inside. He goes through for second, and again, gave thought to it, looked to go for the lead. It didn't work, and now another pass for the lead. What a move!
Corkery wide into turn number 1. Corkery trying to make it stick all the way around the outside, and now Carpentier is your major winner there, going from 4th to 2nd in just a sequence. Now a big dive to the inside as Bodish gets 2nd in turn 2. Major wash up from Carpentier on the outside, and through goes Schlotthauer.
And I will say, forget everything I was talking about, because it's a gloves off match here. The 44 Carpentier looking on the inside of Nick Adambayev, able to get through for 4th. Assad down to 5th. Allen, she sits 6th at the moment, able to gain a spot with, it looks like, Zamboski in the 17, just at the tail end of the group. But the top 3 start to break away. Corkery, Bodish, and one more as well in that top 3. But even then,
I believe Zamboski.
Yeah.
Absolute fireworks behind Carpentier.
Here we
White
go,
flag
Nick
this time.
Adambayev on
Big
the
move
inside.
from Nick Adambayev, able to clear Bodish. Oh my goodness. And all of a sudden, we have a major reshuffle. Still, even in the final lap, it is anybody's game. Corkery over Bodish, over Schlotthauer. Nick Adambayev trying to get his way back on the podium. Major drag to the outside from Bodish as he tries to defend from Schlotthauer.
Here we go. One more time around. Bodish gonna follow Corkery to the bottom of the racetrack. Corkery keeping these 2 drivers at bay as they continue to fight further back. Bodish now looking into turn number 5. Deep on the brakes. Goes sideways. Off the racetrack for Bodish. Off the racetrack for your leader in Corkery. Schlotthauer takes the lead of the race.
And immediately, major gains for Nikitin Bayev, who instantly works his way back up into P2, the teal helmet. Here's a big move from the inside. The green helmet of Carpentier gets up into P3, but Corkery is going to absolutely capitalize on the mistakes of others. It's Schlotthauer, your championship leader, though, who will take it away and win the pre-final.
You see Bodish go all the way down to the edge of the top 10. What a race. Carpentier up to second. Nikitin Bayev, a good recovery in that last lap to get himself back up to third. What a race. Elbows out racing, and I'm sure maybe some of these drivers probably won't be too happy with each other when we head into the skill lines. That being said, though, a good show nonetheless. That is your junior Briggs class. Schlotthauer on the pole position when we go into the main event, Jackson.
Bangs out driving to be expected in the finals. Stay with us, though. Tag heavy in just a few moments here from SEMA.
All the way up to the finish line. Who is it going to be? And it's Sean Perez who wins in Crescent.
Ty Fisher wins $1,000 in KA100 Junior.
How about John Bird for TV Kart USA on home soil? They take the win in Amarillo.
Amarillo Kart Complex is now the official distributor for TV Kart in the continental U.S. Become a dealer today.
Champions aren't just born on the kart track. At SimShop, we deliver professional-grade simulators with the best performance-to-price ratio in the industry. Founded by racers who understand what you need, our SimMagic and Moza equipment is powerful enough for the pros, yet affordable for everyone. With unmatched customer support and a thriving community, we're your racing partner. Visit simshop.com today.
Let's go race.
Come on, man.
All set to go for the Tag Heavy pre-final here, brought to you by Catalyst Driver Development. It's Johnny Sutton who comes in with a healthy championship lead. He fends off James Kempf and Brian Hannon, with Joe Filiponko having some healthy work ahead of him to try and stay in contention this final weekend of the Burly Super Tour.
We look on to the start box. Issues for a couple of drivers jumping over the side of each other. That looked to be one of the Wicked Racing GFC machines in the 11. But what a start to this race. Still side by side. Change for the lead, almost 3 wide. Yellow flags in there.
We're going to try. Yellow flags are out, and I believe we're actually going to try and do this again.
That was no start, but we were driving like we were racing there. Man, oh man. Wow. I think that was Beto was there, one of the drivers that was in there fighting with each other, and I don't think they're going to be all too happy with each other even heading into the racing, right? That was I seriously thought we were racing, you know, considering how those first couple laps were going.
I'll say this, any kart getting hang time on the inside is almost a perfect formula for getting a couple mopped up. So somehow, some way, we've still got all 14 karts for the Tag Heavy pre-finals. We'll re-rack them and try it one more time. Johnny Sutton trying to maintain that championship lead. Everybody being told by the marshals to check up And back to it. Green flag for the Tag Heavy Pre-Finals.
Johnny Sutton looking to hold on to the lead of the race.
Ooh,
3 drivers, 4 collected at the back of the field. One of the barrel arts, 2 Ital carts, maybe 3 that have been involved there. It looks to be the 89 of Stan Crocker.
Tony McNair involved as well.
Unfortunate start to that race. You can't win the race in the first corner. You can definitely lose it, though. And that was the case for those 4 drivers at the start of this one. They won't continue.
Sutton, Frank Berthelon, Will Beidel, and James Kemp, your top 4. Robert Jukes is in 5th. And despite the fireworks at the start, starting to see a little bit of reservation from these guys. As I say, that immediate fangs out driving from James Kemp, trying to get to work on the 11 of Will Beidel. Here's a move on the inside into the final corner. Further back as Joe Filipenko makes a move on Tom Madden.
Yeah, what a move. Sutton able to extend his gap to Berthelon, and then further back. Little bobble there for what looked to be Kemp in the 619. I think that may have been even further back. So Kemp, the driver, now looking to make the pass, on Berthelon. This is for second. My apologies there, Kemp. Looking, everybody's going to check up with Jukes right behind them. Beto there as well in the Wicked Racing GFC.
Battle for the best of the race, of the rest. Kemp, Beidel, both behind Berthelon. And all of a sudden, Kemp has to defend massively from Beidel. Big tussle further back as Jukes and Nicky go side by side. Nickel, excuse me. So still status quo up front, but a couple of tussles in the midfield. 2 laps in.
See this battle further back in between Jukes, in between Hurley. Going side by side. Jukes looking to defend from Hurley, who's able to go around the outside. No time lost, able to get through, and issues it looks like.
Could be 2 spots lost. Here comes Filipenko.
Jukes stuck on the inside, and I'm not sure if that's an issue or just picked the wrong lane there, Jackson. And he's way slower than the rest of the competition as they work their way around him. Jukes lost a whole lot of time, hand in the air. Indeed, issues for the number 3. Jukes going to be out of this race early.
Trouble for Robert Jukes, who is running all the way up in 5th. That's major gains for Joe Filipenko, who has been one of our biggest movers of the race thus far. And trying to hold on to his championship hopes. Brad Hurley gets his way up into P5.
I think it's a flat tire for Jukes. Unfortunate there, so.
Brutal way for that pre-final to end, but with how much we were running bumper to bumper, it's not surprising to see potentially a cut tire there.
Thinking about the start there as well, could have been a bead lock that maybe came loose or punctured there on the rim. Valve stem maybe could have been a whole lot of things, right? But unfortunate for Jukes, it looked like signaling to the tire. Maybe that was the biggest issue for him. As we continue with this battle further back for 3rd, look at Kemp. That's Kemp.
Here
indeed.
Comes Breidoff, tries it around the outside, has to get back in line. Man, that was bold.
So Kemp now up to 2nd on the OTK with the Ital card of Berthelon in 3rd, 2nd in group. Beidel still looking for a way by.
Still can't get there, but has been studying Will Beidel.
And again, Johnny Sutton able to open up his gap to almost 3 seconds to the drivers in that 2nd group. And again, he does have good pace at hand. But I'm not sure that he's 3 seconds faster than the rest of the field. He's just kind of kept himself out in front, kept his nose clean as well, Jackson, and just really, hasn't put himself in a situation where he's had to make some drastic moves. And I feel like the battles for 2nd on back have really been all-out brawls, and if you're fighting, right, you're losing about a second throughout the lap, maybe even more than that.
So for reference, it's been Johnny Sutton just putting in another purple lap of 153.173. James Kemp further back a 53.58, so about half a second of time difference. That's how expensive it is to have yourself in a battle, whether you're trying to get through someone or go middle to defend from someone else. Kemp still defending from Berthelon.
It's a huge accordion effect, kind of what we're seeing here, right, in this tag heavy class. It looks like the majority of these drivers on screen are all on the X125 power plant. It looks like Kemp as well on the X125.
Another look to the outside from Beidel, trying to go the over-under, swallowing as much curb as possible. Still not able to find a line where he can clear Berthelon. And now you look further back, and you've got Brad Hurley right in this mix as well.
Berthelon now starting to lose a little bit of time to Kemp, the driver in second in the 619, as Beidel closes down that gap for third very quickly. The number 11 thought about a move in a 5. Or 6, sorry.
Keeps looking for a move, just not able to get through.
You see him kind of start to look antsy as well, right? Kind of try and find a way for a move. And speaking of Kyle Wick, team owner of the number 11 of Beidel, that just it's hard to pass around this place, right? And again, the driver on the inside, driver on the outside, they have to be cooperative so you don't end up in the wall or you don't end up in the grass. That being said, a white flag in the air. Johnny Sutton absolutely gone here in tag heavy. And this battle further back, one of the closest ones that we see. Beidel still looking for a way by on Berthelon on the 695.
It's been the Johnny Sutton show out front. Can James Kemp keep his position and be the best of the rest? Can Frank Berthelon get the move he has been jonesing for the past 7 minutes? Another attempt into turn number 6. A major wiggle on the brakes as he tries to work his way past the 619 and is running out of opportunities.
Up front, though, Johnny Sutton hasn't even had a look over
his
shoulder. And what a move by Beidel to go through. But up front, Johnny Sutton in the 22 takes the win in the pre-final, takes the pole position heading into the afternoon.
2 spots lost for Berthelon at the very end there, but it is Will Beidel who has patience as the ultimate virtue, gets himself up onto the podium at the last moment, with Brad Hurley going with him for 4th. Step away briefly, and it's the Briggs doubleheader coming up for the seniors, 206, all 4 groups coming up here from SEMA.
The biggest 206 senior class outside of Cup Karts North America takes over the state of Washington and takes over the Northwest as well. We get set to go green with about 50 drivers total, split up into 2 groups. 25 are going to take the green flag in Senior Briggs A and C, and we'll see the B and D groups hit the racetrack later on today as well. That being said, we'll do our best to run you down your starting lineup here. On the pole position, it's going to be the 42 of Jake Sessler. Alongside him is going to be Connor Chin on the Track Magic. Wicked Racing GFC in the 989. For a Kart, Monroe Jordan. Starting back on row number 2 in 5th with Trey Arnzen, the number 3. Massimo Valiente starting alongside there. And again, it's pretty much odd and even here. If you qualified in odd numbers, you're going to find yourself in that A and C group. Even's going to put you in the B versus D. There are last chance qualifiers here later on today at 4:18 for your 206 seniors. And again, it's a matter of just keeping yourself out of it, putting yourself into the race. No contention as we work our way through the rest of the field. You see the variety in chassis as well. You have a huge Kart contingent. As always, the OTK going to be one of the chassis you see a lot of. The Croc Promotions as well, local to the state of Washington. You'll see a lot more of them, different liveries, different helmets, different drivers. But we get set to go green. Standing starts for your senior Briggs class. It's Sessler to Chin, to Jordan, to Valiente, to Leach, Tristan Moore, and more getting set to say the green flag here.
So, an incredible 50-something cars here in the senior Briggs. So much. I mean, we're seeing these guys go through more than any other class, and in a class that already traditionally inspires using the kart itself to get by people and really working with others. What's the expectation going into the pre-final here?
I think we're going to see a lot of pack racing, right? More than anything, you're going to see a lot of drivers, especially finding themselves within the same tent, within the same colors, work together. You're going to see that often, right? I'm expecting to see a lot of the Kart drivers work together, a lot of the Wicked Racing GFC drivers to work together, and so it's a matter of finding your pushing partners, and I don't think we're going to see much until the lap starts to dwindle down. These drivers, with the advancements of the microns, of the Alfanos, if you will, it tells you exactly how many laps you've done on the racetrack, and right, 50-second lap times are going to put you at 5, 6, 7 laps throughout this race, and, and you're going to know how much you need and when you need to make those moves. But that being said, Sessler, Chin, 2 drivers for Wicked Racing GFC. You're going to see that track magic as well making its return here this weekend with a couple of with a couple of Kyle's drivers. That being said, I'd be surprised to see a lot of fighting up front between Sessler and Chin. Maybe we see them play a little nice with each other, but we'll see 25 drivers A and C in Senior Briggs. One of the biggest classes here all weekend long. And we get set to take the green flag. It's out, and we go racing in 206 Senior. And it's a good start by Sessler on the inside, looking for the lead, looking for second as well, one of the Karts.
Chin immediately defending middle. Here comes, I believe, Becklin all the way around the outside. Trouble for Chin, who gets major hang time and goes out into the lawn. He collects someone else. More trouble further back as it looks like one of the Rollison carts. No, I believe it's one of the Wicked carts involved further back.
One of the Karts there collected with Chin. I'm not sure that was Blake Nashon in this race.
More trouble.
More get collected here. What a start. What a chaotic start at that. And again, considering the fact that we have last chance qualifiers here in 206 Senior, a lot of these drivers are going to find themselves in that race, trying to race into the main event later on today. On a weekend where there's championships on the line, where there's prizes on the line, where there's a whole lot on the line here this weekend, they find themselves looking on the outside of a main event where only 36 drivers will make it in, Jackson.
So it's the 44 of Tanner Sanchez having issues most recently, and now we finally come across the stripe for full song for the first time. Jake Sessler leading over Jackson Leach, then Jonah Good with some major gains in the first couple of corners. Lucy Becklin in 4th, Silas Hill in 5th. Everybody still bunched up for the lead.
Connor Chin, I believe, was involved in that incident at the start of the race with the number 2 of Monroe Jordan. Those 2 drivers lost a good amount of time there at the start. I think maybe even Tristan Moore, another one of the drivers collected. We'll keep you updated exactly on who was involved in that first lap incident. But up front, Sessler long gone from this field, and as they continue to battle for a second.
Silas Hill getting work done on Christina Marigallo and Ethan Acosta just worked his way up into P5. Major battle here outside of the podium. Another look to the inside at the tail end, bumper to bumper, side pod to side pod. One kart off on the grass. I'm not entirely sure who that is. Hopefully we can get a number, but some fangs out driving here just 3 laps into the first pre-final.
And I tell you what, that's definitely not what I was expecting to see. You asked me before the race, and that definitely wasn't in my mind, right? The amount of battling we saw at the start of the race of, elbows out racing, like you were saying, but man, what a way to start it, right? Maybe not the best way for some drivers, but for others, this is huge, right? If you didn't have the best of qualifying runs, this is great for you, great for your efforts as well to get yourself into the show. Like we said, only 36 are going to make it through. 20 drivers are going to start the LCQ. So if you do the math here real quickly, we have 25 out on track now. And again, you have to finish really within the top 15 to get yourself out of the LCQ here, Jackson.
Watching right now, though, far outside of that bubble, Lucy Becklin in the blue number 20, leading a big freight train. Silas Hill, Christian Marigallo, Ethan Acosta, and Gavin Claron, as all of these guys, I think, are now finally starting to sheath the swords once again.
And girls. Lucy Becklin in there as well in the number 20. Again, she's had a great start. Currently sits in fourth. Sorry, my mistake there. Sits in fourth for the number 20 of Lucy Becklin. See, I believe her older brother, Cooper, hit the racetrack later on today, but
Jackson Leash defending from the 42, just took the lead from Jake Sessler.
Again, a couple of the Wicked Racing GFCs trading position here.
Jonah Good just further back there in the white helmet in the 133, back over to Lucy Becklin. Back over to Sessler and Leach.
But you see the separation here as well, Jackson, right? That's a huge gap to try and close down. And again, even in the spot that the 133 of Jonah Good finds himself in, he's not really within drafting range with the 2 drivers that are ahead of him. So closing down that gap is really going to be, I think, a struggle. Maybe he's probably going to need a little bit of help from these 2 if and when they decide to fight. That's probably going to be the best shot of that Jonah has for a pre-final victory. But even then, just keeping yourself within a good spot, right? If you finish second, that's going to be fourth. Whenever you combine both of the groups, you finish fourth. That's going to put you starting on the front row. Then you have the tiebreakers with how qualifying went, so on and so forth.
A handful of podiums this season for Jackson Leach, who comes into this weekend third in standings. He has not won a final yet this year. Best one was at Spokane, a P2 on Saturday. He's trying to put himself in the best position possible to finally break that streak, defending to the outside going into turn number 6 as Leach continues to put the pressure, or excuse me, Sessler continues to put the pressure on the leader. Sessler only with 2 wins himself this season, one at PKA Sunday and another on Sunday at PSG.
And again, when you look at the points, like you said, it's Riley Miller coming into the weekend, leading the championship in the 000. And I believe we'll see that driver on the other side of things. But nonetheless, this is a great result actually for Lucy Becklin. I believe the best weekend she's had to date. And again, putting herself in the top 5, that should average out to about a 10th place starting spot. So again, Lucy's found herself fighting down in the 24s, the 20s, the 30s as far as main events go. And again, this is a great turnaround in results as well to put herself inside of the top 5 as well throughout this pre-final. Should average out to, like I said earlier, starting inside of the top 10.
Leach still over Sessler as we continue to watch this freight train in the mid-pack. And Beckler has not cracked under pressure one bit. A little bit of a move now as Graham Claren is trying to look to the outside through turn number 10. They start to dilute once again.
And you see the gaps here, how big they are. Good further back in third. You have the second group of Becklin, I believe Hill's in that mix as well. We'll have to give a quick refresh as well to our pylon on the left-hand side of your screen. hasn't yet updated. Becklin finds herself in the 5th spot. Clarahan currently 6th. Valiente Massimo able to get himself up to 7th. And again, his biggest struggle point, especially in the qualifying session, found himself behind Blake Nash whenever Blake dropped that tire. And Massimo's had to work his way through this field. And again, you talk about the start, probably didn't fall into his hands all too much, but now finds himself working his way up, like I said, up to 7th. Fastest lap of the race so far, a 59.192, with Ethan Acosta right behind him. Hessentine right behind him. Christina Marigilio in the 10th spot as well. That's your top 10 so far in this pre-final. White flag in the air.
And all of a sudden, it looks like people are finally starting to put the pressure. Valiente, we just watched get on the inside of Gavin Clarahan and get that position by as the battle for the lead continues. Here comes Sessler to the inside, uses the side pod to get Leach way out of line through turn number 5.
And you heard the tire screech there as well. He was deep on the brakes into the chicane, and he was able to go through, and good by Leach, right, to give him the space. And again, they took a look over their shoulder. Good to see it was a fellow GFC right behind them in the 3rd spot. So Sessler, again, this puts him in a good spot to start on the pole position in the main event. With going fastest overall, this should be good enough for the pole in the main, given if Leach can't close down his gap. But the 42 made the move on the last lap. And that's the should be the pole position in the main event for Sessler. Leach, good.
Gets
across the line now. Becklin, I believe, got shuffled back a little bit to 6th. Clarahan to Acosta to a couple of more movers. Valiente able to get himself up to 5th. Let's round up your top 5. Even then, we look at the cutoff point. Cameron Blakesley, that is, by the looks of it, the last driver to work his way in to the main event here. And I believe the 10 drivers that we're going to see in the last chance qualifier is going to be Connor Chin, who wasn't able to close this one, Monroe Jordan, Zach Mayer, Caden Wang, Curtis Wolf, Tanner Sanchez, Robbie Arthur, Gabe Sessler, Dustin Sketchley. We're most likely going to see those 10 drivers in the LCQ later on today. And you talk about Chin as well, starting on
major
that front
name
row.
Out there.
That is huge.
Driver,
see him out of this one, but
driver looking for his 2nd win of the season, unable to advance early on, so we'll have to go at it again later today with his back against the wall. Starting to grid up here for the 2nd half of the pre-final. Blake Nash on the front row.
Inside, Cooper Becklin in the 28. And again, Cooper, unfortunate start to his day, if you will, right, in the shifter category. A couple of issues for him, but that being said, looking to bounce back here into 06. And again, good point that just got brought up, right? A little bit of less wear on the soft white Lacans for Cooper Becklin. That being said, we roll out. The California kid going to lead him out with Cooper Becklin right behind him with one of the comp carts starting in 3rd.
If we were to guess what this kind of has forecasted from the first pre-final, do we see a mirror in the level of chaos from the first round, or do we see maybe
I think you learn a little bit, right?
the lesson, right? Seeing that chaos from the pits and saying, well, I'm not going to go and do that.
I think, yeah, and again, that's the biggest thing, right? I really think you learn, you kind of look from the fence line, and it's like, all right, how do I put myself in a good position to give myself a fighting shot in the main event as well, right? You're not going to be within a good, fighting chance to come away with to come out of here on Saturday with some hardware. If you put yourself back in the 30s, again, that would have to be one of the best drives. Again, these main events no longer than 10 minutes,
right?
So that gives you not enough time to really try and make passes on 25 different drivers, where they're not going to make your life easy either. So that being said, I mean, you'd hope you learn a little bit, right, to what they saw in that first race. But that being said, we'll see how they stack up. Again, Blake Nash, California kid, going to lead him out with Cooper Becklin alongside him. But we'll see how they get going. Cooper already having done one standing start today. We have one more I'm sure this one will be a lot slower for him as well here, Jackson.
Right.
Let you take us to the green flag here as we look about ready to go.
10 positions ready to be handed out to send people to the to the Senior Briggs final. And it is Becklin and Nash, two of the heaviest hitters on the front row. Green flag for the second pre-final is underway. Immediately tucking in is Becklin. Some movement further back. Has some commitment to the inside line. Now we see some fanning out further back. Nash leading the whole train into turn number 6 for the first time. Are we going to get through in one piece? We do through turn number 6, and we continue to do so. Nash still out in front.
That was a good start by the top 10 to get themselves clear, to get themselves up at the front of this race. Blake Nash puts himself at a car length to Cooper Becklin, who you see tucking in that seat, looking to make himself a little bit more aerodynamic. And again, he's going to close down Arnzen, the driver, who finds himself third. Jack Rote in the 17. Works his way up the field as well, up into the top 5. And again, we're going to see a little bit kind of what we expected to see in that first race, right? You're going to see them work together a little bit more. And you'll see, I think, a little bit more breakaway as well. Jack Rote actually able to make a move there on Arnzen in the number 3 for the 3rd spot. So that's going to promote the 17 up to 3rd.
No familiarity between Nash and Becklin in terms of machinery. Do we think we're going to see some teamwork between them maybe to break away right now from Jack Rote and Trey Hansen?
I'll tell you what, these two drivers have a lot of experience, right? And Cooper being super busy on the regional side of things, racing in 206. Blake, not so much, but even then, I mean, he's a racer, right? He's going to know how to race, and he's going to know how to adapt to a class. That being said, I would really expect those two to kind of work with each other, you know, probably have respect for each other coming into the weekend, right? Cooper with the success he's had on the regional side of things in 206, and Blake as well, right, on the 125cc side of things throughout the national circuit. So they're going to know of each other, right? They're going to know how to work together in unison. And I think you're seeing that a little bit here, right? You see Cooper kind of close down that gap, but he doesn't put Blake in an uncomfortable position where they're going to lose a whole lot of time. And I could be speaking too soon because we are only 2 laps into this race, but that being said, you see it, right? And when you're a driver of this caliber, you start to think long game, right? Where do you need to be at the end of it all to put yourself on the podium, on the box at the end of the weekend?
We could be seeing almost a macro scale of teamwork right now as everybody in the top 4 has coexisted thus far, and that has put a sizable gap between them and Cooper Ryan in P5, leading Riley Miller, Giovanni Benson, and Zach Frankie. Reagan Kerr, Alex Acosta rounding out your top 10. And now a little bit more looks to begin lap number 3 as Becklin continues to stay on the bumper of Blake Nash.
Here's this second group working their way through. Cooper Ryan, Benson, Miller, Fransky, Reagan Kerr, and Ryder McLean, the drivers on the edge of your top 10 here so far, Jackson. And again, they're being just as patient as your top 4 or top 5 here at this stage, which is, this is 206 racing, right? If you will, making a joke, this is 206 heritage,
right? If
you will, right? This is how you race a 206 package, and people may call it boring, you know, not fun or whatever, but it's a chess match, right? If you sit down and watch chess, to some people it's not going to be interesting, but picking your moves, right? Planning out your race, and that's really the name of it, right? Planning is the biggest thing, and with the amount of time that you have to think here, especially being behind the wheel, you start to think when you're going to make those moves, and you're going to see that when we hit that 5-minute mark around there, when we get to the closing stages of it. I really think it's when you're going to see a lot of the moves kind of being made here.
So the answer to our question before we saw the green flag is definitely a more reserved second pre-final, but what you've got to ask yourself is, as the laps continue to tick by, especially as we get towards the cut line right now with Ryder McLean just getting in over Andrew Oakey, how much aggression are we going to see, especially in the mid-pack, as a lot of guys don't want to deal with that last chance qualifier.
Here we go, driver at the cutoff point now seems to be Landon Byman. David Shorn, the first driver on the outside, looking in. as we have lost 2 drivers, Riker Hill, Cole Hager, that are out of this race early. Blake Nash continuing to hold Cooper Becklin at bay. And again, given Blake's just been on that little bit quicker, and that could be a variety of different things, right? That could be a gearing thing here that we're seeing a little bit of difference. We could be driving as simple as that, but again, for the fact of Blake keeping Cooper at bay at this stage of the race, you see Cooper be a little bit stronger in some portions, Blake be stronger in a couple of others. You see Cooper has a little bit of a better exit maybe out of the corners, so that would mean he has a more teeth on that rear sprocket compared to Blake, who could have less teeth. Multiple different things, right? And again, it's only presumption, right? And you won't really find out until you go at the end of the day, talk to the drivers. Cooper, you know, what do you feel like you missed in comparison to Blake? And again, he'll tell you, right? Just struggling to kind of catch him on the straightaways. Maybe a lot of different things here, Jackson.
So a couple things in response to that then, Caleb, because I think pretty much anybody who isn't walking away as a final winner, and even most of the guys who will be final winners, aren't going to be sleeping that much tonight with Sunday on the line, going back to the tools and making necessary adjustments. But I can't even begin to imagine how frustrating that is if you are in the Cooper Becklin kind of seat right now, knowing you have that pace somewhere in there, you just are struggling to find it, and this guy in front of you is holding you off for reasons that maybe you don't entirely understand.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to understand it, right? Because throughout the race, it's a matter of thinking, right? A matter of, like we said, a lot of planning, and especially when you go to a shifter class where you're thinking about how to downshift here, you're going to think of, okay, what's the kart doing? What am I feeling?
Right.
You know, where do I feel like I'm missing maybe a little bit? Or it could just be simply driving, maybe, you know, or it could be a setup thing with the amount of rubber that we do have laid down at this point. You see the grooves start to be really rubbered in, especially in this corner right here, with the amount of load on the left-hand side of the tires. Maybe even want to flip some tires as well later on whenever you flip the left-hand side of your tires to the right-hand side to try and even out that wear that you do have. It's just little things, right, that you do in the 206 package to try and find that little bit of time nonetheless. But Blake able to keep him at bay, and that gap seems to be closing down, and I wouldn't be surprised to see Cooper try and go for a move in this stage. Time has run out. White flag will be in the air next time by. And I tell you what, Cooper Becklin, well within a shot to try and close down that gap.
We might get this answer before you get to it on track. Does the risk outweigh the reward for Becklin trying to make this move? Best case scenario, you walk away with P1. Worst case is you're in the wall and you've got to take yourself to the pre-final. Or excuse me, to the LCQ.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's just picking and choosing that when do you want to make that move? How do you want to make it? How efficiently are you going to make it? But we'll keep an eye on it. Blake being consistent up front, looking over the shoulder. Cooper going to have a good run here as we head onto the straight right next to the grid. And Blake going to start to fend off from Becklin. Just positioning himself subtly at the middle of the racetrack, not giving Becklin an opportunity to try and go. As he had a fade down low, got back in a line. Becklin hasn't found a way around. Blake now up front, gonna look over. Becklin not gonna be close enough here into the first hairpin.
Running out of opportunities for Cooper Becklin to take this lead from Blake Nash. Started at the front, held the inside, and has not looked back the entire final. Checkered flag is out. Blake Nash gonna walk away. And we'll start on the front for the final in just a couple of hours' time. Last pre-final coming up when the 100 juniors take to the track.
Well, it's time to go racing in Junior 100cc. And it looks like Troy Ferguson now finally going to work his way out onto the racetrack. And haven't seen much of him. He's going to start on the, or after the rear of the field, I must say. That being said, see if we can get a starting lineup for you guys at home as well in the 100cc junior class. But we are, I would have said, going to get started early, but
way too hot on the out lap.
Way too fast and smart enough. Get a little bit more temperature into the tires. Was that on purpose? Maybe. But we'll see as well as this day continues to go on. And I'm struggling to find our results after qualifying here for a 100cc class. So you know what? We're going to roll right on through if we must here, Jackson.
So two of your top three in standings, a no-show this weekend. That's Grayson Thorpe Dublé, your overall points leader. Arif Capito Basu in third, not getting any points this weekend as well. Good opportunity for Enzo Noel and Sydney Castles to get themselves right back into this championship.
You're looking at senior right now.
You're none of us perfect people. Let's try that again.
Yeah, just getting confirmation. Troy Ferguson is running for Brandon Eng here in this one, but off into the start boxes, and that's no start. I did not see the green flag.
No momentum for the outside lane there.
No, that inside line just kind of jumped the start a little bit too early. Again, there is a designated start box here, so you can't start wherever you want to.
Right. And we'll try it one more time.
Yep.
Getting up far more early this time by Colt Schlotthauer trying to work his way.
And they did start their time indeed, so again, that shows you no room for error here.
Right.
That is a second no start. So that could be a swap in the front two rows, which would demote Schlotthauer, Gibson back to row number 2, and that would promote Corkery and Broerken up onto row number 1. We'll see what the officials decide to do. It might give them one more opportunity here to try and get it figured out, but just ensuring the safety of all the drivers, of all the competitors here. The starts are key and critical to that. You see all the officials right by the curbs, ensuring that these drivers get started.
Weaving, trying to get heat into these LeConte Racing tires.
I don't think we're going to get it. We're too fast. And we do get it.
Clean getaway from Schlotthauer, who leads over Lewis Dilly. Ooh, Major jumps over the curbing on the inside. Corkery tries the inside.
Wow.
Major sliding for the lead here. As Diley tries to go around, there's trouble further back.
Gibson surprised Schlotthauer at the front of the field, and I think he may have even just taken the lead of the race. Is that the 824 up front? I think it is. Getting himself to the lead of the race, had a dive in the sweeping right-hander, and puts himself up front. What a move by the 824 of Gibson to put himself in the lead of this one.
Couple wicked karts further back, trying to put the pressure on now as Schlotthauer tries to get himself back to the front of the pack. Bowdish digging as well, trying to work his way onto the podium from third. Big momentum further back as it is indeed Gibson in a monstrous hole shot who is able to get himself out to the front of the field, gets the purple lap as well. He leads Schlotthauer, Corkery, and Bowdish.
Yeah, Corkery now the driver finding himself in third with Bowdish, Dilly, your top 5, De Guzman, currently in 6th to Noble, to what would have been Brandon Eng, but now Troy Ferguson.
To the inside, can't get there.
And again, Bowdish just getting creative here, right? Jackson looking in the bus stop. And you'll see a lot of that as well. You see a lot of those half moves kind of, just kind of trying to see where they can make that move, but still very early on. Even then, I think you'll see more passes. You'll see probably a pass first inside of the top 3 before you see one further back.
Still got to have an added sense of urgency here as that failed start did dig into the final time here. So about 2 minutes less for guys to get moves done. Jackson Gibson, though, is exactly where he wants to be. But man, Colt Schlotthauer is absolutely on his bumper still in that 845 further back. Corky in third, defending from Bowdish and Lewis Diley. Through turn number 5, this is where we've seen a lot of movement in the 100cc class. Nothing through this time, but another look right now as Diley tries to get by Bowdish. There's the dive to the inside. A major lunge is not able to be completed.
Yeah, just a little too deep there on the brakes. Just a little too deep there on the brakes for Dilly. Unfortunately, looking to go on Bowdish into the hairpin, and again, just right. You see a lot of that, right? It's going to make those moves. Sometimes if you go send it a little too deep, it's easier for the driver on the outside just to brush the brakes a little bit longer and set up that over-under. And you see it was nice and easy there out of Bowdish, right? Spent no time, wasted none of it as well getting through. Here further back, we talked about that driver making a couple of moves, not Brandon Eng, but it's now Troy Ferguson who's looking to make a move. He's up into the 8th spot, going side by side with a couple of fellow Ital karts.
Further back, it was Levi Carpenter in the 44 trying to make some big moves there, going offline. He initially had it, but the rest of the train came by and he resulted in the middle of the pack. Ooh, another big moment there at the tail end, as we continue to slice and dice in the mid-pack.
Some dirt kicked up in the background. One driver dropping a tire off the racetrack, it looks like. But again, a vast majority of these drivers on that X100 package. The leader of the race actually in Gibson on a KA100. A couple of more. There's Ferguson working his way through. With a couple of more just on the outside. Two drivers actually collected on the outside of the bus stop as the leaders working their way through.
I'll tell you what, it only felt like it was a matter of time with how fast that section of the racetrack is and how that's kind of ended up being the premium spot to get a lot of the moves done. So it makes we've actually gotten to this point in the day where there's been a big collection there.
Yeah, biggest mover so far. We've said this name a couple of times already, right? But gaining about 12 spots. Troy Ferguson started on the last row here in this pre-final. He's gotten himself all the way up inside of the top 10. Currently sits 8th on the timing pylon, maybe even a little further up than that. But Jackson Gibson, Jackson Gibson was a driver that you saw take the lead of the race in this corner right here on what they're calling turn 2, quote unquote, and this would be turn 3 then. But nonetheless, Gibson took the lead of the race, hasn't looked back since, able to keep Schlotthauer behind. Corkery as well, another driver who's been falling under pressure to Bowdish a little bit, but even then, there's been no changes inside of the top 5, and it shows you how important those starts can be, especially for a driver like Gibson, not letting him get away in the main event.
It obviously sets the tone for the remainder of the race and who you're working with, what your kind of objectives are for the remainder of that heat. We saw that especially at the start of these Briggs Pre-Finals with the slow rolling start, but you immediately get paired up with people and realize who your groups are. White flag here for Jackson Gibson, going to try and bring it home. He's put a really good gap here on Schlotthauer and others, about half a second, and needs one more clean lap.
Just needs one more clean lap. He's been the class of the field thus far, Jackson. Nobody's been able to dive into the 52-second range so far in this pre-final. And again, Gibson's been the only one, and it shows, right, why he's up at the front, how he's been able to hold that gap and extend it. Even then, it's a half a second. Gibson, a 52.995. That's been the fastest lap he's been able to set. He's been 0.3 quicker than the driver's second on back, but it shows you, right, how important those starts are, how important it is to make your moves and to make them stick. Jackson Gibson, the 824, hasn't taken a look back since he made that move. He's going to win the pre-final in junior 100cc. Schlotthauer across the line second, to Corkery, to Bodish, and Dilly rounds up your top 5.
Phenomenal way to put a cap on our pre-finals for the day. When we come back, we're doing it for real. First final of the day, and we'll get kicked off with the 100 seniors in just a couple moments.
All the way up to the finish line. Who is it going to be? And it's Sean Perez who wins in Crescent.
Ty Fisher wins $1,000 in KA 100 Junior.
How about John Bird for TV Kart USA on home soil? They take the win in Amarillo.
Amarillo Kart Complex is now the official distributor for TV Kart in the continental U.S. Become a dealer today.
Champions aren't just born on the kart track. At SimShop, we deliver professional-grade simulators with the best performance-to-price ratio in the industry. Founded by racers who understand what you need, our SimMagic and Moza equipment is powerful enough for the pros, yet affordable for everyone. With unmatched customer support and a thriving community, we're your racing partner. Visit simshop.com today.
Let's go race.
Come on, man.
Florida kart racers, you asked for it and we're going to bring it. Introducing Florida Karting Championship, FLKC, a brand new racing series coming to Florida in 2026.
My buttons aren't working. It's main event time here in senior 100cc as we get set to go green with Blake Nash and Jesus Vasquez Jr. on row number 1.
And we'll hold them up a lot quicker this time than the last 100cc pre-final. And we'll get waved by to do it one more time the moment I say that.
I was muted. Well, here we go. Gives us a little bit more time to run you down your starting lineup. And Blake Nash, Jonathan Ports finds himself taking a green flag here as well on row number 2. With a couple of more pretty healthy field here in the 100cc class as well. We talked about the differences in packages, right? We just saw one of the KA 100s take the win of the race, and Jackson Gibson. And again, Blake Nash has been the class of the field so far on the X100. Jesus Vasquez has been the closest to challenge on the KA 100 side of things. But again, still looking for a little bit more to try and go faster than the California kid on the Ital Kart, the Ital Motors combination. That's worked very, very well together here. And you have a good look on the side of the carts as well. Blake Nash on the X100 to Jesus. So I believe Chin, the driver on that second row alongside Jonathan Ports, both on K100. Sydney Castles, again, on the Ital Kart on the X100. So here we go. Time to go racing in 100cc. Main event time on Saturday. We go racing.
Good start for Blake Nash, holding the inside over Vasquez. Will take that lead. Here comes Ports on the outside, not able to get there as Chen is digging for fifth right now. Now the move for Vasquez to try and take that lead further back. Ports trying to go with the 77, not able to fully get there, and will fan out side by side coming out of turn number 4. Nash, Vasquez, everybody battling for the lead out in front.
The first change for the lead that we've seen all weekend long. And it's two kids out of the state of California. Jesus Vasquez Jr., Buddy, to the lead of the race. Blake Nash in second. As Chin, now it looked like it was Chin. Chin making a move there further back for fourth on Jonathan Ports. Looking to go right back. He's going to get stopped in his tracks. As Clark in the 87, the driver that finds himself inside of the top 4, making a couple of moves up to third for a fellow Ital Kart in Blake Nash.
And it's Timothy Clark in the 87, able to improve 2 spots as well. One of your front winners in the whole shot with some significant gains. Purple lap for Jesus Vasquez, 56.659. And we slowly start to split into different battling packs here, but it is still a 5-car freight train out in front. Vasquez with a little bit of a gap. Here comes Clark with a good run into turn number 6 and starts to find a way past, get his way up into P2.
Don't expect Clark to pass just yet. Again, we've seen the breakaways at this racetrack, Jackson, where, again, Blake and Timothy really can't afford to fight all too much for second, or else you're going to see JVJ absolutely run away with this race. A couple of side-by-side action further back. Enzo Noel fighting there further back with what looked to be another one of the GFCs, and I think that was the 979 of Luther. Indeed, we follow along with the 21 of Sydney Castles. She has Walsh right behind her. Another Sodi Kart teammates Enzo Noel has no changes up front, but we have a change here further back. Noel, Luther going back and forth. Noel looking back to the inside, able to stay ahead.
On the move, and he needs it right now. Second place in the championship standings. He needs to minimize that bleeding with guys like Nash, Vasquez, and Clark up at the front of the field. Same can be said for Sydney Castles, getting that 21 car in P7. So a lot of moves to the front right now, but have a Saturday so far. Enzo Noel with some big moves.
And this would be huge for him in the championship as well, with, like you said, no show this weekend for Thorpe Dublé, and Enzo Noel sitting second in the championship. This could catapult him up to the championship, in the championship position, right? That could put him up at the front here. And again, another contender that's inside of the top 5, Sydney Castles. She finds herself currently 4th in the championship standings here.
Jack Grohl making a move that lap, clearing Enzo Noel, who starts to drop back now to 11th. We missed that fight, but now here potentially comes the swing back. Back over to Sydney Castles in the 21, trying to put the pressure on Grayson Chorbet up in front. Excuse me, no, she's defending right now from Phoenix Walsh, just behind.
Yeah, so that gap opened up a little bit. I think Walsh might have a look into the hairpin. Not just yet. Nothing up front, but we have something back here. The 979, Luther looking to go by on Walsh.
Use a little bit of
drops
side
the tire, and again, not happy with that. Going to crowd him.
Still side
up the racetrack, and he goes way off for the Sodi Kart. Walsh lost a good amount of time, and he's going to check everybody up. Enzo Noel, who's looking for a championship here against Sydney Castles, is getting shuffled back there as well, as Luther loses 2 spots in the process.
Big winner there is Jack Rout, who gains 3 positions as a result in the 917, and this is exactly what Castles wants to see behind her as her main championship adversary gets absolutely torn up. Another handful of spots lost. He goes into the grass, coming out of turn number 5. and drops back even further.
Enzo Noel, who again just needed a good result here on Saturday, finds himself just getting crowded for room at this stage in the Sodi kart. Can't find that little bit of breathing room, but how about a couple of movers further back? Riley Miller on the TB Kart USA machine, the TB Kart dealer here in the Northwest, making a couple of good moves. Noel looking to go right back on Miller, and they're going side by side. Miller able to stay ahead of Noel.
So already in damage control once again for Enzo Noel, who drops back to 14th as a result. That's Arif Kapita Basu, currently third in the standings, actually right next to him in 13th. Cameron Egger is right there as well in the 003 and P12. So some major championship pictures starting to come into play here for Sunday as we really have our big names fighting in the mid-pack.
And again, this is all championship games, so this would be a huge gain for Sydney Castles as well. Like I was mentioning earlier, who again, she finds herself in 7th, so this could catapult her a couple of spots up the run order. We follow along with the 41 of Sessler.
Defending from Phoenix Walsh.
Yeah. This is just on the edge of the top 10, currently 10th for Sessler on the Wicked Racing GFC.
Jesus Vasquez continuing to put in blistering laps out in front, 53.371 and a half-second gap from Blake Nash. Here's another phenomenal move from the 517.
917. Jack Grote able to get by on Sydney Castles into turn 4.
Boy, he's been capitalizing on a lot of mistakes in the past couple of laps and takes another, gets himself up into P8. Started this race, I believe, P12, so good moves there.
And again, Sydney just really has to manage from here on out, right? Just really has to keep her nose clean. Can't really afford to lose all too much time. Again, main championship contender Enzo has been shuffled back in this race and just really needs to keep that nose clean of her Italo kart. As we focus back up front, getting to the closing stages of this race, Jesus Vasquez Jr., what a turnaround as well for the Wicked Racing GFC driver here. Has yet to win in 2025, and that's a wild statement considering that you look back to 2024, the year he had over on the regional scene in the state of Texas. Really good showing for him, and again, was the champion in 2024. You turn around to 2025, still finds himself in the championship fight, but hasn't won a race so far this year on our platform, at least. And again, he ran this round last year, and this is looking good for his first victory of the year here, Jackson.
Blake Nash running a multitude of classes this weekend. This felt like one he was potentially going to be a runaway in, and all of a sudden Vasquez, with a monster start, has been able to not just fend off Nash, but put a sizable 7/10 gap on him. Timothy Clark continues in 3rd, and all of a sudden, you gotta ask where Connor Chin shows up in this championship picture. He's running 4th right now, but running P6 in standings. Again, and with so many guys that are gonna be no-shows, another potential underdog in this championship fight.
Jonathan Ports as well, another driver who we've seen have some good pace as well throughout the year, as well throughout years as well, right? Johnny showing some good pace here, I believe, running on the TAC senior side of things this weekend as well. We saw him run up at the front in the 915.
Here he is behind Chen.
Yeah, and again, just showing that pace, showing the consistency as well, but nobody's been more consistent than Jesus Vasquez, who, like you said, just blistering lap times. These extra 3 minutes, giving him time to stretch his legs, giving him time to continue to extend his gap. Next time around, white flag flies for the 77 that holds on to the lead of the race.
No one's been more consistent than Jesus Vasquez right now, and no one's been working harder seemingly this weekend from Connor Chin, who for this heat has kind of had to shake off the drama of the 206 heats, crashed out of the front row and had to mentally gather it back up. Has recovered magnificently so far. A P4 drive for him if he can continue to hold off. Johnny Potts here for 5th.
So we'll take a look at it here, but Jesus Vasquez, again, he had to get to work at the end of the pre-final to put himself in the position where he is now. White flag in the air. And again, he finds himself at a racetrack, I think more often than not. You see him kind of working hard with his dad in the shop, building the P1 engines. And again, he's always a factor, right? Wherever he goes, whatever state he finds himself in, just coming out here by himself, working on his own go-kart, wrenching on his own stuff this weekend. And again, just a couple of corners, and I'm sure it's taken, I think, a little bit longer than he would have wanted maybe in 2025. But you talk about the hard work that he's done. You can't really find this kid anywhere else outside of a go-kart. He's hard at work. And again, this weekend, just a couple of more corners for Jesus Vasquez and all the hard work that he's put in this year. And it can finally pay off here in the state of Washington. This is a race where he's been close to home. He had to work for it, but JVJ Jesus Vasquez Jr. wins on Saturday over Blake Nash. The 77 reigns supreme in 100cc.
Solid piece of driving there. Blake Nash just unable to touch him as much as he tried. And a good bit of points there for Johnny Potts, Connor Chin, and Grayson Chorbert rounding out your top 6. Jack Rote in 7th. Owen Luther bringing it home in 8th. Sid Castles, I think, is going to walk home at the end of today with a P9 leading this championship. We'll have to see how everything sorts out. But Jesus Vasquez finally able to burst that bubble and win in 2025.
Long time coming, right? And a kid of his talent, his caliber, you don't say that too often, right? That it's taken him this long to get up to the front. But what a race, what a weekend for Jesus Vasquez Jr. I know his dad, Jesus, is probably going to be happy watching on from California. And yeah, what a way to end the Saturday afternoon for Jesus Vasquez. Blake Nash going to get one more shot at the race win later on today. Last little words of encouragement here as we get going. 95 of Maverick Thompson getting a little bit of encouragement as we look on.
Had a big moment earlier.
Yeah.
We didn't fully catch it on camera, but nearly backed it going across the stripe, almost backed it into the easy up where our flag marshal was standing.
He did back it into the easy up to correct you there a little bit, Jackson. But that being said, we look on of Carlucci, who's gone 2 for 2 back-to-back in pre-final victories on the Cadet Briggs side and on the 60cc side of things as well. Here today has swept the Cadet categories, if you will, for Carlucci. That being said, we head on to the main event here in Briggs Cadet.
One of the most fun events we've seen so far today, and it's been so fun watching Carlucci, who in the pre-final didn't have the start he wanted, but boy, did some great bit of battling with his teammate, worked his way into a battle for the lead, and in the closing laps put on a clinic in overtaking. Going to be really, really fun to see what he can do from pole. And if anyone is able to take that lead from him going into turn 1, you can rest assured he's going to be fighting incredibly hard to take that back.
So when we took a look, take a look at the championship standings, Riley Smith, the driver in the 44, she's slated to start on the second row. She finds herself leading this championship by a good margin, actually. She's at 1,635 points over 1,415. So mathematically, that would need to be a perfect weekend out of Aston Croft, who I'm not sure if he's here this weekend or not, to try and challenge young lady Riley Smith to the championship. Jensen Mayer in the 29 to Ryder Wentworth. In the 777 finds himself 5th in the championship. Maggie Worley currently 6th. Maverick Thompson in the 95. It's going to be a big weekend for him to catapult himself a couple of spots higher. Maddox Carlucci as well, missing that second round out at PKA. This could be a huge weekend for Maddox as well to work up a couple of spots. That being said, we look onto the flag. We get ready to go green here, Jackson.
Thompson and Carlucci on the front row. Been our 2 heavy hitters. Are we going to see someone different? Let's find out. Let's go racing here in Washington. 4 wide going into turn number 3. A monster start. Who is that in the blue suit who is out like lightning all the way around the outside going into turn number 3 for the first time? It's a major pack as we open things up.
And that's a huge turnaround as well for Carlucci, who got swallowed up at the start. He's lost almost 5 spots. Given he started on the pole, I think maybe even 6 spots from where he started. He is slotted in a 6, so he lost 5 spots at the start of this race. That's not the best of starts for Carlucci, but how about that for Maverick Thompson? The words of encouragement. may have helped him get the start that he needed. He's at the lead of this race.
Again, standing starts new to a lot of these kids, especially in the 206s.
I mean, they've been doing it all year, new to us.
Right, new to us,
weekend.
shall I say. But again, same issues we saw earlier with Carlucci. Lost a handful of positions, even more this time by. But it seems like he is already on the move as he works his way up from 6th to 5th. You can see him there battling. But now in the podium, it's Jensen Meyer in P2, Sebastian Ochi in 3rd.
This would be a big recovery for Carlucci as well if he's able to put himself within a fighting shot here as well. We've seen good recovery drives out of him already today, and again, just has to do it again. But again, you got to think, right, this kid, I feel like, doesn't make it easy for himself. No. And even then, good thing he's having some fun while he's at it. But again, those starts just haven't been his friend so far today on the Cadet 206 side of things.
Bit of a checkup there for Sebastian Ochi. Here comes Brandon Hurley to the inside, was able to get that move done further back. No, he couldn't, backed out. Purple lap though for Maverick Thompson out in front, already a 2.5 apart from the field. And Maddox already up into P4.
And again, he's shown his favorite passing zone on the racetrack, right? It's shown to be turn number 12, the sweeping right-hander. That's really been his favorite passing zone, right? Able to sneak a nose down low and able to get himself through, right? With losing very little time. So a good pass by Maddox. Might see another one. Thought about it into turn number 6. I thought better, rightfully so. I think he probably saw that one play out just like we did. He's going to have another shot here. Turn number 9, sorry, for Carlucci. Closes in. You see him go to the outside. And this is probably going to be a good setup for an over-under. A side-by-side.
Here comes Reese Smith.
Riley Smith now looking for a move. Carlucci going to have to go back onto the attack, onto the offensive. As a meatball flag for the 73.
Jax O'Hagan.
O'Hagan might have lost a side pod or a dragon rear bumper. We'll take a look at it as well. How about Carlucci now looking on the inside for 3rd? The 100 gets through and right back on him.
Meyer.
Looking to go Mayer.
Throwing the side pod, trying to keep that position, and it's worked for now. But again, this is kind of Meyer's weak spot of the track. Now he goes again to the inside of turn number 5. Finally takes that bottom spot on the boxes.
Maddox, I mean, the fight in this kid, wow, right, to see him get his elbows out and really to make these moves without losing time is really the biggest thing to see, right? You kind of see him passing those very high-speed corners. I mean, that chicane, it's going to be borderline flat out in this 206 Cadet class. And, I mean, to see him, get his nose down low and keep his foot on the gas, right? I mean, wild stuff to see. That being said, though, unfortunately, they have lost a lot of time to our race leader in Maverick Thompson with the amount of battling that we've seen for 3rd on back. Maverick really running away with this one, opening his gap to about 2.7. Unfortunately for Ochi at this stage of the race, hasn't really found himself within a drafting range. So he might fall under fire to Carlucci here soon.
Now it's Riley Smith trying to put the pressure on Jensen Meyer for P4. As duel between Carlucci and Ochi starting to gather. Schmidt trying the inside of Meyer, able to get that move done into turn number 5.
Riley, your championship points leader into the weekend. Able to stick a nose down low and able to get herself through into the top 4 now. Able to get ahead of Mayer.
Ashton Croft, runner up, currently 7th on track. Jensen Meyer exactly where he wants to be as well. 3rd in the standings, was just battling with our points leader.
Now the battle for 2nd starts to heat up. Carlucci now all over the rear bumper of the 46 of Ochi. And we'll see where Carlucci wants to go. He wanted to go there. And again, that door just shut closed as he tried to go into turn number 2. Close call for Maddox. Had to get onto the brakes, and here we go. Looking on the inside of the bus stop. What a move by Carlucci into turn 4. He's up to 2nd.
For me, that's urgency in the move, and a guy knowing that if he gets that pass done now, he potentially still has enough time to bring that pace
just
up
under
to Thompson.
5 minutes. He has about 4.5 minutes to close down his gap to Maverick Thompson. And I tell you what, he can definitely get there, but he needs to pick up the pace maybe a little bit more. A 59.716 was the lap time that Carlucci was able to set. Maverick also very fast. second fastest driver on the racetrack with a 59.9 the last time around. Just at the fastest lap of the race, actually, for Maverick Thompson. So Carlucci going to have to respond, and he does. A 59.549 for Carlucci, looking to close down his gap to the 95 Nitro Kart of Maverick Thompson.
So far, Ochi is going with him, though. Not a significant time or position on track lost by the 46, and has been learning probably a good amount so far from following Maddox in the 100. I don't know if there will be necessarily pushing in order to help Carlucci get to the front, but if this trend continues, it's about... Last lap, it was not a huge gain there, time-wise, for Carlucci. Only beat out that purple lap by about 300ths. So going to need some major gains here on Delta to close that gap if he wants to try winning this thing.
This has been Carlucci's first lap in clean air as well, Jackson. Something to note. So again, we'll see what the closing rate is for Carlucci that time around. 59.7, 59.5, so 2/10. That gap swings the way of Maddox Carlucci, but even then, that gap at 3 seconds. And you got to think, has he run out of time? Will he run out of time? With just 3 minutes to go. Going to need a whole lot. Going to need, I think, a lot more than 2/10 a lap to try and get there.
I think something else we got to realize is more than likely how much rubber Maddox is used to even get himself in this spot. It's been clean air this entire final for Maverick, who probably has a little bit more life in those Lacan tires. It's hard for me to totally say at this point because there's so much racing that leads up to these couple of laps. But you've got to imagine there's maybe a little bit more grip on the table right now for Maverick out in front.
Yeah, even then, again, Maverick having the upper hand on clean air as well, right? And able to extend his gap here up at the front. That last time around, a 59.7. And again, Maddox ran the exact same lap time, so both of them in the 59.7s. This could be good for Maverick Thompson to get that first win on the day. Again, we're just going over our pre-final time. That Nitro Kart hasn't put a foot wrong, and you see how consistent he is as well, right? His lap time is 59.7s, 59.7s. Every time he goes around, and when he needs those extra 2/10, he'll find it, he'll get there. But even then, it's all about consistency at such a young age. Putting your kart in the right place at the right time, especially on this tarmac.
And he's done exactly that, which again, as we talked about, sometimes can be difficult when you don't have a reference, whether it's a guy constantly following you, breathing down your neck, or whether you're kind of on the outside looking in, able to follow someone bumper to bumper. So been phenomenal driving so far from Maverick Thompson, who has been on an island for the vast majority of this final and has not given any track position at all. In fact, his gain position now on Maddox Carlucci. That gap now 3.3 seconds between the two of them.
Yeah, that gap starting to open up again. Next time around, I believe 2 laps to go. This will be good. Here's the battle further back. Ochi now closing down on the 100 of Carlucci for the second spot. And we'll see how they stack up on the podium. Ochi content to continue to push Maddox here.
Backed out of it once again.
I think just give him a little shove. Give him a little push there, right? Trying to get them going a little bit more. Either, again, we saw the lap time last time around, either a mistake out of Carlucci or maybe put a foot wrong, which brought Ochi right back into play. That being said, though, this time by 2 laps to go, Jackson.
Let me throw this at you because we do have pushback bumpers in this series. I'm curious of what the level of force is required, because obviously you can still use it to help others and give a little bit of a nudge, but obviously just using your kart to push someone aside is where that line is drawn. Is there a mental limit for knowing kind of how much speed you can carry into one another without pushing that back?
Well, I mean, you also got to think about this, right? I mean, it's to get those pushback bumpers deployed as well, it takes a lot of hard work to do that, right? So you really have to be on somebody and to really give them a good shove out of the way. So I don't think that'll be much of a factor, especially in this class. I mean, especially at a track like this, right? It is, maybe very draft dependent, but it's maybe you don't have to move somebody out of the way to make it, if that makes any sense. You do have to get up alongside them if that does make sense as well, Jackson. So I really don't think in this class, I mean, you haven't seen much pushing, you haven't seen much shoving as well, right, with the separation that we've seen out of the front with Thompson. So it takes a lot of hard work to get that deployed. That being said, for Maverick Thompson in the 95, he had a little bit of a pep talk before this. He's had an up and down day. Got the pre-final victory taken away from him in the closing stages. This time around, though, he's put himself far enough out of reach from the rest of the competition. And this kid, a little bit of a pep talk before the race. We said it as well, and that could have been the secret sauce for the 95 to get himself up front. Struggled in the 60cc class, but has been perfect so far this heat race. Hasn't put a foot wrong. Has kept himself up front, and is 2 corners away from race victory.
Been a roller coaster day, as Caleb mentioned. Plenty of downs, but here's a major, major up for Maverick Thompson. Out of the final corner for the last time this Saturday. Saturday's final belongs to the 95 of Maverick Thompson.
Your winner in Cadet Briggs. Maddox Carlucci comes across the line to finish second, with Sebastian Ochi rounding up your podium.
Good piece of points as well there for Riley Schmidt, who you could imagine is going to hang on to that championship points lead. P4 for the 44, and he is amped.
Absolutely elated for Maverick Thompson. Took a lot of hard work here on Saturday, but he's a winner here at SEMA.
Win number 3 of the season after sweeping Portland. And we're going to step away just a moment to pay the bills, but do not go anywhere.
Hey, what's up, Caleb?
What's up, Brandon?
You sound defeated. A long day at the office?
Yeah, got stuck at a cat food marketing meeting for like 3 hours. I don't know a thing about cat food, and I don't even work in marketing. And then I got sent on a coffee run like I was some sort of intern. Then at the end of the day, when I went to go get gas, I just realized everything is so darn expensive nowadays, man.
Yeah, you got that right.
Like, do you have any idea how much we're spending on Netflix?
That's like $20 a month.
Do you know how much we're spending on cable?
That's like $50 a month.
But you know what isn't expensive?
Tell me.
Kart Chaser Premium. For only $9.99 a month, you can watch all of the American karting action live from coast to coast. Subscribe and become a member today.
Paulie Massimino wins in KA. Paulie Massimino is a winner in OKN Stars.
Take your driving to the next level with one-on-one coaching from 2024 OKN Stars champion Paulie Massimino. Kart rental options are available if you'd like to keep yours at home, and drivers in all classes are welcome, from Briggs 206 to Mini to KA100 and X30. With in-depth data analysis, onboard video footage review, and lead follow on-track sessions, each private coaching session will see you end as a more complete driver than when you started. Book your coaching session now.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself, quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
Here we go. We're going to see everybody's in good spirits. You see Marcelo Sanchez-Lara there with driver Quarantine Russo. This is a driver we'll have our eyes on. Chin looking to work his way from the back of the field. Started on the front row on that Track Magic GFC. And again, a lot of work to do here to get himself into the main event. It was 6 drivers a couple of moments ago. It's now going to be 8 drivers that make it into the main event later on today. 20 get set to take the green flag here in last chance qualifier action. That being said, Jackson, all to play for. If not, you put yourself within a good shot tomorrow as well, but a little bit more wear on your Brad LeConte as well, so that won't be beneficial. That being said, we'll see how they all stack up at the end of it.
I mean, if you're in this position, you still want those points, so it doesn't matter if you're,
well, you don't get
a couple
points.
laps down. Well,
you don't get points, right? You need to get yourself within a shot to get points.
That's what I'm saying.
just making sure.
Yes. So Chen is really the big one we're looking for here in this picture. Was such a favorite to win outright, and that.
I think we got some reshuffling here on the grid is what's going on.
Yep.
We'll bring you the official starting lineup here in a couple of moments. That being said, we'd like to give a couple of shout outs as well to our sponsors that make this possible for us to be out here. As always, Burly Products, Odenthal Racing Products, Chin Construction LLC. We'll see if their driver can work his way through the field here in this one. HRE, CMC, Augie's Fiberglass, Home and House, Madonna Racing, Virtual Assistance Professionals, Wicked Racing, Midnight Motorsports, Foggett, Vecca, NRC, as well as Brian Green Construction, IM USA, Italian Motors, Catalyst, Cartome, Speedworks, Zimmer Motorsports, LeConte, and more for making this all possible for us to be here racing in the state of Washington. For those of you looking for a new Micron, a new timing gauge, if you will, on your steering wheel, order your Micron 6 today at shopakr.com, the official sponsor of Kart Chaser Live coverage. That being said, we'll see if we can get a starting grid for you, Jackson.
See what we can do here as we continue to grid here and get ready for the last chance qualifier for 206 Senior Briggs. Thanks so much for spending your Saturday with us, no matter where you're tuning in, whether you're trackside or anywhere watching from home. So glad you could join myself, Jackson Lambros, and Caleb Biesca. Gonna step away here as we get set to go green in just a couple moments' time. Stay with us.
Well, it's time to go racing in 206 LCQ action. David Shorn, the driver, taking us to the green flag here with Cameron Blakesley. Alongside him on row number 1, Zach Mayer. Alongside Gabe Sessler in the 41. Look for him to work his way through this field and hopefully stay up at the front of it as well. Tanner Sanchez to Riker Hill, Cole Hager, Chase Reynolds, Robbie Arthur, Travis Van Bakel to CJ Ma, Cullen Olson, Alex Acosta, Dustin Sketchley, and Connor Chin starting last here, or just there or thereabout. So look for Connor Chin to work his way through this field. First of all, here Jackson, and again, standing starts in LCQ racing action all the way to the front of the grid.
Standing start in P8 is going to be the magic number. 8th or better, you are in for the final. 9th back to 15th. Your day ends after this heat. So still plenty of points up for grabs for those trying to advance into the final. Big excitement here from the crowd as we are ready to qualify one last time.
Here we go. Blakesley on the inside. The 15 on the outside. Green flag in the air. We go racing in LCQ action.
Poor start there, further back for Cameron Blakesley as he tries to get in line, loses 2 spots off rip. Here comes Tanner Sanchez on the outside there in the 44, tries to make it stick all the way around the outside as he still goes side by side through turn number 7 and 8. Who's going to be on the anchors first? It's the 20. As we continue to line up, still major losses there for Cameron Blakesley in the RPG machine, dropping back from 2nd to 4th, maybe 5th, as there's a major freight train forming behind.
I believe, yeah, the 15 there, Rawson Performance Group machine was a late addition to this field as well, so we don't have him on our sheet here. Nonetheless, he's going to look to make a move in for 3rd. And again, you said it, right? This battling up front, you got to be careful. You got to time it as well. Because look at Connor Chin already
P9.
From almost the last row on the grid, finds himself fighting inside of the top 10. The Wicked Racing GFC putting himself in the mix here.
It's the 77 of Travis Van Bakel that he's got to work his way through now as we work back through the inner loop of turn 7, slings it through the inside, and in the blink of an eye, he's back in this. What a recovery for Chin.
Here we go, looking to make another one on the 15, looking on the inside. Chin gets through. That's good for 7th for Connor Chin.
The pace he's had all along, really, Caleb. It's just the poor luck of that, tremendous start for some. The absolute terror, though, for others in that first pre-final. What a recovery drive it's been for Chin.
So Longton finally working his way onto our timing charts here. He's the driver just ahead of the, I guess I'm going to say the cutoff point, as now Chin finds himself right behind a battle for the 5th spot. Looks like it's Sketchley and more. Chin on the outside. On the inside, Longton looking for a move. Side by side on the exit of 5, Longton drops a tire. And here comes Olson looking to go 1 spot better into the main event later on today. The Midnight Racing Machine is into the show.
Olson through, now Van Bakel through, as that's 2 positions lost. Here's a swing back on the outside from that black helmet. That is the 77 of Van Bakel trying to get himself deeper into this field, trying to give himself insurance. He's not able to make it stick right now, as immediately Longton trying to get himself back into the show.
Here we go. We'll see where he stacks up. Finds himself currently 8th. So as it stands, the 15 is in. Reynolds now, the 68. The driver on the outside looking in on the Midnight Racing Machine. Looking to go by on the Rawson Performance Group Cosmic. What do we got? Looking for a move. This is for the transfer spot. Reynolds finds himself in on the 68. Longton stuck on the outside. Started on the front row in this race. All the way down on the edge of the top 10 here, Jackson.
Sanchez in the 44 now going with him too. Some major losses for Longton in the 15. Are we going to see anything left in that RPG kart as we see a major shuffle still in the midfield? Everybody trying to get a shot of making the main event. 4-cart freight train right now as we battle for P number 8.
P5, Sketchley going to the bottom of the racetrack, going to stack everybody up. Shorn right behind him in the 0, I believe, and a couple of more. Olson in this pack. Longton there on the RPG Cosmic. We'll see how they stack up here. This is the battle P5 on back, and it's Sketchley indeed to Shorn, to Olson, to Reynolds, to Longton, who's currently 9th. 1 spot on the outside of the main event here. He's going to have to get by on Reynolds if he wants to get himself back into the show. A pass further up the field, and no, sorry, that was a defensive move. Passes further up. Chin, Blakesley, Arthur, Sessler all fighting for the lead of this one.
And now immediately Riker Hill, who we have not talked about too much this weekend, immediately finds himself in contention to take this 2-wide over-under attempt for the lead. Shore trying the inside of Sketchley side by side on the anchors.
Oh,
gets that with major losses. Oh, big trouble.
One driver into the trees. One driver into the trees here, and the transfer spot has just blown up here in SEMA.
Sanchez involved as well, but oh my goodness, what heartbreak for Longton, who goes around. Oh my goodness, and it's a whole new ball game as everybody still goes for 8th. Here comes the 58.
Reynolds
for Reynolds as he gets through.
So Longton currently finds himself all the way down. Acosta now the 707, the driver on the outside looking in. Sketchley in the 961. That's the driver on the transfer spot at the moment. He finds himself into the show right now. But again, he has a couple of drivers starting to close down his gap. Chase Reynolds, as it stands on Speed Hive right now, it's set to be currently 9th. I'm not sure what to look at. I'm not sure what's right. I'm not sure what's not. But this has been a chaotic race. 8 transfer in. So to be sure, 8 drivers transfer in, and a huge thank you to the NWKA hardworking timing staff here, keeping us updated on the gaps. We'll take a look at it next time by when they cross the stripe here, Jackson.
So your big winner is the 961, Dustin Sketchley, who really was able to capitalize on that major moment going into turn 6. He's now the one at that bubble, and at the front of the field, it's Connor Chin, who has gone from last to first, all the way back from 15th. Will not be worrying about making this main event one bit.
Okay, so here we have the update, right, on our side. Dustin Sketchley, currently the driver 9th, it says on our timing charts. He's the first on the outside looking in, so that would be the Ital Kart. The driver further back, just right behind him, looks to be the 707 of Alex Acosta. If what I'm looking at is right, Acosta just went from 16th all the way up to 10th in the span of a lap, so that would be a huge gain for him. And again, we're just trying to make sure that we don't get it wrong here as well, right? Acosta would be the driver currently 9th, and you see the positions gained. That's 8 spots, it looks like, lost for the 961 to Sketchley from the start of this one. Chin is up 8. Huge turnaround in this LCQ.
So as they stand right now, it's Connor Chin, Cameron Blakesley, Gabe Sesser, Robbie Arthur, David Scorn, Riker Hill, Chase Reynolds, and Colin Olson, who will all advance. And on the bubble, it is Riker Hill. Olson trying to fight his way in.
So we'll refresh our timing pylon as well to make sure we get it right, but it does look like the 47 of Riker Hill might be the driver that we will keep an eye on here. That currently sits 8th.
27 of Zach Meyer here in 11th, trying to pull away from Caden Longland and Davidson Mann.
So now I'm not sure what's right and what's wrong. I'm going to assume it's Speed Dive here. Riker Hill, driving the 47, should be the first into the show here. With Colin Olson, the 141, we'll keep an eye out for. Should find himself in 9th, just on the outside looking in. Battle for the lead, white flag in the air. Connor Chin, what a drive for him. There's a 27 of Zach Mayer, but it should be the 47 of Olson that currently sits into the show. The 141 of Colin Olson is the one to keep an eye out for.
And it is Zach Meyer who is still trying to work his way forward. But what a difference that he makes for Connor Chin, who works his way from 15th, 17th up into first. And will start in the best position possible now for the final, albeit with a couple more extra laps on these LeConte karting tires.
How about this? So up front, Connor Chin has had to work for it for sure here in this one, right? Scary moment for him at the start of his pre-final, but in the end put himself out front, put himself in contention for the win. That's the first 3 across the line.
Trouble on track.
One driver off, and I'm not sure if that was for the transfer spot or not. That could be Mayer maybe working his way in. I'm not sure who made it in. That was Sketchley in the 961. So as it stands, That could be Mayer into the show with troubles just off the racetrack. And I'm not sure if it was or not. Again, we did have a lot go on, and that could have been a huge shuffle as well on the timing pylon, on Speed Hive of
Dustin Sketchley,
of how they got scored. But nonetheless, from what we got, we'll have to come back to this later on. We'll have to get official confirmation on who made it in. But again, it's the top 8. Cleanup coming your way. Shifter on track next. We'll bring you the official results on that race, on who made it in, who didn't, here in a couple of moments.
So you finally want to get behind the wheel, huh?
Yeah, I've been shooting for 3 years and I've never got to drive.
Well, you're gonna need some more gear than just your helmet. Why don't you go to shopakr.com. They got their inventory online and they'll ship it the same day if you order before 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
They got shoes?
Yep.
Gloves?
Yep.
Rip protectors?
Got those too.
Can they make me go fast?
No.
Here at Acceleration Kart Racing, we've got everything you need to get on track. What happens next, well, that's on you. Check us out online at shopakr.com.
Kyle, what are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a cart.
Doesn't matter. I have a Greyhound.
Who the f is Kyle Cuthbertson? Doesn't even have a go-kart.
Doesn't matter.
Cuthbertson through on Turney. Turney in the dirt.
Hey guys, it's Lucas Nogueira here from PSL Karting. I'm here to show you guys about the Micron 6. This is the new dash that came from AIM Sports. They're 10 years using the Micron 5. Now they came up with the Micron 6. We're going to talk about some of the updates that they did. First things first, they have a larger screen now with a different screen that you can see your delta time in real time. So they have a bar graph now that will show the driver if he's getting better or worse throughout the lap. Like when you're driving in iRacing or something like this and you have the bar graph, we have the same now with the Micron 6. One thing that we really like here at PSL is now it comes with a USB-C port. So you charge the dash through this USB port and you don't have a battery anymore. So the guys from the shifter that use the lever here, you won't touch your battery. And we can also use this to download the data. So many times when you're using the Wi-Fi and you're having trouble downloading interference, especially in Las Vegas, we have a lot of interference. You just come.
It's shifter time from the Pacific Northwest as the shifter lights are on track for the Saturday main event.
So real quickly, while we have the moment here, it looks like after some drivers did find themselves going off the racetrack there in 206 Senior through timing for a loop there, for sure. Yeah. As it stands, what we believe could have been Zach Mayer racing his way into the main event, potentially, not sure, but from what we counted on the racetrack, that could have been what we saw there at the end of it. Stuff did get hairy, and again, we'll only find out whenever we get into the main event later on today, all the way down at 6:30 local time. For those of you on the east watching along, that'll be 9:30 Eastern time, but we get set to go green with one of the best races that we saw so far today, Massimo Valiente on Remo Ruscetti. As we wait for it here. Valiente on the pole, on the inside. Remo already able to get a good start there. He's on the clean side of the racetrack, on the racing line. Valiente on the inside, the side we don't use all too much. To Connor Wick. He's starting alongside Frenchman, Corentin Russo.
If this is anything, I mean anything, like what we saw for the pre-final, this is going to be a good show.
It's two Ital karts on row number 1. Valiente on the inside, Ruscetti on the outside to Wick, to Rousseau. We work our way at the back of the grid. One driver with issues here, not able to get fired. have a couple of shots. We also have to wave off the start. Cooper Becklin, you see him back there on the Rawson Performance Group Cosmic. I think we're going to have to wave this one around one more time.
Trying to get a number there.
I think they got started. Indeed, so we'll wait for it. Valiente, Ruschetti on the outside, and a jump start by Remo Ruschetti. Got on it a little bit too soon. Connor Wick looking to pounce in third.
It's Elkhart 1-2, but you can tack an asterisk on that as there's another move further back.
Quarantine Russo looking for third.
Trying to put that pressure on the lone kart there for third. Already a 2-kart breakaway, but we are through the opening few corners in one piece.
Here we go for the lead. Already falling under fire. Remo Ruschetti looking to apply pressure on Massimo Valiente, who's not going to defend just yet. Connor Wick finds himself in the third spot. We saw him just a little bit 2 ways back to really become a factor in the pre-final, if you will. Jackson Quarantine Russo, we saw him work his way through the field throughout the pre-final as well. We'll see where he finds himself at this stage of the race. Russo now applying pressure to Wick, looking on the inside into turn 4. Russo gets the third.
High commitment. This pre-final was all about Valiente and Ruschetti, a major duel between those two. What can Russo bring to the table? He clearly has the pace to bring it to these two, but will he be able to clear them? Still plenty of time on the calendar. This is going to be a good battle throughout the podium. Still side by side, single file through turn number 10. And Russo starts to light that wick in the 92 to try and work his way to Rossetti.
And you were talking about the year that a couple of these drivers have had. Quarantine Russo's probably been behind the wheel of a shifter kart almost every single weekend in 2025, racing over in Europe on the KZ2 side of things, racing over here at the SCUSA Pro Tour. And again, whenever time permits, he comes here to test with the Catalyst Driver Development Team, and now looking on at team manager as well, and Remo Ruschetti looking to pose a challenge here. Russo looking to go on Remo. Now they're going to have to wait a couple of more corners, but Quarantine getting a lot closer to Remo, this time by into the hairpin. Does he have a look? He doesn't, but Massimo Valiente, I'll tell you what, having a good middle stage of this race here.
Did not take any time at all to close that gap to Ruschetti.
What a drive for Cooper Becklin already. Are you kidding me? Already able to get ahead of the 414 to TJ Madonna. Cooper Becklin, the 28, one driver with issues. That's Connor Wick.
Oh my goodness.
Connor Wick is off the racetrack facing the wrong way. Huge issues for the Wicked Racing GFC.
One of the lone wickets out the front end of the field. An absolute heartbreak there for the 289. So it is all eyes on the front. Here comes Russo to the inside of Ruschetti. Gets that move done into turn number 6.
Quarantine Russo up to second. Now having his sights set on Massimo Valiente. Ruschetti just lost time at the start of it. Wasn't able to close down to the 68. Now the Frenchman going to have a go at it on Massimo, the 68. Showing good pace here at a home track in SEMA. And we'll see what Russo can do. The 3 Ital karts looking to fill up the podium here on home soil. Madden now, Kieran Madden that is, falling under fire to Cooper Becklin. Cooper Becklin up to 4th. What a move by the kid out of Oregon.
Could have the pace to bring it to Kieran Madden. Valiente still the fastest man on track, a 53.45. Last time by for Russo, a 53.81. Still neck and neck, but Russo needs to find something extra in that 92 kart to bring it to the front. What does Cooper Becklin have in store? Can he get that machine up into the podium?
Still very early in the stage of this race. We're only 3 minutes in, right? You got to think you're going for about 10 laps, and it's a matter of making sure you don't fall out of the thing. As a couple of battles further back, you see Madden start to fall under fire to Gagnon. The 25 getting a whole lot closer. TJ Madonna in the 414, not too far back. Gagnon looking on the inside of the sweeper. He lost a little bit of time there. Just kind of got sideways. No contact in between the two. That's going to open the door for TJ Madonna now to close in.
Watch the wicked further back. The 414 of TJ Madonna as he tries to work his way back. Cooper Becklin on an island trying to close that gap to Remo Ruschetti and is doing a phenomenal job so far. Madden still leading Gagnon, Madonna, and then further back it's Andrew Byrne. 4-car for a team.
Yeah, and again, everybody just, give and take, almost an accordion effect here. You have another huge pack further back. Group of 5 with McGregor, Eth, it looks like Reynolds maybe, Miller, all of them lockstep. They're working their way through the front straight now, just continuing to fight. They're further back, and this is the closest battle we have so far. Rousseau continuing to close down his gap to Valiente. That gap was about 6/10 whenever Rousseau was able to get around Remo Ruschetti. Becklin actually now able to get ahead of Remo Ruschetti that time around. Cooper Becklin up to 3rd.
What a drive it's been for Becklin in the 28. Some big moves, nearly contact there between the 7 as there's a major shuffle in the mid-pack. Another look to the inside, and is able to get that move done. Back to the front here.
Quarantine Russo now getting closer and closer to the rear bumper of Massimo Valiente. This is a race for the lead. This is a race for the win. We're about halfway through. Rousseau starting to apply pressure on the young gun, the 68. Falling under pressure to the 92, a driver who, again, we've seen on the national level fight up there at the SCUSA Pro Tour, fought for a race win against Josh Conker. And again, it just slipped away from him this weekend. Looking to go back, and that would be his first win on our platform here.
You got to ask yourself at this point in the race, is Rousseau going to go for this move at just halfway, or will he be biding his time, waiting to kind of give himself a chance to get to the front and hold it, not give that opportunity back to Valiente out in front. Rousseau continues to stay in lockstep. Becklin, will he be able to get up to second and first? 2 seconds and change back. Man, just right in the shadows, the 92 is.
Interesting enough, Cooper Becklin actually still behind Raymond Ruschetti on the racetrack. Not sure why the timing pylon updated to Becklin to 3rd, but Becklin's still chasing down Raymond Ruschetti. Again, it's the same way on Speed Hive, so wait for that to update. But nonetheless, Becklin's still behind Ramo on the track. As we look here, 2 car lengths in between Quarantine Russo to Massimo Valiente as well, showing some good pace, keeping a driver who's arguably one of the best KZ2 drivers in the world, one of the best shifter drivers as well. Racing over for the Charles Leclerc team overseas. Now just a kid out of Washington, right, holding him at bay here at his home track. And you see the battles further back continuing to heat up.
Kieran Madden holding off Nolan Gagnon here. This is 5th, 6th, and 7th as TJ Madonna is in that mix as well. So too is Andrew Byrne. A little bit of a breakaway up at the front here, just ahead, as Nolan Gagnon actually able to pounce and take that position into turn number 1.
As far as championship goes coming into the weekend, this is great for Massimo Valiente, fighting for the race win here. It's a couple of drop weekends for Connor Witt, for Cooper Becklin as well, for TJ Madonna missing the 3rd round, the 3rd weekend of the season. That being said, still battling up front, no changes in between Rousseau and between Valiente, just a car length in between the 2 of them. That gap staying steady here as we continue to dwindle down on time. Just under 2 minutes to go here, Jackson.
Pressure starting to build in the mid-pack. They know they're not going to be able to get to the front of the field, but they still know a sizable amount of points are up for grabs. And as we approach the white flag here, should see some things out driving, especially looking at TJ Madonna, who was looking like he had such good momentum at the start of this race and has not been able to move forward since, has been glued to the bumper of Kieran Madden and Nolan Gagnon. Back to the front here as Valiente continues to hold off Rousseau, who now has the purple lap.
I will say this, I think Rousseau's really starting to bide his time a little bit. We're getting to the last minute, so should be 2 laps to go this time around. Rousseau deep on the rakes, Valiente deep into the corner as well into turn number 1, but Rousseau's been really patient with the 68. He's been about 2 tenths quicker on his charge up to the lead of the race. And again, he's just kind of been sitting there in second, planning his move, seeing where the best passing opportunity is going to be for him. And again, just kind of almost like a if you will, like a predator in the wild, trying to pounce on his prey, if you will. And again, that's what you can say about Quarantine Rousseau, right? Chasing down Massimo Valiente. who is looking to hold on to this result here.
The Flying Frenchman in the 92 trying that late apex to launch and give himself an opportunity into the final corner. The sweeping right-hander. That alone might not be able to get the job done, but with a good enough exit, he's able to do it. 2 to go here for the Shifter Light final. What kind of moves are we going to see from Russo? Does he have anything still in his bag?
It's about that time, Quarantine. If you want to go, it's in this lap and a half that you have left. Russo has charged his way from the back of the pack in the pre-final all the way up to the rear bumper of the 68, who surprised Ray Maruschetti at the end of the pre-final. And now he's looking to hold one more driver at bay under the Catalyst tent, just pitting out of his garage this weekend with his dad, with a couple of other teammates. What can Massimo Valiente do against one of the best drivers in the world, and Quarantine Russo right behind him? White flag in the air this time by. One more time around for your championship points leader, Massimo Valiente and Quarantine Russo.
A last corner pass was what we saw to end the pre-final. Is Russo going to give Valiante a taste of his own medicine, or are we going to see the defense side now fully come into employment? This is the opportunity Russo has set up for himself over the past 15 minutes.
He's not happy with himself.
Golden opportunities. He's not quite in striking distance. I'm not sure if he's going to be able to do it. Last couple of corners here for Russo.
It's going to have to be a late lunge out of Quarantine. You saw him just kind of not too happy with himself at this moment. He's getting himself within the last 2 hairpins. This is the best passing opportunity for Quarantine. Massimo keeping it low.
He's there.
One more shot for Quarantine, giving the bumper to Massimo, letting him know he's there. One more corner, just has to keep it on the racetrack.
Here it goes!
Russo to the bottom of the racetrack. What a move out of Quarantine. Massimo looks for the over-under. What a finish in Shifter Light. Russo sent it in deep. He's your winner on Saturday in Shifter Light.
Russo saw exactly what Valiante did and said, watch this. Final corner, final lap, Hollywood finish here in the Shifter Light final.
What a statement out of the Frenchman to get it done in the final corner over hometown kid Massimo Valiante to come across the line and finish second. It says Cooper Becklin. I'm sure it was probably Raymond Ruschetti at the line. We'll see how the results end up. But what a finish in Shifter Light. Just got to catch our breaths here. Jackson, what an end to Shifter at the end of it. We go again with Shifter Heavy here in a couple of moments, but I do want to give you guys a quick update to what we saw in 206 Senior for their LCQ. Again, we saw a huge incident take a couple of drivers out of contention, and when they stacked up, it kind of messed with the timing loop there as well. But as it stands, Zach Mayer in the 22 with issues to what I believe was the 961 of Sketchley coming across the line. Promoted the 27 into the main event. Wow. In the last corner. Zach Mayer starting last on the grid, but he's starting the main event later on today in 206 Senior. And it's time to go racing here once again with Shifter Heavy. Issues for one of the Ital karts, not yet fired. But again, looking to get going here in this one. Just a little bit of a nerve-wracking moment as we work our way out onto the racetrack. The Hager going to lead us out onto the track. Ryan Hager able to get the better of brother Cole Hager in those first couple of races in the pre-final. But again, Shifter has delivered up to this point here, Jackson.
Was a teammate affair in Shifter Light. It's a family affair all day long so far in Shifter Heavy. It's been Cole Hager versus Ryan Hager, the two GFCs going at it. It has been a phenomenal battle out in front. Going to be interesting to see if anyone else in the heavies is going to be able to bring that pace and bring that fight as last of the shifters go out today. Been phenomenal to see these run today.
Indeed, it's been great to see the progression as well of the day, of the racetrack, of a whole lot as well, right? This is all brought to you by Zimmer Motorsports here in shifter heavy. But we get set to get gridded up here for their main event, and on the inside, like we said earlier, Ryan Hager alongside brother Cole Hager, who's starting on the outside too. What looks to be Wicked Racing GFCs to get the main event started here, Jackson. Westland as well. I believe Jeff, that is, maybe, perhaps.
Believe so.
The driver is starting on the inside on row number 3, but it's Ryan, it's Cole. Ryan on the inside, Cole on the outside. They went back and forth all pre-final long. We'll see what they give us in the main event. And it's time to get going here, Jackson. Take us to the green.
Shifter heavy on the grid for the final time today. Ole Hager once again on the front row. Revs build, lights out. Let's do it one more time in shifter heavy. Great start for one of the Hagers as Ryan around the outside going to take that lead. Major contact further back. One of the Ital carts appears to go around. Looks like the 632 involved as well. Major issues further back. Don McGregor involved. An absolute catastrophe to get things started in the mid-pack, but it's still a Hager 1-2. Oh, maybe more trouble, one of the CRGs.
Westland in the 35, just goes into the rear bumper of a fellow competitor, faces, it's almost a half spin there for him. Cole Hager, though, for the first time this weekend, going to lead this field away, the 113 to the front, to Ryan Hager in second, Worley to Westland, who I believe that Westland's going to change up front. But what a turnaround here for the start of this race.
Westland on the move on the inside, able to take that spot from Costrain. And already some major moments here in the opening laps. 2 cars around, but still Hager's out in front. Cole on top for the first time. Third and fourth, guys we're used to in those positions. Ricky Worley gets that 3 cart in third, then it's Westland in fourth. Pack has diluted very quickly at this point, Kelp.
And here we go. You see that widespread, just this field has really opened up from this stage forward. Cole Hager as well able to pull away from Ryan to start this race off. And again, you see the huge difference right at the start, getting it done early, but follow along with the 35 of Westland now looking to make moves all the way down to 9th, the driver that we saw fighting inside of the top 3 earlier on today. And again, that being Jeff Westland, the driver in 9th, making a move now in a turn 4. I believe that was Jeff, indeed. The 35 able to get the move done in a turn 4.
Good stuff there as the recovery drive begins for the 35 Deaver. First one on the list, and he advances his way into P9. Another big dose of momentum further back. That's the 656 of Costrain right now, defending from David Cheng in the 38. But good move so far for Westland in the 35.
Still single file in between a good number of drivers. Deaver, the driver there in the 470, CRG that lost that spot to Westland. And now one driver as well losing a little bit of time, the 668 of Lynn, falling under fire to Jeff Westland, who's closing in. Turn number 4 has been one of his favorite passing zones. Not going to be it this time by. How about turn 6?
Could have good momentum here. He comes with a look to the inside. Actually a good fight on the outside from the anchors, but still gets that position. Movement forward continues right now.
Able to hold on there for Jeff. Get that move done on Lynn. He falls back to the 8th spot. And up front, not much change. So Cole Hager up front by about 5 seconds. And there you see Cole able to pull away from Ryan. You see how much speed he carries into turn number 4, just blows right by the apex.
Absolute
and again,
confidence.
Just got to make sure you get back on the gas early, right? That's the name of the game in shifter racing. You don't have to hit every apex, but you got to make it through the corner, and he's doing it faster than anybody else.
Almost carbon copy on pace.
About half a second quicker than anybody else here, Jackson.
I know, and you look at how close that pace was in the pre-final. I was trying to say,
maybe he was sandbagging a little bit, right?
You think maybe.
Letting brother get himself a couple of wins. You saw him apply pressure, and you didn't really see him kind of make the move until the main event rolled around, and now he's kind of flexing a muscle here, right? Showing he's been the driver to beat all weekend long. Just been saving a little bit, sandbagging, if you will. But that's almost a second, right, that he's been saving so far.
An incredible 5-second gap now, almost, for Cole over brother Ryan. Alex Westland continues to hold on to P3. That podium spot relatively safe for the time being, about a second up from him over Ricky Worley. Then Matteo Alfano in P5 for the time being. Fields is really, really spread out at this point. Couple of duels still on track as we're halfway home in the shifter heavy final.
Working our way through to the main straight now, and we continue to follow along with Cole Hager on a lap around the Sumas International Motorsports Academy. You were the first time I think we've said that full name.
Yeah.
But even then, right, could see this track, especially just shining under the scenic view here, just in the mountains of Sumas.
Weather's been phenomenal this entire weekend so
yeah.
far. Oh, trouble.
Wow. That's a huge
Matteo Alfano,
nosedive.
major damage.
And he seems to be all right, is up and out of the cart. But that would have been huge contact for Alfano.
You can see how much sand he's kicked up. That was a major, I almost want to say like a tank slapper might have
that's off the racing,
with that outer rear.
That's off the racing line, first of all, so that's probably the best showing, but wow.
He's trying to get that going again.
No, and just trying to get it out of the way as well, get it off the racetrack to, make it a little safer for the drivers that are still out there. But even then, we continue to follow on with some of the movers. Jeff Westland didn't have the best of starts here in this one. He finds himself now inside of the top 5 here, Jackson.
Good recovery, and has already put up 5 or so positions. Got a 3-1 there in the form of Matteo Alfano, but do not let that numb down the absolute clinic that Jeff Westland has moved here, trying to catch. I'm assuming is his brother Alex, but again, we're going to have to go do some research in the paddock and get that answer for you guys tomorrow morning. But some phenomenal positions gained. Sidney Castle's father Cameron in this race as well was the first one he overtook for P9. Ryan Deaver, Will Lynn, Aaron Dost, and it's Ricky Worley next on the menu right now for Jeff, but a whole 4 seconds right now separate him. Ricky Worley actually closing that gap, by the way, to Alex Westland, about half a second separating them. That's far bigger than the second it was about 3-4 laps ago.
And here we go. The battle's up front. Not much has changed. Again, just you give and you take a little bit here, right? You see them kind of maybe take a little bit out of the gap, and they give a little more the next time around. So, again, senior heavy's keeping us on our toes is Cole Hager.
Looks like there might have been a move way further back there, as I believe that was David Chang making a move on Nigel Cotrain for P10 in the red helmet just outside of your screen there. That was into turn number 6. As we're actually going to get the blue flag out right now as Cole Hager starts to reach Steve Seiler and Jason Hull.
Here we go. This is the battle for the 3rd spot. That's Worley looking to close down on Alex Westland. As we continue here, but blistering pace though out of the 113 GFC out in front of this field. He's been a whole lot quicker than the rest of the field, almost 7/10 quicker.
That's almost criminal if you're hiding 7.5 seconds of pace in the pre-final.
Oh, yeah.
You've got to ask yourself if something's changed or something was unlocked in that kart. after the pre-final or something.
I'm telling you, we're going to do our homework later on tonight. Going to walk the pits. Going to go up to Cole and be like, hey, finally let go of the sandbags
what's going on?
At the end of the pre-final. But no, I mean, he's showing that pace right now, right? It just unleashed it completely here in the main event.
Let's start with this. Ryan Hager already insanely fast on track right now. One of the few drivers in the 51s. 958. Cole is the only one right now, nearly half a second a lap up from the remainder of the field right now. 51.401 last time to the stripe. As Cameron Castles continues to make a move. That was that move we missed earlier. Cameron Castles overtaking Ryan Deaver. Cameron Castles, the former still part-time IMSA LMP pilot, who's done the past couple of seasons in IMSA running in LMP3, LMP2, and still makes that jump down to the karts.
Here we go, we're running out of time. Just about 30 seconds to go left in this race, and it's been a huge turnaround on the day to finish on the top 5 for Jeff Westland. But looking at it, I think they're going to give it to us.
Is there such a thing as a mercy rule in karting?
No, no such thing.
Might have to figure that out. White flag out.
Oh, issues for one driver slowing. I think it was a driver further back in the field, maybe Hall.
Off throttle.
Yeah, offline at the moment.
Aaron Doss we're looking at right now, currently in P6.
And here's Cole Hager, who again already took the white flag here today. Coming across the last couple of corners. Here, or last sector of the racetrack, if you will. And again in the pre-final, just went back and forth a little bit with Ryan Hager, but an absolute clinic here by the 113 in the main event. Got himself to the lead early. Has been super consistent, super quick. Nobody's even been within the same zip code as the 113. And on Saturday is going to end up on the top step of the podium. The 113, your winner in shifter heavy.
And Ryan Hager nearly doing the exact same kind of gap on the rest of the competition from his end. A whopping 9 seconds over Alex Westland. Been Hager mania in shifter heavy.
That's an end to the action there in shifter heavy. Ricky Worley, Jeff Westland, a good recovery drive to get up back inside of the top 5. Nonetheless, that's it for shifter heavy. You can cross that off the board. Tag Junior coming your way next.
Paulie Massimino wins the Wisconsin Grand Prix. James Overbeck on start number 2 gets win number 1 in OKN Stars.
On track or off, Brandon Jarsekrak Racing delivers elite performance. Led by 4-time Pro National Champion Brandon Jarsekrak, our team masters driver coaching, data-driven analysis, and mechanical precision at every national event. Contact us today at BrandonJarsekrakracing.com.
Are you looking to take the next step in your racing journey? Well, look no further than PitFit.
With 2 locations in Charlotte, North Carolina and Indianapolis, Indiana, PitFit trains drivers all the way from grassroots level karting to IndyCar and NASCAR with top-of-the-line personalized coaching to improve physical and cognitive fitness.
For more information on programs, check out PitFit on Instagram or Facebook today.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Are you stuck with your kart racing? Not sure the ideal kart setup? Or going to a track for the first time? Well, Kart Class has the answers for you. Our online portal has a wealth of experience and knowledge to help your kart racing. From kart setup advice to track guides that are targeted specifically to your circuit, or the driver coaching aspect with mindset, racecraft, and driving techniques. If you want to take your karting to the next level, visit us at kartclass.com.
Welcome back to Sumas International Motorsports Academy for the final round of the Burly Products Super Penultimate. This is true. This is true. Tag Juniors out for the Saturday final here as we are checking up and going to the starting box for the penultimate time. 8 karts on the grid. Green flag flying. All broken on the front row. And it is older brother Matthias who gets through first. Big slide further back. 210 of Ayrton Quee trying to hold on to it through turn number 2. We'll keep it going in P4.
Yeah, Matthias had no issue in the pre-final to pull himself away from the rest. Matthias up at the front. Oliver, younger brother, it looks like, maybe, perhaps, the driver in second. And I think he may have just gone past the Moisak. Now the driver in the second spot, the first of the Rotax power plant machines. Going up against the X125s of Italian Motors.
There is Sebastian in the 233 with the yellow helmet out there in P2. Just snatched, as you heard from Caleb, second place.
What if they're twins?
From Oliver. That would be so sick.
Realize that.
Dude, both of the Hearns could be 2, and we just totally did not know.
With the haters, yeah.
Gonna have to find out.
So we'll do our homework later on.
Exactly.
Tonight. For now, we continue with the action on the racetrack. The Moisak, again, holding everybody third on back at bay. Brandon Eng, the driver, currently sits 4th in the 23. With Ayrton Quee in the top 5. Salzman to Vermister to the Noose. 8 drivers here in this one.
A little bit of a checkup there for Ollie Broken, and now Brandon Eng right there in 4th has snatched that 4th position from Ayrton Quee, with Ellis Salzman right in that mix as well.
And here we go, not much yet. They're second on back. Oliver still looking for a way by, and I think he might even fall under pressure to Brandon Eng first. As to Moisak keeping the drivers third and 4th at bay. And this is actually quite surprising to me, because this is a racetrack, and a little bit of a mistake out of Oliver there. But like I was saying here before Oliver cut me off there a little bit, but this is actually quite surprising for me, because you do have a lot of the green top the X125s out on the racetrack. And again, those, if the information I got was correct, should have a little bit better bottom end on the on that side, which is surprising, because the Rotax it doesn't have the best bottom end, right? That mid to high range on the Rotax is usually a little bit better than the bottom end, which is very slow. You have to be really kind of patient with the gas. And again, given with the amount of, if you will, technical corners on the racetrack, I guess it suits that mid-range a whole lot better, and why you're seeing the Moisak able to stay ahead the drivers in 3rd and 4th.
But we think about where a lot of these overtakes have been. It's been the highest speed areas of the track, the right-hand, left-hand switchback at turn number 5, and then that long final right-hander. Maybe those green tops have that little bit of extra legs in it to really carry those runs and make that a possibility. I know the launch is really what's most important there, but maybe the longevity is what's making those kinds of moves possible.
Yeah, well said there, Jackson. And again, we'll see, right? Again, you only add 3 minutes, so it's not all too much to this main event, if you will. Struggling to find the word here. But nonetheless, right, you find yourself having a good position. Here's the battle further back. This is for 7th. Looks like Salzman able to get ahead of the 210 of Kui.
Salzman in the 65. Kui out in front in the 210.
Fifth and six, sorry.
Fifth and six. Continuing to chip away right now. As we look over to the 12 of Bemeister. Trying to make that move on the 65. And to the long, ultra-fast right-hander at turn number 2. Kind of a mirror of that into turn number 3. Flick to the left through turn 4. Hot zone for the passing, turn 5. Right, then left. And then big time braking, square left into turn 6. Heavy on the brakes for the hairpin into 7.
Matthias Broerken extending his gap here in this race. Jackson able to go a little better than his competitor so far. He actually lost the 10 to Sebastian that last time around, but that gap is pretty healthy at 1.8. As we continue to follow along with Salzman, Kui, as they battle for the 6th spot. Bemister, sorry. Still finding themselves 5th. Ella Salzman, that is, in 6th in the 65. Holding Kui at bay.
Pace has actually started to roll back to de Moissac, as that gap was as big as 2.1 just a few laps back, and is slowly starting to chip it back and close that gap once again. Just over halfway home here for the Tag Junior Finals, and just watched an overtake as Bemister finally gets that position done and takes that spot away. Back to de Moissac, and it looks like Eng is slowly closing in here.
Yeah, Brandon Eng starting to creep his way a little closer to de Moissac on that back straightaway as we follow along with a couple of drivers further back. Here we go. This is that battle that we were talking about with Kui, Salzman. They continue to go back and forth. Salzman, Ella, that is, she fell back to 7th. Ayrton Kui up to 6th now. And again, just a little bit of back and forth in between these two drivers. One on the Ital Kart, another one on what looks to be... I'm not sure, if I'm being honest here, Jackson.
Let's say what we do know. Championship starting to wind down here. Broerken really the only one with full season eligibility and has pretty much won every single race he's started so far in the tags. So been very, very strong. His brother Ollie has been part-time in this class, but been very, very fun to watch so far this weekend. De Moissac still chipping away at that gap into 2nd, with now going down to a 2.5 seconds.
Continue to work our way through here. Broerken, like you said, having good pace in the 7.16. Matthias, that is. De Moissac still holding Brandon at bay. Oliver falling a little bit off the pace, down in 4th. But Mr. Salzman, Kui, not all too much out of them at this stage here, Jackson. And we continue to wait for these battles to continue to kick off. 3 car lengths in between Eng and in between de Moissac.
2:33 versus the 23 is pretty confusing for us in the timing tower at an immediate glance, but as de Moissac continues to slowly reel in Broerken, now 1.3, Eng is keeping him honest as well.
Yeah, not much out of these drivers just yet. I'm going to wait to see. Time is dwindling down, but we probably haven't shown this driver all too much in this race, and probably all because he's been in a different zip code compared to the rest, right? The leader, Matthias, been able to keep himself up front, hasn't put a foot wrong so far this race, and again has really shown his pace, has really shown himself coming to life here in his 716 Kart machine. Just methodical in the way that he's working his way around this racetrack.
Hasn't put a single foot wrong today in every single heat, seemingly. A little bit of pressure further back from Demoisak, even a little bit in this heat, but now finally Demoisak starting to run out of steam. That gap dropping by 4/10 just this lap alone. Eng still trying to snatch that second place. White flag for Mateusz Barokin.
White flag in the air. And this race on the brink of going the way of the 716, who again had a great drive in the pre-final, and so far in this main event has been able to extend himself away from the rest of the field to keep himself at front, and for a little bit keep himself outside of the spotlight with how far ahead he's been from the competition. But how can you not give this kid the spotlight after the drive he's had? 2 corners to go, 1 corner left. Mateusz Barokin, your winner on Saturday in Tag Junior.
Absolute clinic from Barokin. As Oliver drops 2 positions from the start, Demoisak had strong pace in the middle of this heat, middle of this final, I should say, and just not able to get there. That's all she wrote for Saturday from Tag Junior. On to the Masters. Big guys in the Briggs coming up next.
Hey, what's up, Caleb?
What's up, Brandon?
You sound defeated. A long day at the office?
Yeah, got stuck at a cat food marketing meeting for like 3 hours. I don't know a thing about cat food, and I don't even work in marketing. And then I got sent on a coffee run like I was some sort of intern. Then at the end of the day, when I want to go get gas, I just realized everything is so darn expensive nowadays, man.
Yeah, you got that right.
Like, do you have any idea how much we're spending on Netflix?
That's like $20 a month.
Do you know how much we're spending on cable?
That's like $50 a month.
But you know what isn't expensive?
Tell me.
Kart Chaser Premium. For only $9.99 a month, you can watch all of the American karting action live from coast to coast. Subscribe and become a member today.
It's the big kids on deck for multi-class Masters action coming your way here from the Pacific Northwest as the Masters and the Grandmasters of the Briggs 206 are out on track for another standing start for the final.
Big kids. Hey,
is that not a good way to describe them?
I wonder who you got that from.
Yeah, right? You used the zip code line earlier. There's a mutual trade of lines here.
I mean, zip code in our line of work is quite a common one, right? To kind of use.
That's true. That's true.
Especially on a long day when you're kind of sitting here watching a bunch of racing. We're live for 12 hours on the day, right? It's kind of hard to keep it fresh at times. That being said, though, keeping it fresh up front, going to be the 91 on the Midnight Racing Machine 33, starting on the outside.
Another Ital Kart on the front row, all black number 5 in P3. Again, staggered start with the 2 classes, Masters up in front, Grandmasters further back. Correct? Yes. Waiting for the all clear. Rev starting to gain. We're underway. Big jumps in the 33, trying to close that gap. We'll get to the inside. Everybody immediately trying to get to the inside. Yes, Hunter with the hurdle to catch the Masters start. Peak athleticism from our mobile cameraman. And Grandmasters is go.
How about Hunter Bolton? If you guys see him running around with the yellow vest, make sure to give him a huge shout out as well.
Absolutely.
For all his hard work. Bringing you guys both to the race starts here for your 206 Masters in your Grandmasters class. Athleticism out of the crew here today. Huge shout out to him, to Gabriel Romo up here as well, to Nate Dean. Trevor in the booth with us, co-owner of KC, bringing you guys all live coverage, as well as home to Will, bringing you guys all the clips online.
Gabe Romo on the road with us up here for the first time as well?
Yeah, that's what I said. Okay. Yeah. He's been on the road with us a couple of times, but yeah. Nonetheless, huge shout out to our entire crew, to Jackson as well for joining us. I guess to myself, might as well, right?
Everybody needs to shout out.
But yeah, the real stars of the show here, though, the drivers on the racetrack, and McDaniel picking up right where he left off at the end of the Masters race, up front, ahead of Green by a good margin.
Pressure further back right now, as currently Abert trying to put the pressure on Soliotis. These guys going at it almost bumper to bumper the entirety of the pre-final, and find each other on the racetrack almost immediately. Once again, further back, the 318 and P5. He defends from Yao. All of these guys still in the same class. Two should start to blend in. We should have that overlap of different paces in a couple laps' time.
And here we go. We continue to follow along the 5 of Soliotis, finding themselves in the top 3. Chris Soliotis, that is. And further back with Dave Eburn, Cunhao, Lauren Denos, and more. As you go further back, the 111 of Michael Shorn leads the pack in the Grandmasters field.
Field's already started to break off into a couple of packs here. Nobody home for McDaniel out in front already. A second and a half on top of the master fields. Green also a little bit on an island of himself right now, but Soliotis still leading Ebert. Now Yao joining into that mix as well. Here comes Ebert on the inside of Soliotis. Makes it stick all the way to the inside. Major moment, and
wow.
Oh my goodness! Soliotis into the wall. Yao collected as well. Soliotis immediately able to get that kart going, but big hit there for both drivers.
That's a big off there, and Yao still stuck in the grass right next to the wall. Unfortunate sequence of events there for Yao. Wow.
Soliotis kind of locked wheels there with Yao and got major hang time on 2 wheels. Thankfully kind of deflected off of that temporary barrier on the inside of, or on the outside, excuse me, turn number 1. And was able to get that going immediately. Yellow flag now flies.
I think we may
into
have
the final
a
section.
full course caution here, I think is what we're looking at. I can see, actually no, green flag's still waving, but
Yao just now.
Yes, so it's in turn number 1. My apologies. So we do have I guess a standing yellow in turn 1. So there's no passes in turn number 1 due to this.
Yao fully has cleared the fence now and is safe. That kart a little bit on the racetrack, but still very clear the racing line through turn number 1. So we'll keep it green for the time being.
That being said, the 111 of Shorn still leading his pack away in the Masters class. McDaniel as well has separated himself from the rest of the field here. That's huge out of the Midnight Racing number 91. Here to get himself ahead. Brian Green now starting to close down his gap. This is the battle further back that we have in your Grandmasters division, I should say. And now we've seen Brian Green in the 451, currently sitting 6th here. Closing down his gap. This is further back. William Carras sitting 10th. David Harmanson in the 022 sitting 9th.
All black in the middle there.
Indeed here, Jackson.
Good action coming into the final corner side by side.
That's Brian Green there.
Making
happy,
moves.
It looks like, yeah, not happy. I think with one driver just right in between him. I think it's probably Danus. Danus, the driver that just split the two of them up. And I think Danus found himself, he's actually in the Masters division, if I'm not mistaken. If you want to double check that here, I think Danus might be in the Masters division. And he's probably just getting in between the race win for Grandmasters here. And Danus, no, we'll take a look at it here as well. One of the Danuses here, the 318 that is, in between Brian Green and what looked to be Shorn for the lead of the race in Grandmasters.
Big move to the inside. Shorn tried to make that move on Eborn for the podium. This is for a spot on the crates in the final. As Fangs continue to be out. Good run once again from Shorn. Looks to the inside through turn number 5. Gets that move done. P3 for Shorn.
Shorn just looking to put one more card in between himself and Brian Green. That's for the lead of the race in Grandmasters. So Green continuing to close in on the 111. That's one of the battles to have a look out for here.
Green still giving chase. We talked about this endurance racing kind of mentality earlier on, Caleb, using the lap traffic around you as kind of a body shield or trying to use that to separate yourself from your opposition. And that is exactly the kind of commitment that Shorn has done so far. Having that endurance racing mentality. Looks like we've cleared that kart from the outside of turn number 1. So all good on the inside. Yellow was still standing for a couple of laps there, but finally clear.
Now Green within a shot to close down the gap to the 111 of Shorn there. We continue here. That gap closes down here, Jackson. A car length in between the 451 and the 111. It gets a lot closer, and I tell you what, Green going to be within striking range. Here we go, inside looking. Turn number 9, clear for the 451.
Textbook stuff there. Door almost left open there by Green, and immediately slingshotting through is the 451. Clearly a big difference in pace there. As into the open blue goes Green. Eborn down to 5th now.
Now that gap starts to open up here again in between the 451 and Green. Just battles further back. Eborn might lose another to what I believe could be another one of the Grandmasters machines. So there's Danus, I think, 318.
Hughes right there as well.
Eborn. And I think Hughes might be the driver in 3rd in Grandmasters. I'm not sure.
It's Timothy Hughes indeed in the Grandmasters.
Okay.
Olympia, Washington native.
Close. Some of the Grandmasters showing their pace as well to some of the younger kiddos, if you will, right now.
No, absolutely.
I have no business calling these gentlemen kids a whole lot older than me, so again, I'll show my respect here as well. But these gentlemen have provided some great racing action so far here today, and they continue to do so. With the white flag in the air this time by.
Outside, nearly tried the long way around Eborn. Couldn't get there. Eborn closed that door on him. It wasn't enough.
I tell you what here, Jackson, the battle for the lead in between Brian Green and Shorn starting to close down. That's for the race win. In Grandmasters, we'll check in with them as well as they work their way to the sweeping left-hander now. 451 at Green, falling under fire to the 111.
Side by side, here comes the switchback for the 111 of Shorn. Shorn still out in front as we go across the starting grid. And it is McDaniel all by himself out in front as he works his way out of the final handful of corners. Just one hairpin left, has not put a single wheel wrong this entire day. What a Saturday it's been for Jason McDaniel. Out of the final corner, checkered flag flies, he'll take it on Saturday.
And further back, Green, Shorn still battling for the race win in Grandmasters. They just went by our camera angle there as they work their way through. That's the battle back for third. Who is it going to be across the line? It's Brian Green who gets it done in the 451 in Grandmasters.
Absolute drag race to the line, just barely beating out Shorn. So we'll step away for just a moment, but 18 of the best in the Northwest still coming up for Tag Senior. Stay with us.
So you finally want to get behind the wheel, huh?
Yeah, I've been shooting for 3 years and I've never got to drive.
Well, you're gonna need some more gear than just your helmet. Why don't you go to shopakr.com. They got their inventory online and they'll ship it the same day if you order before 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
They got shoes?
Yep.
Gloves?
Yep.
Rip protectors?
Got those too.
Can they make me go fast?
No.
Here at Acceleration Kart Racing, we've got everything you need to get on track. What happens next, well, that's on you. Check us out online at shopakr.com.
Kyle, what are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a cart.
Doesn't matter. I have a Greyhound.
Who the f is Kyle Cuthbertson? Doesn't even have a go-kart.
Doesn't matter.
Cuthbertson through on Turney. Turney in the dirt.
Hey guys, it's Lucas Nogueira here from PSL Karting. I'm here to show you guys about the Micron 6. This is the new dash that came from AIM Sports. They're 10 years using the Micron 5. Now they came up with the Micron 6. We're going to talk about some of the updates that they did. First things first, they have...
We'll look for the green flag, and we're not going to get it one more go-around for what looks to be our Tag Seniors here today and heading into the championship fights. Very close in between Sidney Cassels, who had issues, I believe, in the pre-final. The Cassels in the straight.
It is Cassels.
We're going to figure that out. We're going to figure that out later on tonight. I want proper confirmation. So, yeah, coming into the weekend, championship fight. Massimo Valiente, Sidney Cassels, again finding themselves in that fight, and we'll see how it progresses as well later on today.
Gonna try this one more time, as boy, Tag Seniors, a lot of the fixes have been very, very eager to get going here. Couple of wave-offs already. Let's try it one more time. Tag Senior final underway.
No green. A little too quick out of the 269 in Valiente, and that's the second time around. So we shall see what the officials decide to do here, Jackson.
And that will get the clock rolling more than likely, but as we mentioned, could potentially see a swap of the front two rows. Or some other penalties being in order. Should be Valiante out in front alongside Gardner. This being a duel we've seen across a couple of classes already today. And then you've got some outsiders looking in. Ports, Arnold's, Prada. Ports in the 915 been rock solid, consistent in the midfield. Has not found front running pace. Can he get it on the podium? Can Valiante make it a twofer in Tag Senior? Let's find out. Let's go racing in the Tag Senior final.
Here we go, Valiante now looking for the lead of the race in a turn number 1, and our front row was inverted. Here we go, Jonathan Ports, a 915 looking on the inside, able to get clear for second.
Goes the long way around and able to get that move done. Valiante moves into third, Parada is fourth. Here comes another move to the inside as it looked like Gardner was trying to get through. Still single file, but another look as it seemed like Gardner was trying to carry that momentum to get to the 24, couldn't get it done.
And again, the first 2 to 3 corners, very hectic at the start of this one, Jackson, and as it goes on, right, you almost have to coast. You can't find yourself being on the attack every single corner. It's a matter of again, sitting patient for a second. Look at Ports on the inside into turn number 10. Jonathan Ports on the Rotax power plant to lead the race.
An attempt to the inside. This is a kid that's been waiting in the wings all day. Here comes Valiante to the inside of Ports and is not able to get Valiante and can get that move done. A little bit of contact there between the two Ital carts. Parada right there as well. Clark waiting for his opportunity as well. Another big swing from Arnold. We're still side by side coming out of turn number 4 in the grass.
Arnold, hand in the air, wasn't too happy about that there. He's going to get passed by what looks to be Parada and Clark, perhaps, that were able to get by on Arnold on the 497. Valiante able to muscle his way by for second. Looking to close down on the 915 of Jonathan Ports. And again, they continue to fight here.
Ports, who is starting to put a solid 5-6 cart gap on the remainder of the pack here, as now Valiante and Parada go at it for third and fourth. Clark is the best of the rest outside the podium. You have Arnold, who has rejoined at Full Song, is right there in the mix as well. 2 Ital carts of Arnold and Clark continue to go bumper to bumper out of turn number 3. Good run now for Arnold. Are we going to see a move back that was maybe a little bit too much momentum carried last lap? Won't do it this time by.
Yeah, won't be able to get it done that time by, and he's going to continue to try and fight for it here as Arnold works his way further back. Here's an update on the way the championship looks like heading into the main event. And again, given we've missed the majority of the season, right, that started back in April. But even then, we're here for the final round and keeping us on our toes for sure. Championship contender in Sydney Castles. She's working her way through the field, I believe, making a couple of spots up at the start of this race, but her championship contender, Valiante, needed a lot to fall into his hands, and it has been that way so far in this main event here, Jackson.
Don't count out Mauricio Prada, the 24 car in P3. Here's a move to the outside. It looks like Moore is trying to make a move on Parada. I'm not entirely sure, as it's so hard to make out these numbers from a distance. Biggest mover so far, Castle's up 8 positions already. Major moment
for Arnold. We did see him drop a tire off the racetrack, and I'm not sure if that could have been the start of maybe something worse on his Ital kart that finds him into the grass on the exit of turn number 8 here, Jackson.
Heartbreak for the 497 of Arnold. Was looking so strong at the start of this race, was given a golden ticket with the front row start, got eaten up, pushed down to P5, and unfortunately dropped out of the race before he could swing back. That will give Rogers that promotion up into P5 now in the 5 cart, and Blackersley up into P7. Couple of looks further back here. That's getting very, very dicey. Here comes a move into turn number 5 and immediately slots in. Sid Castle's in the purple helmet, I believe. And another move further back. I believe that's Ulander going with him.
Yeah, she's up to, Sydney's up to 8th now, so that would have been 13 spots gained there. So that's a good drive up to make a good recovery as far as championship goes here for Sid.
So Valiante still your biggest winner in points right now. Jonathan Ports, phenomenal pace this weekend, only part-time in the tag juniors. As Sidney Castle's continuing to make moves here, going alongside Blackerly in the 10 kart. Gets a better launch out of turn number 3, gets that move done. Could we see a swing back? Here comes Blackersley to the inside of turn number 5, gets that spot back.
Yeah, Blacksley able to go by on Sidney Castle. She's fallen under fire to Eulander. And off the racetrack, facing the wrong way for Blakesley. What a turn of events. Sidney Castle's going to work her way right on by. I'm not sure if he had help or not. Didn't have a good look at it there, Jackson, but man, very, very close there is now Eulander looking to go by on Sid.
Gets that move done. Are we going to see a swing back from Castles? Not yet. Yeah, it's so hard to tell. It happened in an absolute instant. And now the abandoned 53 out on track. That's the inside of turn number 3. As Castles continues to move forward, trying to put that move on Eulander.
So McNair just getting confirmation. McNair, the driver who was down in 16th, out of this race early. But here we have a change for the lead of the race. Massimo Valiente to the point, with Jonathan Ports now falling to second. This is exactly what Massimo needs to catapult himself to the lead of the championship here, Jackson.
Parada and Clark still evenly spaced further back. If they continue to get their head down and put solid laps in, they are absolutely still in this mix. But Valiante once again up at the sharp end of the field.
And there's the other side
of the halfway point. There it is.
With the number 12 of Sid Castles, who's now lost a couple of seconds, and you owe a little bit of time to Eulander in the 86. So she's going to have to get back on it to try and close down that gap, try and get herself back up to 7th. But I'm not sure this would be 200 points the way of Massimo Valiente in championship standings. That would be, I believe, just about 100, I think maybe 40, around that ballpark there for Sydney in the championship here in Tag Senior.
And it's about 130 points right now, 140 points separating Castles and Valiente as they stand right now. Castles at 1,599 points, Valiante at 1,460. So 139 points between the two of them. Maybe I am a math guy. We'll see. John Potts still in. John Ports, I keep doing that, which is not good on my end. John Ports gets his way up into second. Has actually lost some significant ground now to the leader, Valiante.
And I tell you what, you don't got to do any math to see that Massimo Valiente is pushing himself further and further away from the rest of the competition. He got swallowed up at the start. And again, a lot of drivers can go one or two ways, especially when you're fighting for a champion. You can get desperate, you can make moves, you can find yourself falling backwards, but kept his head on his shoulders, was able to pull away from the rest of the field here, Jackson. And again, he's shown why he's in the battle for the championship. He's shown why in all three of the classes that he's running this weekend, he's been up at the front, he's been up in the lead pack, and he's been up at the front, a contender to win every time that he's hit the asphalt here today. Massimo Valiente, he needed a huge swing in the championship. He needed a lot to go his way. He said, I only need to focus on myself to try and clinch this championship, and it's a picture-perfect Saturday for Massimo, who wins in Tag Senior.
Absolutely fired up, and he's got every right to be. He has just catapulted himself right back into this championship fight. A big pat of the side pod saying, look at the beast you guys gave me, and a fist bump between himself and Jonathan Ports. What a showdown at the front of this field between two of the heaviest hitters in America for Tag Senior. Valiante walks away with it. Jonathan Ports in second. Mauricio Parada with a good dose of points coming his way as well, bringing it home in third. Ryder McLean in fourth. Kieran Rogers is fifth.
If you've never heard of the name Massimo Valiente before today, you better learn it. I'm sure a name we're going to hear a whole lot moving into the future, but Massimo able to get it done. Some pickup. Still out there on the racetrack. Quick commercial break from our side. We'll be right back with more.
Paulie Massimino wins the Wisconsin Grand Prix. James Overbeck on start number 2 gets win number 1 in OKN Stars.
On track or off, Brandon Jarsekrak Racing delivers elite performance. Led by 4-time Pro National Champion Brandon Jarsekrak, our team masters driver coaching, data-driven analysis, and mechanical precision at every national event. Contact us today at BrandonJarsekrakracing.com.
Are you looking to take the next step in your racing journey? Well, look no further than PitFit.
With 2 locations in Charlotte, North Carolina and Indianapolis, Indiana, PitFit trains drivers all the way from grassroots level karting to IndyCar and NASCAR with top-of-the-line personalized coaching to improve physical and cognitive fitness.
For more information on programs, check out PitFit on Instagram or Facebook today.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Are you stuck with your kart racing? Not sure the ideal kart setup? Or going to a track for the first time? Well, Kart Class has the answers for you. Our online portal has a wealth of experience and knowledge to help your kart racing. From kart setup advice to track guides that are targeted specifically to your circuit, or the driver coaching aspect with mindset, racecraft and driving techniques. If you want to take your karting to the next level, visit us at kartclass.com.
Florida Kart Racers, you asked for it and we're going to bring it. Introducing Florida Karting Championship, FLKC, a brand new racing series coming to Florida in 2026.
back over to the Cadets here at SEMA as gridding is underway for the 60cc final. Well, Warwick trying to bring this championship home and beat out Lincoln High and Caleb Kenfield. Ashton Croft is present and trying to bring it back. Are we going to see any change in the standings? Let's find out. Final underway for the 60cc. Still side by side for the start. Warwick able to finally clear as now here comes Ashton Croft in the 84 trying to get that move side by side as they work through turn number 5, turn 6 for the first time.
We get going now, Jackson, and he's continuing to work his way forward. Carlucci finding himself in the second spot. And again, we talk about the differences in these drivers. We saw them go back and forth. It took Carlucci until the last lap, until the final corner to get that move. And again, we're seeing it here again, right? Putting himself with a little bit of work to do from the second spot.
Not nearly to the extent that we saw earlier on today as he rolls off in P4 and with this rolling start is actually able to hold it. But now Oliver Carpentier trying to put the pressure on him as well. Good run into P5, or into turn 5, cannot get there. And Sebastian Ochi right there as well. Another bit of a peak into turn number 7. Still carrying that momentum, but unable to fully get their work with a half-second lead over Carlucci.
The 91 of Warwick, again, he was surprised, like I said right earlier, final corner, final lap of the pre-final. You know, he's not going to let that happen again. And, you know, the saying goes, fool me once, shame on me, fool me twice, can't get fooled again.
Sure. Purple lap there to Maddox Carlucci, 56.675 leader, doing a 56.769. So 100 kart starts to slowly come alive. Ochi still putting the pressure on Carpentier. Another good run coming out of 5. Again, just not able to fully finalize that move. Carpentier continues to fend off Carlucci right there with Warwick.
Again, that gap closes down. We talked about the accordion effect in a couple of other classes there as well. I'm going to recycle that one here because we're seeing a little bit of that kind of play into effect here, right? You see Maddox, my apologies, in Maddox Carlucci. You see him be stronger, right, in a couple of different corners. The same with Warwick. I mean, he finds the time. He extracts a little bit more with the differences in lines. You see maybe a little bit of tighter line by Maddox one lap. The other lap, he'll go a little bit wider, right? Trying to find that margin of trying new stuff, trying new things out there on the racetrack to try and go that little bit quicker to his competition. And again, trying to get himself within striking distance. At the moment, he's got himself close. Whenever you see a driver ready to really make a move, you'll see him on the rear bumper of his competitor. And I think we're going to see that here shortly out of the 100.
Well, it's this back half of the racetrack that he really, really likes to get business done, primarily in that pit-sided section coming out of turn number 5 and into turn number 6. So trying to set that up once again, but right there is Oliver Carpentier across the stripe for the 3rd time. Carpentier now getting the purple lap of 56.497. Here comes Carlucci with a good look to the outside, now inside through turn number 3. A little bit of a nudge from Carpentier and another look from the 100 of Carlucci. Still can't get there. Again, into the main zone that Carlucci likes to get moves done, but he can't make that move for the leader. Carpentier right there to the inside of turn number 5, and contact between the two. Right into the turn 5 marker goes Carpentier, and heartbreak for the 100.
Carlucci is out of this race early. Unfortunate for this kid who's had such a good day up to this point. and his hopes of winning the main event here on Saturday in NW60cc just falling away from this kid. Unfortunate for Carlucci. Carpentier now, the driver who is looking for the pass for second, finds himself in second and closing down his gap to Warwick. We'll see what Carpentier can do as he chases down the 91.
All eyes on the man that is still fastest on track. Pace went back to William Warwick, that time by your leader, doing a 56.906, 57.183 for Carpentier, that time by Warwick. Still not able to necessarily beat that pace, but is continuing to put a sizable gap. Thank goodness Maddox Carlucci okay and getting out of that cart, but certainly a frustrating way to end his day, and was hoping for at worst another second place finish.
Yeah, that would have been good for Maddox. Nonetheless, again, this is the good thing about having two finals on the weekend, right? You have a reset button. You look back to tomorrow, you learn from your mistakes, and again, you reset for tomorrow. And given then, I was borderline. Hard one to call, really, especially with these younger categories, right, of who's at fault. Never our intention. I'll leave that up to the race directors. I'm a race announcer for a reason, right? Right. But that being said, Carpentier, again, making the move when he had to, get himself up to second now, but still some work at hand for Oliver to do if he wants to be within a shot of William Warwick for the race win here on Saturday. And again, this is looking good for Oliver. Last time around, he was able to go, he didn't improve as much as I thought he did, but he still has the fastest lap of the race, 56.497. That came about 2 laps ago. And again, we'll see what he can do as this race progresses.
He's holding on to the pace of your leader, still able to run the same 56.7s that he can. Now goes down to the 56.8s, and just incremental gains right now for Carpentier. Just over half a second, separating both of them. Sebastian Ochi right there as well. Ashton Croft a little bit further back. As I say that, he is right there now on the bumper of Sebastian Ochi, so could be a new name on the 60cc podium by the end of this final. Only time will tell. JJ Tucker further back in fifth. Maverick Thompson not having the 60cc final he's wanted. Leo Mofti in seventh. Max Green is eighth. Carlucci out after 3 laps.
Yeah, unfortunate turn of events here as we look further back. Ochi in the 46, still holding strong. A little bit of love to some drivers here further back. Tucker, Thompson, the 23, the 95 there as well. There's Maverick, who again hasn't had the best of days in the 60cc class, but already a winner on Saturday. So he can come out of today with a smile on his face. We'll see him on the podiums later on tonight.
Still comfortably out in front. Carpentier still relatively in lockstep. Other race winner we were just looking at today, Maverick Thompson in the 95, which, if you're running 95 in a race car, you gotta ask if there's a certain Disney character inspiring that number choice. With zero judgment, by the way. Absolutely a number I ran or wanted to run growing up.
Do you know how many Piston Cups he has? Not a real fan?
I'm not a real fan.
He
Was
has
it
7.
7?
Yeah, 7.
How many does Cal Weathers have?
4, I think.
Have you seen, that's true. Have you seen the Stephen A. Smith debate where someone's asking if Lightning McQueen is the GOAT and then instantly sees what's going on and throws the king in there and just absolutely Uno reverse cards him? Oh, big wiggle there.
I have. But I like the 95 of Maverick Thompson a little better than Cal Weathers.
We'll take that.
That being said, the 95 Nitro Kart machine, he's shown his pace so far today. And again, he's going to look for a little bit more tomorrow. We saw how that pre-final went for him, ended up in the grass. Going to look for some better luck tomorrow. Like I said, reset button for him, right?
highs and lows all across the grid here, especially for Carlucci and for Maverick Thompson, two guys who have found each other a lot here. But back to the front of the field, it's been all William Wark, who finally is able to kick those burners in and put a sizable gap on Carpentier and Sebastian Ochi. Watching this battle in the mid-pack slowly start to heat up as well. Ochi continuing to defend from Croft. Battle for second, very much alive here.
And again, you said it, right? We're getting close. We're getting close to the end here. White flag will fly this next time around for William Wark in the 91 Kart Republic. And you talk about the weekend this kid has had as well, right? This would be, I think, one of the better results that this kid has had so far this year. And again, you talk about the year he's had, right? Started off the year with 2 podiums to start off the weekend at TCKC. Then you go on to the second round, the second weekend, a 3rd place and a 1st place where he got his first win of the year back in May. And you move on to June, swept the weekend at SKRA. Then you move on to the month of July, where he's able to win on Sunday and today on Saturday. This will be a return of victory lane on Saturdays, his 2nd Saturday victory of the year for William Wark. The 91 is showing why he's at the lead, at the helm of this championship in 60cc. They've been close, but not close enough. William Wark across the final corner is a winner on Saturday in SEMA.
Great battle further back there between Carpentier and Ochi, all the way to the bitter end. And Kart was starting to come alive for the 46, but just could not bring it all the way. Heartbreak for Carlucci in the 9, but as you mentioned, Caleb, will be able to hit that reset button. Your full results here for the final on your screens. Going to step away for just a moment. Still plenty of action to come here from Sumas. Stay with us. Go Jackson, it's time to go racing into 06 Junior. These drivers gave us a great race I should say, start off their weekend of racing action in their pre-final. Kept us intrigued, to say the least here. But again, we get ready to do it again. Standing start for your 206 Juniors. These drivers trying to get some warmth into their tires here. Riley Schmidt going to try and bring this one home with a comfortable 200 and change point lead over Ashton Croft. Jensen Meyer, again, 3rd in your championship points, ahead of Ryder Wentworth, Maggie Worley, Maverick Thompson, and Harper Nuxel. As we are finally taking it to the grid for the final time. And what a show it has been from the 206s. Indeed, Jackson, they gave us some great racing action. We follow along in the front row with King Assad, Nick Adambayev in the will look to be the 240 something for the Ital Kart
starting our 230, I think. Apologies there. Putting on the outside.
Alongside of Colt Schlottinger.
Schlotthauer,
excuse me, in the 45. Further back, Ben Corkery.
There we go.
And others. Let's do it. Junior Briggs 206 is a go, and a great start. A little bit of help there further back from the 17 to get Nikodombev in contention. Big momentum further back. That'll be some pushes into turn number 6.
Just got to make it through the start. One driver off the racetrack into the grass, but up front, Schlotthauer to the lead of the race. Nikodombev to second. And again, start to stack them up here.
Here comes Ben Corkery with a big lunge to the inside of turn number 10. Switchback makes it almost 3 wide. And we'll finally straighten them out with Jack Bowdish getting major losses at the start. He's 13th. Trevor Clinton as well, but it's Ben Corkery who is right there. Big dive to the inside from the 817. That's Diley as he gets that move done for 5th on the 7 of Allen.
Yeah, Zoe Allen losing a spot there. She was in the 5th spot. Lewis Dilly able to get himself up to the 6th spot. Now you have a 2-car breakaway up front. The Ital Kart pushing, I think, maybe perhaps one of the GFCs, if I'm not mistaken here, further away from the field. Again, you have Corkery, Zamboki, Allen, Dilly, who actually traded that 5th spot, Carpentier, Smith, and more working their way through. We'll keep an eye on the gaps. We'll keep an eye on the movers and the shakers as well.
Bit of a look to the inside there from Jeremy Zambowski. Purple lap to Colt Schlotthauer with a 57.912. Grombev right there as well. Lewis Daly with that pass, as mentioned earlier, gets his way up into 5th with a move over Zoe Allen. Zambowski still looking for a move. Big push into turn number 5, trying to work himself. And Ben Corkery into this conversation. Look from Lewis Diley on the inside. The 817 on the move, gets that move and takes P4 from Jeremy Zambowski.
There you go, Dilly on the move. This kid definitely has a mission here in this race, looking to go about 3 spots better in it, but again, it's going to be a lot of work. He's probably going to need a lot of help to get himself up there as well, because the 2 drivers up front have shown their patience, have shown the strength of 2 karts over 4 that are continuing to shuffle for position, to fight for position as well. What does Dilly give us into turn number 3? Nothing yet. Going to stay in line.
Nikodombev now the fastest man on track, of 57.558, as he continues right on the bumper of Colt Schlotthauer. Are we going to see a move this time once again for Lewis Diley to lead this pack? There's a little bit of a breakaway. Here's the move for 3rd, and big contact. Wow. He's somehow able to save it, but major losses on track as a result.
You saw him pop into the air there for a second, went over the curb, and I think just avoided getting into the side of Corkery there, but he's going to go right back, trying to stop the bleeding on Zambowski. Able to go through. Zambowski sets up the over-under. Dilly holds on. But again, the 817 was making good headway up to that point that I think now is going to stagnate his progression forward.
Banks out driving for Lewis Diley, bites back his way as this duel between Zambowski is going to continue. Zoe Allen further back was also having her back against the wall. Levi Carpentier all over her bumper, had to go middle to defend. There's that 4-pack. Carpentier, Roscoe Schmidt, Trevor Clinton. This is 7th through 9th as they work their way through turn number 5. Are we going to see a move through this 3-pack this time? A little bit of good momentum from Clinton. Won't do it this time.
Here we go, this battle further back, like you said. Allen, Carpentier, Zambowski, or I believe Smith maybe, really one of the drivers here in this mix. I think that may even be Smith, yeah. Indeed, so Carpentier in the 44, I believe, ahead of Allen. We got further back, but here comes a little battle further up. Dilly on Corkery, looking to go for 3rd.
Couldn't get there, and we'll keep them as they run to complete lap number 4. Nikodambev still fastest man on track. Carpentier able to take 6th for good now for Zoe Allen, who's in the middle of this field. Minute I say that, Zoe Allen able to snatch that back in turn number 3 and lead that 3-pack. Another bit of a peak going into turn number 5 from Roscoe. Gets back in line once again. Now looks to the inside, responds to Carpentier, who goes middle, and everybody banging and beating on one another, trying to lead this 3-pack.
Allen able to stay ahead in 7th. Smith still there as well. Carpentier just right behind Allen. And you saw him kind of beating Allen. Just the bumper there a little bit. And good enough for Zoe to stay ahead, right? She's able to hold on and able to stay ahead. A couple of the young guns battles further up the field here.
What is the move we saw?
I think it was Lewis
further
Dilly.
Up there, Lewis Dilly gets himself onto the podium, overtaking Ben Corkery for that bottom spot on the crates. Here's the 45 of Colt Scholdauer, still holding off Asad Nikodambev. He's been biding his time. He had a look to the inside. Did we just miss a pass for the lead? Are we going to see more of a shuffle further back? Nikodambev hasn't fully cleared, now has another little bit of a peak. Constant contact, bumper to bumper, working into turn number 7. Still not giving it.
Yeah, still a long way to go in this one, Jackson, as now Nikodambev going to look to the inside.
Here he comes.
He's going to look to go through on Schlotthauer, who's able to hold on to it around the outside, and you see that groove as well. How much grip's been laid down in that hairpin, and how easy it is for Schlotthauer to hold on to that move around the outside. You don't see that all too often, but you are seeing it here this weekend with the amount of rubber that the LeConte Reds have put down here at SEMA. Nonetheless, Nikodambev looking to go back, trying to set up an over-under in a turn 1 to the low side. Go Schlotthauer.
Looking for a slot to jam it into, still cannot find any real estate to carry that pace on the 230, right on the bumper. We've seen so many moves here. Out of 4 into turn number 5. Here's the look into turn number 5. Nikodambev going side by side with Schlotthauer. Once again, still somehow, some way, the 45 of Colt keeps it on the sharp end.
I tell you what here, Jackson, that's huge respect in between two drivers that are fighting for the race win here, and for the fact that for those two drivers to keep it clean, to not make any contact through there, shows you the respect, shows you the maturity as well out of these two up front. To me, I think no matter who comes out on top at the end of this, that's the best thing to see. But I will say, new life for the 817, and Dilly continues to close down, and you see him start to rub his hands together as they continue to close down the gap to your two leaders that try to trade for position 2.5 minutes to go in this main event.
He can't get too hungry because he's got a whole pack behind him trying to feast. Ben Corkery, Jeremy Zimbowski, and Levi Carpentier all right behind, trying to get on that podium as well. There they are, fangs out, trying to get to the 817 of Lewis.
They continue to push here, and again, they're going to need a little bit of more help than what they've gotten. 58.6 last time around for Assad, who drops the tire into the dirt. Nikodambev falls back to 4th. That's a huge mistake out of Assad, but he slots back in the line 4th. We just missed it there on the edge of our frame, but this is huge. And now this will go the way of Dilly here, and they can continue to work together. Looking on the inside, look at Corkery, looking to go through for 3rd, for 2nd, sorry, able to get through. But again, this is the point where for these drivers on your screen, they have to set their differences aside. We're getting close to the white flag. You cannot let the leader run away with the race win here.
Can anybody bring anything to Schlotthauer, the one man that could have done it? Asad Nikodambev, a rare mistake for the 230, and slots into the mid-pack. Absolute frustration for the man in the lime helmet. Are we going to see another move here? Are we going to see some teamwork between the 4 of these to try and bring it to the front, or is Colt Scholdauer going to run away from this once again? Ben Corkery gets promoted into 2nd. Diley now gets 3rd as a result. Can Assad work his way back onto the podium?
We're about to find out here. Time is at the essence. About 2 laps to go here, Jackson. And again, they need to continue to make headway. That was a huge chunk out of the gap. They took down 0.2 of a second. Still a whole lot more. You see it visibly get closer and closer. Here goes Dilly looking on the inside. Nikodambev looking to go by for 3rd. Not going to stick. And unfortunately, their chances of the race win slipping away from their hands here, Jackson.
And it's expensive moves like that are really, really costing them. The bump drafting and the switchbacks are costing major time. Nikitin now trying the outside of the 817 of Lewis Stiley. Zambrowski trying to pounce as well. Over ambition for Nikitin who works his way now to the back of this 3-pack.
Yeah, Zamboki as well with a good run up into the podium places. Now Assad looking on the inside for 4th. Able to get by. But this has been, again, a race where they threw everything at Schlotthauer. They challenged him. They were up there pushing him along. And again, being consistent, being perfect at a racetrack like this where we've talked about all weekend long, the margin of error has been very, very minimal. The 45 has not put a foot wrong up to this point, and has shown why he finds himself at the front, at the lead of this race here, Jackson.
Colt Schlotthauer through the pit lane just needs 5 more clean corners to get it done. What a battle, one of the best ones we've seen all Saturday between himself and the Uzbek, Nikitin. And Colt Schlotthauer, with just a handful of corners to go, will bring it all the way home. A picture-perfect 2025 starting to reach its closing phase. He's had so many try and reach his level, but has remained unstoppable. Out of the final corner, Saturday belongs to Colt Schlotthauer.
This is huge. His first win since the opening round of the year. And this is huge for him as well in the championship to come away with the 200 points at the end of Saturday. Should put him within a good standing spot when you think about the championship fight. His contender, his teammate in Ben Corkery, finding himself on the podium in 2nd. Jeremy Zamboki across the line in 3rd. That's it for 206 Junior Tag Heavy.
Nikitin next. Nikitin can drive there. Be right back. Stay with us.
All the way up to the finish line. Who is it going to be? And it's Sean Perez who wins in Crescent.
Ty Fisher wins $1,000 in KA 100 Junior.
How about John Bird for TV Kart USA on home soil? They take the win in Amarillo.
Amarillo Kart Complex is now the official distributor for TV Kart in the continental U.S. Become a dealer today.
Champions aren't just born on the kart track. At SimShop, we deliver professional-grade simulators with the best performance-to-price ratio in the industry. Founded by racers who understand what you need, our SimMagic and Moza equipment is powerful enough for the pros, yet affordable for everyone. With unmatched customer support and a thriving community, we're your racing partner. Visit simshop.com today.
Go time for the tag heavies as we are already side by side for the finals. Will it be a familiar face out in front or will it be a new one? Let's find out. Hands already in the air and we're going to run it back one more time. Man, these tags like going fast on the outlap.
No start for Johnny Sutton in the 22. And then he comes into this weekend leading the championship in contention for the end of the year awards as well. But they're going to have to go around one more time to try and see what they can do. And Kemp out here as well. Looking to race his way into the championship fight as well here this weekend, Jackson.
Tag heavy again being one of those open engine classes with a plethora of different manufacturers that teams are able to choose and experiment with. Italkart and Italian Motors has easily been the runaway for what has been both the motor manufacturer and the team's home race. Re-racking them one more time here for the Tag Heavy Finals. We're green.
Here we go side by side for the lead of the race, and Sutton gonna lose a spot to the 6-19 of Kemp. Able to work his way through. There's now pressure being applied to your pole sitter in Sutton. Falling under fire, Batesville right behind him. Hurley as well in the 15.
Side by side for the lead, backing out of it is Sutton, trying to get that spot back from Kemp. Now launches to the inside, and with the preferred line is going to take that lead back. Major collisions.
I'm not sure if that was Hurley in the 15 or who it was there, Jackson, but it could have been the 15 or Hurley. I think that might have been involved in that incident. One of the Italkarts out of this race early.
Here comes Sutton with another look. Who now takes this lead? Kemp trying to put the pressure back on. A little bit of a look to the inside. And the 619 of Kemp was really putting the pressure, took the lead. But it was Sutton who took it back. Who do we have out on lap 1? I believe
can't get a good eye
Tom
on
Madden.
Could have been Madden, indeed. Good eye there. Driver at the bottom of our pylon. Not joining us for the entirety of this race. Spun in front of the field, and unfortunate sequence of events there. That being said, though, 22, fellow Italkart, up at the front of the field with Kemp. Now with a little bit more work to do to try and get back up to the 22.
Brad Hurley gets the promotion up into third. David Nickel is fourth. Joe Filipenko still in this championship fight is fifth. Dale Taylor is sixth. Seventh, Will Beidel. Alex Flowers, eighth. Robert Jukes, who had some mechanical issues earlier on in the pre-final, rejoins us in P9, has already made some major moves at this start, and now moves up to 8th. So good movement for Robert Jukes in the 3.
Yeah, Hurley just right behind Kemp at this stage of the race. Those are the drivers under PRD, I believe, here this weekend, as they continue to work their way on by. Brad Hurley in this championship battle as well. But a little further down, James Kemp currently sits second. So the drivers in the lead of it to Sutton. So Kemp can only a little bit more to try and take the fight to your driver that's in the lead of the race.
But Hurley now right there with James Kemp. What a launch coming out of the final corner, and is now right in this battle for P2. Further back, David Nickel. Will Beidel continues to move his way further up, just overtook Dale Taylor in the 78. As we're watching Beidel once again continue to battle with Dale. There he is with the red suit, white helmet, side by side, coming out of turn number 4, and it's still Will out in front.
And those two going side by side for a good number of corners there, Jackson, and then again it opens up again. Beidel able to hold on, but again he's still chasing down the 388 of Filipenko. This stage of the race. That being said, it looks like the drivers from second on back, Kemp, Hurley, Nickel, all getting that a little bit closer to each other.
Winning a couple races this year and has had almost a perfect record, at least in the 206s. Tag heavy, still second in the standings, but has not been the season he's wanted. One win last time by. Pair of top fives, a second. So consistently on the sharp end, but only one win. James Kemp trying to capitalize on that. Sutton has not won since Portland a couple months back and is trying to fix that as well. Will Beidel actually the winningest driver so far this season. More to his name.
Yeah, that'd be a good number of results. Unfortunately, missed out on one of the rounds that finds them just down the order. the Wicked Racing team here in the number 11. That being said, we focusing on the battle back up front. A new life for the 619 here of Kemp. James starting to get on it, looking to close down the gaps to the 22 of Johnny Sutton. Gonna get it opened up, and it's closing up again here, Jackson. So 4 minutes to try and challenge his main competitor in the championship standings. Burly looking to maybe provide some help for his teammate in the 619, but I tell you what, it's looking a lot closer than what it did a couple laps ago.
Burly also still right there a little bit further back, but definitely still in contention. Equal spacing between all three. Then Nickel on an island of his own. Purple lap going now to James Kempa, 52.912. Not too much faster than Sultan, about 200ths quicker. But again, this is that grind, that slow chip away of leads.
Yeah, the 128 there on the Praga machine for David Nickel. And even then, it hasn't been a challenge really. And also talking about James Kemp here a little bit, his last lap was a 52.912, Jackson, a 52.938 for Johnny Sutton. And Kemp's really going to need, I think, a little bit more if he really wants to challenge for the race win here. And he's running out of time with just 2.5 minutes to go, so really going to have to get on it here. One driver off the racetrack. I'm not sure who that was. Kind of looked like Jukes maybe in the number 3. I'm not sure. But we follow along with Bido again. He's on the edge of your top 5, currently 5th. He's looking to close down, and I think may even take that front nose cone pushed in a little bit. I'm not sure if that deployed the pushback bumper, maybe a half pushback. Where it looks like not fully wobbly like you would see.
It certainly looks a little bit caved in and angled downwards.
Yeah.
So Vital maybe getting a little bit too much on the chrome horn here. All will be answered in tech in just a few moments time, a few minutes time. Last time by 53.014 for Johnny Sutton, 53.146 for Kemp. Lead continues to have that pace growing.
And indeed, the 22 looks to return to the top step of the podium. Since I believe May was the last time where he found himself in that position. Whenever NWKA went over to PKA earlier this year. That being said, he's looking to return there. Kemp looking to deny him, but I think he's running out of time to do so here. We're hitting the white flag the next time by here, Jackson.
Twin sticks out, and as you mentioned, Caleb, I think it's just a matter of too little, too late. James Kemp with a golden opportunity at the start was not able to hold back Johnny Sutton from taking that lead once more. Had it back in front by the end of that opening lap and has not faltered since. Purple lap now going to Will Beidel with a 52.889, turning up the wick in the final laps here. But it is all eyes on Johnny Sutton, who just needs one more lap. And when this ends, a multi-month streak could come to an end.
You had to wait the entire month of June, the entire month of July as well. But in August, the first weekend of August to be exact, Johnny Sutton looks to return to victory lane in the 22. Just a couple of more corners, half a lap to go to extend his championship points lead, to get one step closer of turning that double 2 into a number 1 in 2026 in tag heavy. Johnny Sutton looks good. It's the last couple of hairpins. He's been able to keep the 619 at bay all race long. And rounding up the second to last corner. The 22 had to wait 2 months to get back to this point here, but it was well worth it. Johnny Sutton is the winner on Saturday in Tag Heavy.
Admirable fight further back from James Kempf in the 619. Brad Hurley gonna bring it home, and at the line, it was indeed Will Bale who was able to take that final spot. Will Beidle in the 11, overtaking David Nickel for a 4th. What a way to end Saturday here in the Tag Heavy Final. When we come back, it's the big show. 36 of the Briggs 206 seniors take to the track for the final.
That would have been a really cool shot, but Jesus Vasquez Jr. just walked in front of the camera and completely ruined that nice static shot that we had there out of Blake Nash. But nonetheless, good to see these two kids out of the state of California having a good time, enjoying their time out here on the racetrack. But it's time to go green with one of the biggest classes that we have seen in 206 racing action here in the U.S. Again, not everybody makes it into the main event. You have to earn your spot in the show. And everybody who's worked their way out here has definitely done so. And they work their way forward to try and make enough room for the drivers further back in the grid to work their way through, make ample room. Look at this grid though. Packed.
Colossal. It's been
absolutely packed.
It's been a smooth road for some. Blake Nash has been absolute nails all day long. Some have had to sacrifice and work a lot harder to make the big show. Look at Chin further back now. Was a major favorite, but a setback had him sent back to the last chance qualifier and had an absolute incredible last to first drive.
There's Connor
in the LCQ. There he is in the yellow graphics, red helmet.
Qualified on the front row. That Track Magic Thrasher machine finds himself up at the front, and here we go. Your last qualifier into the main event, the number 27. And again, that took us a while to figure out.
Yes.
Able to work his way into the show here today. Jesus Vasquez giving the last little bit of advice to his fellow teammates, fellow drivers.
Tell you what, when you're having a day like JVJ, you deserve to have fun. It's been a good day for him.
Yeah, for sure, especially when you're just walking around there. You have a quick look at our hard-working cameraman. Make sure he doesn't get hit on the way out. That being said, though, it's time to go racing in 206 Senior. They work their way out onto the asphalt, onto the tarmac, onto the racetrack, whatever you want to call it. 36 of the best in the Pacific Northwest. Get ready to go to war on Saturday.
As we've mentioned, been a long road for us to get here, and been a big mix of some regulars to the Burly Products Super Tour and a lot of new faces. Blake Nash having a side quest in the Northwest and has had an absolute blast doing so thus far. Driving out of a suitcase for talent carts and has been up front all weekend long.
as well as Jake Sessler, the driver coming into the weekend second in the championship. This should catapult himself up into the championship points lead if he's able to capitalize here this weekend. And again, a lot of suitcase drivers, the likes of Blake Nash here this weekend. Look to spoil the party for drivers like this. The Wicked Racing GFC, the 42 of Jake Sessler. That's starting on the inside, but it's all to play for here. The second and last race on a Saturday afternoon. The California Kid on the outside with a couple of locals. Cooper Becklin, again, keep an eye on him. Missed a little bit to take the fight to Blake Nash, but it's all to play for here. The fences are lined for 36 of the best 206 racers in the Pacific Northwest. It's Sessler, it's Nash, leading us to the green.
Anyone's game. Our guess is as good as yours, and when this light goes out, it will be a mad dash for everybody to get to the inside and scream for that apex into turn number 5. Revs rise. Lights out. We're racing for the Senior Briggs Final. Great start from Blake Nash on the outside. Not going to go to the apex. He'll try and commit and make his way around. Watch Becklin now all the way on the inside. He's got good momentum. It goes off. Trouble for the GMC. Kart's airborne. It's the big kahuna in the backstretch. 6-7 karts involved. Absolute chaos on the back straightaway.
Mayhem to start this race, and up front it's the California Kid, Blake Nash, able to run away from this field. Officials working their way to the track, but this is huge in the championship. Jake Sessler, we'll see if he's still out there.
Trouble for Chin.
Connor Chin out there with issues. A cone stuck in between his nose cone, and that's going to be it for Chin here in this one. Huge incident, and a lot of contenders, a lot of names down the order. Sessler actually still out on the racetrack, the 42, able to get himself inside of the top 5.
What has been such an amazing journey to get back in the big show becomes heartbreak once again for Chin. Absolute heartbreak for Connor, as once again it's Blake Nash out in front, Trey Arnzen in second, Cooper Ryan, haven't talked about him too much, he slots into third, Ryder McLean fourth, Christian Mariaglo is in 5th.
Here we go, battle up front. Cooper Becklin looking to go by in a couple. He's able to get through on one of the Wicked Racing GFCs. Becklin able to make some moves.
Norris Chassis RPG suit was one of the first dominoes, intentional or not, in that colossal pileup to get things started. Now leads the best of the rest right now, currently in 6th, and sets his sights for P5 and above. It's actually Gabe Sessler, who is not just back, but is swinging with the purple lap already, actually.
Yeah, that's a good ways down the order to 41, brother to, I believe.
Ooh, trouble! What are the
42.
GNCs?
And issues for the 133 there.
Jonah Good.
Good gonna be out of this race early.
After getting a podium in the pre-final. It's a dragging bumper that has had him slow down majorly and continues to limp on track.
Red
the
flag.
42.
Red flag.
And we will finally have a red flag. Major damage there to the 17.
We'll bring some more intel as well where we can get it. But red flag in this session. We'll make sure everybody's all right.
All the way up to the finish line. Who is it going to be? And it's Sean Perez who wins in Crescent.
Ty Fisher wins $1,000 in KA 100 Junior.
How about John Bird for TV Kart USA on home soil? They take the win in Amarillo.
Amarillo Kart Complex is now the official distributor for TV Kart in the continental U.S. Become a dealer today.
Champions aren't just born on the kart track. At SimShop, we deliver professional-grade simulators with the best performance-to-price ratio in the industry. Founded by racers who understand what you need, our SimMagic and Moza equipment is powerful enough for the pros, yet affordable for everyone. With unmatched customer support and a thriving community, we're your racing partner. Visit simshop.com today.
Let's go race.
Come on, man.
Florida kart racers, you asked for it and we're going to bring it. Introducing Florida Karting Championship, FLKC, a brand new racing series coming to Florida in 2026.
Hey, what's up, Caleb?
What's up, Brandon?
You sound defeated. A long day at the office?
Yeah, got stuck at a cat food marketing meeting for like 3 hours. I don't know a thing about cat food, and I don't even work in marketing. And then I got sent on a coffee run like I was some sort of intern. Then at the end of the day, when I want to go get gas, I just realized everything is so darn expensive nowadays, man.
Yeah, you got that right.
Like, do you have any idea how much we're spending on Netflix?
That's like 20 bucks a month.
Do you know how much we're spending on cable?
That's like 50 bucks a month.
But you know what isn't expensive?
Tell me.
Kart Chaser Premium. For only $9.99 a month, you can watch all the American karting action live from coast to coast. Subscribe and become a member today.
Paulie Massimino wins in KA. Paulie Massimino is a winner in OKN Stars.
Take your driving to the next level with one-on-one coaching from 2024 OKN Stars champion Paulie Massimino. Kart rental options are available if you'd like to keep yours at home, and drivers in all classes are welcome, from Briggs 206 to Mini to KA100 and X30. With in-depth data analysis, onboard video footage review, and lead follow on-track sessions, each private coaching session will see you end as a more complete driver than when you started. Book your coaching session now.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself, quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
So you finally want to get behind the wheel, huh?
Yeah, I've been shooting for 3 years and I've never got to drive.
Well, you're gonna need some more gear than just your helmet. Why don't you go to shopakr.com? They got their inventory online and they'll ship it the same day if you order before 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
They got shoes?
Yep.
Gloves?
Yep.
Rip protectors?
Got those too.
Can they make me go fast?
No.
Here at Acceleration Kart Racing, we've got everything you need to get on track. What happens next? Well, that's on you. Check us out online at shopakr.com.
Kyle, what are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a cart.
Doesn't matter. I have a Greyhound.
Because Kyle Cuthbertson doesn't even have a go-kart.
Doesn't matter.
Cuthbertson through on Turney. Turney in the dirt.
Hey guys, it's Lucas Nogueira here from PSL Karting. I'm here to show you guys about the Micron 6. This is the new dash that came from AIM Sport.
Welcome back here to the Sumas International Motorsports Academy. And we are set to have a full restart here, given that the red flag did come out, if you will, prematurely. And did get a little bit of intel as well on the incident that occurred there. Driver involved. The reason we got the red flag here, Lucy Becklett, I believe, in the number 20. She was able to get up and out of the go-kart, had some help, some discomfort in her arm. And again, she is being checked out by medical officials here on site. And we'll pen to hear more information as well. We saw Cooper run over there, making sure everything was good. But even then, we continue racing here later on. Scary incident. Nonetheless, we saw how chaotic and how hectic that start was with 36 drivers total, Jackson. But even then, we're excited to see some good racing here later on today. So we'll see how this one plays out. We're just have 2 main events. So I think we're going to race past our cutoff of 7 p.m. To try and fit everything into the schedule.
Oh, looks like it. And the big question we got to ask ourselves is who technically gets a second opportunity? What measures as that cutoff of not being eligible to restart?
So it goes back to the full restart, right? So any drivers that maybe lost a position or two find themselves just going back to where they started. If you were one of the drivers that brought out the red flag and you do wish to restart, you go to the rear of the field and look to restart. We had this incident as well at the Star Championship Series where one driver, Chase Gassiet Lee, was off the racetrack and found himself back up front. But again, we'll take a moment to listen in here as well to maybe a couple of the conversations going on and as well what the official word down on grid is.
Let's be a fly on the wall.
You were on the inside going around here, which makes you run the inside to the left hand. Someone set off
You made it okay?
You all right? Yeah. I got an anti-pushback now, so I can send whatever the fuck I want. Look at that thing. It's at the nose. Yeah, I'm sending everybody through.
You aimed it on me.
You can go past it. Push on start. We got this. I ran them all down. Me and you can run them down easy.
We're going back to the original study.
No, that is absolute shit.
I know, right? I made up like 15 spots. I was that last to first was happening. I just got to do it again.
Dude, I got some. But they're gonna get everybody together and explain it.
I don't know. I just need to get people out.
Guys up front, because there were guys that were like 8th, 9th.
Are you starting?
It's gonna take a while because they have to cut them.
Look, we're famous. Hey, whoa.
I didn't cause that. Probably one of the fucking Brits.
On the brick.
TBD.
We already lost some of our racing packs. Yeah. Right? So the session's already officially started. So
As soon as I know, I will tell you.
So then it's like a half full race. Like so,
Is Lucy all right?
I think it got her like here. Elbow into the engine and somebody ran her over.
Okay.
I think it was fine. She couldn't move anything. I mean, she could like move her fingers and tail, but she couldn't just her arm up or anything.
That's all good. This is what it is. I saw there was like shoved wide. That started the first checkup. When you made the decision that you made,
I had cars behind me on either side of me, so I just swam them.
Watching, dude, wait till you see the replay.
I know.
Yeah, there.
And then also, 2 turns later, somebody else.
Dude, I would never see somebody close.
Hi.
Hectic.
Hi, Mom.
Yeah, Connor changes one.
Smile.
26. 26.
Yeah, we'll see.
Dude, I was like, fuck. My tire debeated and I thought the frame bent. Did you beat it? Yeah. So I went back in and then aired it up. And yeah, I guess I'm here now. I don't know if I can start where I was, but it's bad. On the fritz. How did it? I'm clip farming. Dude,
Wait, go over there. I think they're talking.
Uh-oh. Oh, okay.
Everybody's going to push forward. We're not going to leave open spots. None of that bullshit. All right. Questions?
Are we doing a warm-up lap or just going?
That's a great question. I'd say do a warm-up lap.
I was going to say, we're going around because a bunch of people are in the wrong spot.
One warm-up lap. Justin Miller.
Justin.
One warm-up lap. One, okay. Yeah.
Full lap.
Next time by Red. Short shoot or no short shoot?
Short shoot or no shoot?
No short shoot.
No short shoot.
Oh, yes, short shoot.
Yes, short shoot.
Short shoot!
Or if there's a guy out in front of you,
Leave a gap.
he just said don't leave a gap.
Oh, no.
No gap.
You just want us to pull forward, don't switch.
Nope. Just go straight up.
First of all, excuse the language there out of some of the drivers, but given, right, tempers are flaring and you are coming off the racetrack hot, so understandable. Don't blame any of them, but again, you heard it there. We'll have one warm-up lap to get this race restarted. And again, even no gaps in between drivers, but we look back up to the front. If those of you at home, golf fans, it's a mulligan for you here to get going again for the main event. It's the 42 of Sessler. They're going to start on the inside alongside Blake Nash. And again, you live and you learn, right? You live that first race start. You were able to get through. Let's not do it again, right? Let's not do it again. Let's make sure everybody gets out of here safe and sound. That being said, it's going to be Elbows Out Racing here in this main event.
We've been blessed in this beautiful sport to have so many incredible backdrops across this great nation. But this place, this view, this track is special. Senior Briggs for 206 coming up in just a few moments' time.
Engines are fired here once again in Senior Briggs and 206 Senior. Get one more go at it. Here it's going to be a full restart after red flag conditions. Looks like for the most part our track has been clear, Jackson.
Took a little bit of time just to get medical personnel back in the vicinity and ready to go, but finally, albeit a little bit beyond schedule, we're getting back to it here for the Senior Briggs final here in Sumas. Appreciate everybody for sticking around on this Saturday night, especially to everybody in the East Coast here pushing some primetime karting action your way. And this is worthy of that primetime slot. We guarantee it. So finally, after reordering the grid to regulation and getting everything rearranged, crew trackside is ready to go. These drivers are ready to go, and we are ready to bring it home for round number 9 of the Burly Products Super Cup.
The sun is setting at this beautiful facility here in Sumas, Washington. And again, the Sumas International Motorsports Academy, the home of the NWKA Burly Products Super Cup for its final weekend in 2025. It's been a pleasure to be a part of it here on this Saturday afternoon. And again, we get set to go green with 36 of the best in four-cycle in the Pacific Northwest. Jake Sessler on the inside, Blake Nash, the California kid, on the outside. And they're gonna lead us to the green flag for a full restart here. You gotta forget about everything that just happened. You gotta reset, and you gotta try and do better here in this main event. Green flag in the air, and we're racing in Senior Briggs.
Great start from Cooper Becklin, immediately able to slot into P2 behind Blake Nash. We're far more clean heading into turn number 6 for the first time. And it looks like Jake Sessler able to hold on in P4.
It looks like.
Yes.
Jake Sessler holds on inside of the top 5, a much better start than what he got in the previous start of this main event. Blake Nash going to lead this field away with Cooper Becklin. A little bit of the same story to what we saw in the pre-final earlier on today for groups B and D. Now the California kid leads from Cooper Becklin. Further back looks like
Jackson Leash.
The number 8, maybe of Jackson Leach indeed. Sitting there further back, the number 3 of Trey Amson in there as well.
So the two wicked karts going at it with one another for the podium. Trey Amson, who was sneaky quick at the start here before we red flagged it. Some phenomenal pace, some good moves in the hole shot. Is going to have that boulder roll back to the bottom of the hill. Going to try that again. Massimo Valiente right there as well in P6, right on the bumper of Trey, trying to work his way through. That's the red fire suit you're looking at the back of this pack.
Again, he's starting to close down his gap. That was a good start out of Massimo on the second restart. I think maybe another one of the Sesslers. No, that's actually the 17.
Move to the inside, Amson fangs out. Sessler in the 42 gets that wicked kart by and improves up into P3. Now a big move from Becklin in the 28, trying to swing back. Side by side, 2 by 2 throughout the grid. It's a Nash and Leach breakaway.
Yeah, Sessler wasted no time. There are issues for the 17. This is Jack Grote. This is what
I
was talking about. That front fairing looked like it was loose on the restart, and this is definitely going to be a meatball flag for the number 17. Not going to be able to continue with this here, Jackson.
As you mentioned earlier, that nacelle was entirely bent out of form when the red flag flew, and unfortunately was not able to get that fully fastened back on. So heartbreak for the 11 as more movement further back, as looks like the number 3, Trey Arnzen, getting looked at to the inside. Jack Grote trying to work his way through. There's the meatball for the 11. Major spreading there into turn number 1, and it looked like some kicking up of dirt. One kart massively offline. The 11 going to have to bring it into the pits this time.
The 17 of Jack Grote, the driver diving into the pits here shortly. But even then, a couple of the Wicked Racing GFCs working together further back. That's looked to be, I believe, Ryan and Good, maybe those two drivers in that mix. But here we go, the battle up front. Sessler in the 42 finds himself in third with Cooper Becklin right behind him in tow in fourth. Then you go further up with Blake Nash and Jackson Leach, who has had a really good start to this main event here, Jackson.
Purple lap with a 58.831. That's a 10th off from the remainder of the field. And you look further back, Cooper Becklin trying to get on the move right now and clear that wicked machine of Jake Sessler and the 42. Meatball flag still out there for the 17.
Yeah, Jack Grote not wanting to bring it into the pits just yet. So we're going to make sure he works his way in. He doesn't want to lose a chance to race tomorrow either. So better to bring it into the pits early for the 17.
Now Valiante, the quickest man on track. There he is, just in front of Cooper Ryan in the 86 of 56.563. Track starts to speed up as we now have our second lap in full swing. Back to the front, Blake Nash over Jackson Leash. Just further back, Sessler, Becklin, and Valiente.
Yeah, this would also be a good championship points haul for Jackson Leach as well. Finds himself third in the championship. This would promote him a good number of spots here in this one, as well as Cooper Becklin if he's able to hold on to a top 5 finishing spot. Jake Sessler in the 42 still holding on a third. And again, Massimo Valiente, we see him start to close down his gap bit by bit, and this train of 3 drivers is starting to go that little bit quicker than this train of 2. There goes Leach looking on the inside of turn 2. He's able to get clear on Blake Nash, who falls back to second. Sessler and company continue to close down the gap to your top 2.
And for what seems like the first time this Saturday, we have a new leader, and it comes in the form of the number 8 of Jackson Leash. This is quickly going to become a 5-car freight train, though, with the lightning-fast Valiente pushing Becklin and Sessler into the mix.
A car length separates Sessler, separates Nash in the second spot. And again, it's a matter of time until we see Blake Nash look to go right back by on Leach, because he's going to know, he's going to feel the pressure from the 42 right behind him. And again, Nash is just here to pick up a trophy and go back to the state of California, to go back to his regular schedule. And everybody else fighting for a little bit more this weekend, fighting for a championship, fighting for those prizes at the end of the year. We'll see what Nash gives us. Valiente looking on the inside on Becklin. He's through in a turn number 3.
Fires it down low, catches him napping, and immediately gets that move done. Tall guy issues for Cooper Becklin. You see him trying to scooch down in his seat, trying to minimize that hole being punched in the air by the 28. And now you see Massimo Valiente start to get on the move, start to put the pressure on Cooper Becklin. He has had a phenomenal day so far in a plethora of classes. He's trying to get on that Briggs podium.
Here we go. Just under 4 minutes to go left in this main event. And we're about to have more drivers, more factors get themselves up to the mix. The pole sitter in third closes in 3 car lengths, the gap in between your drivers in third and second. Valiente pushing himself along as well. And you got to think about the qualifying Massimo Valiente had earlier on today as well. Wasn't the best of qualifying session, and slowly had to work his way through the field session by session. Here goes Nash back to lead of the race. Sessler looking to go by as well for second. Looking to go for the lead side by side. We're racing up front.
Nuclear moves at the front of the field. Jake Sessler trying to make the long way around work. Here comes Valiente. He catches everybody sleeping, and in the blink of an eye, it's Valiente versus Nash once again.
This is huge up front. Massimo, it's an Ital Kart 1-2. Valiente in second, Nash up front. Jake Sessler looking to catapult himself to the championship points lead here on Saturday, looking to go for second, side by side with Valiente.
Wheels in the grass for the 95, and Fangs out driving for Sessler to get that 42 into P2.
Valiente's
Understandable frustration from the 95.
Valiente's not happy. Look at how much time they lost there, Jackson, to the number 9 of Blake Nash. And again, Sessler wanted to make that move stick, and you wanted to make it stick now.
And Valiente saying, you better have that pace if you want to make that work. Matter of fact, I think I've got the pace. I'm going to try and make this move stick myself. Becklin waiting in the wings to pounce further back as well, but nobody giving way to anybody as we come out of turn 4. Another good run further back from Leach. He can't go anywhere.
And I'll tell you what, Arnzen, Ryan, good. Chin with
Here comes
new
Leach.
life here as well. Leach looking for a move there into the third spot. Just a little bit of half move there, and again, you see the progression they're making up to Blake Nash. They cannot afford to slow that forward momentum down here, Jackson.
Forced teamwork right now. Valiente, again, clearly with that pace, but Sessler at this spot a lap ago said, I've got confidence. Still pointing, saying, dude, let's get a move on. We've got only so much time to give.
White flag in the air. Last time around, here goes Valiente looking on the inside for Jake Sessler. Can't get clear. And this looks good for Blake Nash, a car length now. The separation in between the driver that's in second place in the championship and the driver that's leading this race here on Saturday afternoon. Nash holds on to the lead of the race. What do you got, Jake? You got to show it now. You got to get yourself up to the rear bumper of the number 9.
Another look from Cooper Becklin and Jackson Leach further back, but it's not enough. Here comes Massimo Valiente with another peak, but still can't get there. A colossal nudge to Sessler. He's the silver bullet. He looks to the inside through turn number 7. Nash in the grass. He comes back on and collects Valiente. He goes off massively. Here comes Leach, and here comes Becklin as well. Now it's Sessler back out in front. The 28 is in second, and it's Sessler out in front all the way to the line. It's been Nash all day, but out of the final corner, it's Jake Sessler who takes it on Saturday.
What a way to strike when it matters most for Jake Sessler. The 42 gets it done for Wicked Racing for GFC. He's a winner on Saturday, and that should put him up at the front of the field here moving into Sunday. Cooper Becklin across the line second, and Blake Nash rounds out your podium. He had to get his elbows out. And again, that's your podium here on Saturday. What a race into 06 Senior. One more to go It's 100cc Junior.
All the way up to the finish line. Who is it going to be? And it's Sean. All the way up to the finish line. Who is it going to be? And it's Sean Perez, who wins in Crescent.
Ty Fisher wins $1,000 in KA 100 Junior.
How about John Bird for TV Kart USA on home soil? They take the win in Amarillo.
Amarillo Kart Complex is now the official distributor for TV Kart in the continental U.S. Become a dealer today.
Champions aren't just born on the kart track. At SimShop, we deliver professional-grade simulators with the best performance-to-price ratio in the industry. Founded by racers who understand what you need, our SimMagic and Moza equipment is powerful enough for the pros, yet affordable for everyone. With unmatched customer support and a thriving community, we're your racing partner. Visit simshop.com today.
Let's go race.
Come on, man.
Florida kart racers, you asked for it and we're going to bring it. Introducing Florida Karting Championship, FLKC, a brand new racing series coming to Florida in 2026.
Are fired for the final time on Saturday here at the NWKA Burly Product Super Cup Series. For its final round, its final weekend of the year, as one driver with issues here on the exit of pit lane nonetheless. We get ready to get going. Here in this one, Jackson has looked on. Championship battle, tight knit coming into the weekend. Nonetheless, we'll see who can separate themselves from the rest of the field. We've seen a couple of good battles already today and expect to see a couple of more.
That was Madeline Weber in the 28 going around. She's got full season eligibility and she is still in this title fight, granted a little bit further back, so she could capitalize on a little bit of chaos here. What is going on in the mid-pack as Madeline, there she is, trying to work her way back into line. Casually saying, excuse me, side by side, and We'll do it again.
Yeah, got to make sure everybody's lined up and ready to go. Here for the last of the main events on Saturday afternoon.
This final of the day brought to you by Madonna Racing and Wicked.
Ben said these drivers are going to have to take a look down at their steering wheel as well and make sure they're not exceeding the starting spot. And take a look at on your Micron 6, which you can order today on shopakr.com, the official sponsor of Kart Racers Live coverage. Scan that QR code, head over to Shop AKR and order yours today. There you go. We'll see how they get going throughout the day. Nonetheless, though, it's good to know. Good at counting the amount of laps, good at counting the amount of time as well you have out there on the racetrack. Here we go. One more go at the start of this main event. Looks like it's the X100 on the inside alongside the KA100 on the outside.
It's Colt Schlotthauer on the outside there in the 845. Ben Corkery in the 16 trying to maintain that championship lead. We are green for the final time in Saturday.
The majority of the field able to work their way through. The 824 Gibson out in front once again as you have more drivers looking to work their way through. Bodish in the 60 looking to go for second. He's going to get it. Side by slide with Schlotthauer. He's through.
Bodish on the move as well there as we are watching him try to work the inside of turn number 5. Can't get there and loses that position. Here comes further back Diley in the 817. Trying a dive into 6. Can't get there. So Gibson going to lead them all.
Yeah, Dilly back on the X-Free looking to make some good headway. We have Nikat Mbayev, the driver right behind him. These drivers have already met earlier on today. Nikat Mbayev going to get passed there by what looks to be De Guzman, potentially, but we're side by side for lead of the race. Gibson falling under fire to Bodish here.
Here comes the championship leader, Ben Corky, as he's trying to work his way through, but Jack Bodish with the purple lap is on the move and out in front in the 60. Great stuff from Jack Bodish. Gibson over Corky, over Schlotthauer.
There you go. Everybody working their way through. Gibson now gets back on the wick here, looking to get himself closer to Bodish in the number 60. The car length separates the two. Can have help from behind. Ooh. Had a look down low into turn number 6. And again, high risk, very low reward, especially only 2 minutes into this race.
Starting to now finally see the drivers get into their groove. The minute I say that, looks like Borkin was a little bit out of line, and Dilly wanted to correct that middle of the pack as we work across our stripe once again. And Jack Bodish continues with another purple lap. Now it goes to Levi Carpenter way back in 10th, 53.917. A little bit of a 3-car breakaway. Big dive to the inside there from Ben Corkery. Unable to get there side by side. Further back as it looks like the 28.
Madeline Weber.
On the move.
Looking to get herself on the move. She's currently 8th. And she was battling there with what looked to be, I believe, may have been further back with Troy Ferguson. And I think it was. She was battling indeed further back with Troy Ferguson looking to go by. And as well, another one of the Italkart machines. And that looks to be potentially Carpentier, but here we go, battle for second.
Gibson out in front, a little bit of contact there, bumper to bumper for second. Here comes the peak to the inside. It looks like Schlotthauer going to work his way up front, but Bodish able to defend and hold on to second.
Bodish holds on, here we go, pass further back, the 845. Schlotthauer looking to go on fellow teammate. And Dilly able to work his way through, comes out unscathed from 5th at the start of the lap, all the way up to 3rd, side by side. Schlotthauer dips a tire into the dirt.
That's Bowerkin further back in the 216, who just passed Nikat Mbayev in the 723. Currently your fastest man on track there in that lime green kind of highlighter helmet. As Fang's out driving, absolutely continuing here. Gibson over Bodish, over Corkery. And big moves for the 845 of Colt Schlotthauer.
Thinking we might have lost Weber there. That lap prior, Madeline now finding herself down in 16. I'm not sure if she had some sort of issue that lap ago while we were following and looked back in with the leaders, but here we go. Bodish looking on the inside, turn number 3. He's clear to the lead of the race.
Got that move done. Kind of looked like he parked it up on the apex there to keep any momentum killed for Gibson. Gibson immediately right back on the bumper. He's ready to make a move back. He's waiting for the right time. He thinks it's turn number 6, launching it up the inside. Corkery waiting to pounce as well, and you've got Diley in the mix in there now for a 4-cart freight train. And it's Diley with some major moves. Here comes Gibson now for second.
Yeah, a little bit too deep on the brakes there for Gibson. Looking to go back on Bodish, and again, you saw Bodish just easily set up that over-under, take advantage and lose very minimal time while doing so. Dilly now looking for third. He's going to get it out of Corkery. Dilly on the X-Spree. Gets himself one step closer and onto the bottom step of the podium here as he looks to close down on Jackson Gibson in the 824.
Started this race far outside of the top 5, and now Lewis Dilly looking for that bottom spot on the podium, putting the pressure on Ben Corkery. Purple lap now, Jack Bowdish out in front, 53.870. Feels like no one has been able to lead this thing for an entire lap, and everyone putting the pressure on the front is what's kept such a large portion of this field in contention to win this thing.
Here we go, and you see them start to close down their gaps as this session progresses. Again, temperatures cooling down here in Sumas, down to 73 degrees, very similar to what we saw in the morning. We were closer up to the 80s, I think high 70s as well at the peak of the day, but now that's dwindling down here. But again, this racetrack has rubbered in a whole lot, is now looking on the inside. Jackson Gibson bangs tires with Bodish, side by side for the lead. Bodish goes around in front of the field. Jackson Gibson to the front. And I'm sure the officials are going to have a look at that in the end. But nonetheless, Gibson goes to the lead.
Lewis Diley was looking for a top 5 finish. He's looking for the lead now, trying to put the pressure on Gibson in the 824. Just behind Colt Schlotthauer with the purple lap in the 845, looking to capitalize as well. Assad, the king, looking for his opportunity. He's had so many phenomenal opportunities today, has not quite been able to capitalize. Could he have his moment here as the laps start to wind down in the 100cc final?
We're getting close to the end, and it's safe to say here, Jackson, the gloves have been thrown off. Everybody looking for a little bit of space, a little bit of real estate, and making moves and making them stick here, right, one way or another. Gibson at the point of this field. Schlotthauer looking to close down. You see him closing, turn number 4. Not yet. How about turn number 6 for Schlotthauer as he continues to close in. Gonna wait a couple of more corners. Dilly sitting patient in third. Broerken in third. There we go. Pass for the lead. Schlotthauer to the point.
Catches Gibson sleeping. And the man still that is fastest on track immediately gets the switchback thrown at him by the 824, thrown to the outside. Diley going to try to go with him, and major losses now as they line back up once again. Schlotthauer with major losses, first to third.
Here we go, Carpentier now sitting in the 4 spot, closing down to the top 3. Nikarambayev right behind him. A couple of the Ital carts looking at pounce here and get their way closer and closer to the podium. Troy Ferguson as well. What a drive out of the 43 to get himself up to 8 as we work our way by the straight right next to the grid. It's still Dilly who leads.
Here
looking on the inside.
side.
Nikarambayev very close to Carpentier, and they just lost a little bit of time. Gonna have to slot right back in the line for Assad.
That drags Levi Carpenter right back into the mix as well. Dilly still holding off Schlottinger and Broerken as Assad continues to try to work himself into this mix. 3-car slightest of breakaways right now for the 824, as it looks like we're getting to that point. At least 2 laps to go, but nobody home right now for Diley. Can we see someone capitalize?
Final 2 laps, if our math is correct here, Jackson. Last 2 times around SEMA here this weekend on the Saturday. It's Dilly in second. Jackson Gibson, the driver who still holds on to lead of the race, and Again, we're seeing the timing pylon update a little bit, and I think that's due to the penalty maybe applied early to what could have been Gibson there with contact with Bodish. So would that be the win the way of Lewis Dilley on the racetrack? We'll call it as we see it. It's Gibson at the moment, but he's going to have to fight for it. White flag in the air. Dilley provisionally in the lead of this race. What do we got here? It looks good for the 817 as Gibson is going to continue to defend.
Dilley wants this on merit, not by way of a penalty. A great launch for all four behind. Is Dilley going to make a move? Assad wants it. He looks to the outside through turn number 5, gets back in line. Last call for anybody trying to take this lead outright. Major move. 845 of Colt Schlotthauer going to jam it up the inside. And now Assad going to try and capitalize as well. Trying to work their major losses further back. Everybody jostling around for position. Jackson gets eaten up and everybody continues to switch around for positions. Nobody home for Jackson Gibson though, who will get to the line first.
Jackson Gibson provisionally your race winner here in this one after post-race penalties. It may go the way of the 845 of Schlotthauer, Colt Schlotthauer, who doubles up on Saturday if what we're seeing is accurate. But that could be incident responsibility for the 824 of Jackson Gibson. And that win could go the way of Colt Schlotthauer at the end of it. What a day. What a great number of races did we see today, Jackson, to cap things off deep in the mountains here in Sumas, Washington. What a great first day for us streaming the NWKA Burly Super Cup here this weekend.
Absolutely phenomenal way for us to get this show started. And again, it only is just getting started. Coverage back with you tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. But for everybody tuning in across the country or here at track, we thank you so much for watching. For our producer, Trevor Blue, alongside everybody here at Kart Chaser, I'm Jackson Lambros, thanking you so much for watching. We'll see you tomorrow morning right here on Kart Chaser.